In that moment, Rand admitted his heart was beating a little faster. Cough, cough, it's not your fault. Feeling awkward, Rand looked around, curious. Where are your family? Or did you come here alone? How did he avoid those fallen creatures outside? Or maybe this Xian isn't as harmless as he looks? No. Why are all the people around him so handsome and beautiful? System, can't you give me a better body? Her face is, well, delicate and pretty. Yes, delicate. The system responded with silence to her question. I have no family anymore.
My family is them.
With a flick of her finger, the window suddenly opened. All the plants and branches outside grew into the room. Thick vines intertwined, looking a bit eerie. The ground was covered in green. Unlike the pale fallen creatures, this color was full of life. But when piled together, it felt a little oppressive. They like it here, and I like it too. I don't like fighting or killing, she explained softly. Xian gently touched a flower petal, her caring attitude seeming genuine. It looks like we're bothering you. Don't worry, my people won't come here. Rand rarely chose to step back. No need. But Xian shook her head. Then her beautiful eyes looked at Rand, filled with a hint of pleading. I want to be friends with you. They wanted to. The plants seemed to respond, performing a dance of blooming and withering in front of Rand. Petals floated romantically. In this romantic atmosphere, a strange, handsome young man says he wants to be friends. What would you choose? Of course. To agree.
Okay.
Rand nodded and patted Xian's shoulder. From now on, we are friends. Just please, friends, if you want to find me later, you can come during the day. I want to sleep at night. Who knows how long she waited tonight? Okay, Xian said with a smile, but the look in her eyes on her shoulder was a bit dark. Then that dark feeling quickly disappeared. Can I go back with you? Rand felt this question was a bit difficult for her. A few minutes later, at the main building's door, Rand knocked. The night guard was silent when they saw Rand leave in the middle of the night and bring back a handsome man. It seemed like those people might have misunderstood something. But Rand couldn't abandon her friend. Hong Yi, who was supposed to sleep next to Rand, was called to wake up. The reason was that this friend was shy and wanted to sleep next to Rand. Hong Yi, who had been robbed of her room, looked sleepy as she watched Xian acting sweet to Rand. Did she pick up a little puppy? By the way, Rand was the one who told her what little puppy meant. She's pretty cute. Feng Miao Miao nodded. While staying up late studying and getting ready to sleep, they caught Emo Chun looking at Xian inside the house with a frown. Are you jealous? Feng Miao Miao teased. Do you think your friend's position is safe? Emo Chun didn't argue back. He simply said calmly, I think she's more like a guard dog. The two women looked at each other, both confused. What does guard dog mean? Not knowing what others thought, Rand was truly devoted to Xian. After comforting her properly, she returned to her own room. The window was open, and flowers outside swayed gently. Rand stared at the flowers for a while before lying back down. She would never admit she was tempted by beauty and brought back a troublemaker. In the next room, the lights were bright. Xian sat on the bed, looking at the window, and suddenly his smiling face lost its expression. She seems to be saying something different from what you told me. It sounded like he was talking to himself. But on his shoulder, a leaf grew, swaying as if responding. Xian tilted his ear to listen. Don't worry, I will protect myself. We are friends. As he spoke, Xian smiled again. It's been a long time since so many people came here.
Of course I'm happy.
This conversation with an unknown presence lasted a long time. Until morning. Sunshine woke Rand. When Rand saw the flowers outside the window change to a different kind, she struggled to smile. Next to her, Xiaobai appeared. The small sapling drooped, seeming a bit unhappy. You are the most important to me, she said seriously to Xiaobai. Seeing Xiaobai regain its energy, Rand yawned. She hadn't slept well. No wonder, since the neighbor next door seemed to like talking to the air. And Xiaobai was too responsible. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and it was Xian outside. Ran was about to say hello but was immediately grabbed by the arm and pulled outside by Xian. A man as fast as the wind, carrying a sleepy, wild-looking Ran, pushed through the crowd. Ran dared to swear she saw many people exchanging knowing looks. It was as if they were saying, "The child is grown up and can fall in love now. We won't oppose it."
But
No, that wasn't right. Her body was about to turn adult, and Xian looked like someone her age. So, maybe they were quite suitable for each other. Thinking this way, Ran, who was starting to imagine things, was taken by Xian to a place. It was a greenhouse. Also, it was a territory not yet touched by the group. When they first arrived, they made sure there was no danger here, because this greenhouse had long been overtaken by plants. The glass on the roof was all broken, and leaves had grown out. The remaining steel structure was still stubbornly supporting.
come in.
At Xian's urging, Ran crawled inside. Then she saw a fallen creature, snarling and clawing at her. It was an animal hybrid. Ran's hand trembled, and she shot with a pea gun. The hybrid fell silent. The air also became quiet. Xian blinked, looked at the hybrid, then at Ran, hesitating. It's okay, don't worry. Feeling she had done something wrong, Ran tried to stay calm. Surely, her friend didn't want to show her this hybrid. It's nothing, just not fresh anymore. Xian smiled, then placed a thin grass on the corpse. The grass looked alive, and it directly entered the hybrid's body. Nothing seemed to happen on the surface. But within seconds, the supposed dead hybrid stood up again. Its bright red eyes were still dull, showing it hadn't truly come back to life. Impressive, isn't it?
This is what I brought back.
These two sentences made Ran think hard. What kind of plan is this? Ran asked hesitantly. Parasite? A parasite that controls actions? Actually, this isn't mine. I took it from somewhere else, and this is the only one. Xian flicked his finger, and the creatures had dropped to the ground. The round head rolled in front of Ran, adding a sense of horror. It's clear that this thing is definitely dead. The plant reappeared in Xian's palm. It looked like a small seedling, but if you look carefully, you can see nearly transparent fungal threads moving around it. These fungal threads seem to control the actions of the recently fallen seed. According to Xian, this thing can also be used while it is alive. Does that mean it might also affect humans? Suddenly, many sinister plots flashed through Ran's mind. She felt that the friend she found might have a complicated background. Don't worry. Although it was disobedient before, now it listens well. Xian gently stroked the plant, looking proud. Ran nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're great. I want to give you a thumbs up. But I just hope you keep this thing away from me. Where did you get this? Ran asked the most important question. From a laboratory, Xian's dimples appeared again as he smiled. His sweet smile was quite charming. Ran bit her tongue to stay alert. He didn't have any charm skills, so why was she so easily influenced? But that place was destroyed, so I escaped and ended up here. A few words that painted a story in the mind. Once, Xian was a product of a certain laboratory. He lay pitifully on a cold experimental table, being studied. Suddenly, one day, he went all out and destroyed the lab. Then he escaped with forbidden objects inside. Finally, he met the story's protagonist, was subdued, and…
No.
Ran stopped herself from continuing the story. Ran, Xian's voice was soft and gentle. His gemstone-like eyes looked at Ran seriously. I will protect you. He's protecting himself, but she's not in danger. Let's go back. Xian, walking ahead, had a slender yet tall figure. Though still young, his height was enough for Ran to look up to him. After an unclear incident, the plant garden began a new phase. Cleaning and organizing continued steadily. In less than 2 weeks, the entire garden looked completely new. The natural plant barriers outside, and the hidden fallen species indeed, kept some creatures away. Once you go deep into the jungle, you can hear strange sounds. Those are fallen species fighting. As for the other humans, no one has been found to have come here yet. For everyone, this reached the initial goal. So, some basic facilities also need to be built. The Earth Element ability users in the team are responsible for clearing land. In a way, these abilities help increase the workforce. In the lush fields, the soil is loose, and seeds are planted. The top floor of the main building is occupied by Mo Chun, who has turned it into his own laboratory. Centered on the main building, radiating outward. The surrounding buildings have also been cleared. Some people have started moving out of the main building one after another. It seems like a small community here, but there's not much entertainment. Staying in such a place makes it easy to lose contact with the outside world. In the main hall, an old radio is still trying to work. The signals it receives are intermittent. The choppy sound makes people want to punch it. At this moment, Ran stops in front of the radio.
Medicine City número 1.
Conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Open sale. Black market. Absolutely not allowed. Severely down. Public cooperation requested. Putting these together, it means a certain medicine appeared on the black market in City No. 1 and was being sold openly. It broke the official rules and must be dealt with severely, with residents asked to cooperate. But that medicine. Just as I thought. Mo Chen's voice comes from behind. That medicine, perhaps my teacher deliberately leaked it at the time. Mo Chen, arms crossed, looks gloomy as ever. When the laboratory was infiltrated by insiders, the medicine was leaked so easily. The new fallen species appeared, and Mo Chen never believed it was all an accident. It was his teacher's doing. Some experiments started in a small room at first. But as the experiments expanded, the scale grew. From a single lab to a building and eventually to a city. The research on fallen species genes was his teacher's lifelong goal. Such a goal is hard to see fully just by staying in a lab. The fall of City 9 was partly caused by his teacher's influence. Unsurprisingly, his teacher is now in City 1. This potion was somewhat successful. A drug that turns humans into mutants can make some people's ambitions grow even larger. I control not your life or death, but whether you are truly a person. For ordinary people, this is almost a disaster. And the source of this disaster has now become public. The authorities will never allow this to continue. They will definitely take action. As for the results, my teacher never gives up on his goals, Mo Chen added, looking at Ran with a hint of meaning. Ran understood. His teacher probably still wants to catch her. Because of her plants, Director Wu sees her as a very valuable test subject. If so, she might as well strike first. Don't think about it. You can't get in. Mo Chen saw through Ran's plan immediately. She wanted to take advantage of her teacher's attention being elsewhere to enter City 1 and disrupt the plan. It was a good idea. But since the plan was already in motion and her teacher was paying close attention, any interference from Ran would be noticed. And then, she would be trapped in City 1 with no way out. Do you think this place is safe enough? Ran asked Mo Chen in return. Mo Chen hesitated, her eyes revealing everything. The safety here depends on not being disturbed. If others' attention turns here, the surrounding mutants and plants won't be able to protect this place. So you take all the hatred onto yourself. But don't forget, in a way, this place also represents you. Or, do you think you can now cut ties with us? Mo Chen calmly pointed out the problem. Ran smiled and shook her head. You're right. Without saying anything else, just you guys, you're destined to be connected to me, Ran. I can't just be myself, and you be yourself. So, what I want is for them to know that offending you means offending me, Ran. And if they offend me, I will fight back no matter what. On the Wasteland, strength is everything. With attachments, there are weaknesses. She needs to make others understand that her vulnerabilities are off-limits. Are you trying to start a war first? Mo Chen said this and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Ran with a serious expression. Not much to say, just make sure the medicine is enough. That's right, being passive and getting beaten isn't his style. It's better to take the initiative. He wants everyone to know they are here, but make others afraid to come close. Still, you understand me. Ran patted Mo Chen's shoulder, acting like good brothers. Mo Chen rolled his eyes and then pushed away Ran's hand and walked away. The radio was still repeating that part intermittently. Ran punched the other person. Then, he changed the station. The sound returned to normal, and now a song was playing. It was quite pleasant. He looked towards a part of the hall and raised his voice slightly. So, do you want to come with me? His smiling tone made the person hiding there come out. It was Shi Yan. By the way, the radio had been broken before. About half an hour ago, he saw Shi Yan leave from here. When he came back, the radio was working again. Too many coincidences. Ran chose to believe it anyway. He was annoyed but looked at Shi Yan's face and felt his resistance seemed a bit stronger. You want to go, right? Shi Yan's delicate face looked like a doll. When he showed expressions, he looked lively and energetic, full of youth. If asked whether Ran wanted to go, she didn't want to but she had to. You really know how to cause trouble for me. She sighed, speaking both to Shi Yan and the system. The system had dragged her to the Wasteland, and she initially just wanted to go home. But now, she sensed something was wrong. Everything seemed to be leading to those gene medicines and schemes. After meeting Shi Yan, she asked the system a question out of curiosity. What is your purpose? She just wanted to know at first. But the system's answer made her regret it deeply. The purpose of the system is to save the future of the Wasteland. Good. She was about to become a hero. But then she learned that someday in the future, the entire Wasteland would turn into a paradise for the corrupt, and humans would be almost extinct. Facing extinction, humans thought of changing the past. And the system's goal was to travel through time and space to find an executor. Ran was chosen. Of course, the system didn't force her to become a savior. But if one day the Wasteland is destroyed and humanity is gone, could she really prevent this disaster? As for going home, after being in the Wasteland for so long, Ran no longer remains naive. The journey back is long, and destruction has already been foretold. Since everything is connected to those medicines, Ran can't just do nothing. If she can't escape, she will join in and figure out everything. She doesn't want to be a hero saving the world, but she wants to stay alive, even in this deadly wasteland. Looking around, Ran's expression shows some suppression. Her presence is quiet but strong. Opposite her, Shi Yan watches her with a smile. He knew she was not an ordinary person. When Ran shared her decision, she faced some opposition, which was not surprising. The frustrating part is that most of the leaders here are on Ran's side. Even if worried, they support her decision. So, after leaving Xiao to guard the house, Ran took all the plants and left. The way out became simpler. She was still accompanied by Shi Yan, who she hadn't fully understood yet. In a way, he was also like a plant. Looking at the flower on his head, Ran thought. Those small pink flowers, about the size of a fingernail, emit a sweet, sticky scent. This scent doesn't affect humans, but can drive away those fallen ones. This is Shi Yan's ability. It feels quite useful. The botanical garden is a half-month walk from city number 1. So Ran and Shi Yan started doing sneaky things. After the fall of city number 9, more wanderers appeared in the wasteland, along with more fallen ones. Humans are friends, but these fallen ones are not considered human. So Ran set her sights on them. Now it's the second day since they left the botanical garden. The two are lying on an abandoned building. Below is a small town in ruins. A group of people is gathered, drinking and eating meat. Some are even holding women and having fun. Their pale skin looks as strange as ever. This is a fallen camp. There are only about 20 people. A few dozen meters away on a rooftop, Ran is lying down, calculating the distance. A pea shooter can shoot from here, but there are many cover spots. If she can't kill everyone immediately, some will hide. More importantly, the vehicle they need is right next to the camp. Extra fighting might damage the vehicle. Looking at his own resources, Ran realized he didn't have any gentle methods. Let me do it, Shi Yan volunteered. Ran saw small green dots appear on the wall where the group was leaning. They looked like creeping plants silently spreading their territory, similar to ivy. The reckless troublemakers didn't notice at all. One of them accidentally touched a leaf, looked slightly confused, then kept bragging. The green leaf moved slightly. Some tiny particles, hard to see with the eye, were sprayed out. Those things are toxic but not deadly, more like an anesthetic, Xian explained. In nature, plants have many different uses. Even a simple anesthetic is common in plants and works well. Soon after, one man swayed and fell to the ground. Geez, are you even capable? Someone nearby shouted. His companion kicked him, but he didn't move. Careful observation showed his eyes were still open, full of fear. There's a problem. The friend realized and shouted to warn others, but his body wouldn't obey. Thud, thud. The troublemakers kept falling one after another. Soon, they twitched on the ground like bugs. When Ren Ran and Xian appeared, the people looked at them with wide, frightened eyes. But Ren Ran didn't plan to do much. He just stole some vehicles, took supplies, and casually admired a girl's figure. He felt pretty good about the robbery. This made his mood even better for the rest of the journey. Number 1 city's name alone hinted at its size. A few days after entering City 1, Ren Ran almost felt like he had returned home. What he saw here was almost the same as his old world: tall buildings, crowded streets. Cars moved back and forth, and the technology on display was dazzling. It was a modern city full of life. But many people carried weapons, and some played with fire openly, while others cheered. Xian, who looked up at the sky like Ren Ran, seemed a bit nostalgic. He took a deep breath. The air was thick and polluted. Ren Ran choked on it. He and Xian went straight to the lower city. Sure enough, no matter which city, the lower districts were always noisy and chaotic. Some people are crowded in the alley, perhaps involved in some shady activities inside. When Xian walks proudly through the street, many people glance at him. Some look suspicious, others covet. But Ren Ran has a clear goal. Although the downtown area is chaotic, it also means there is a lot of information here. Just by asking around casually, Ren Ran finds a way to get news. It's a gambling house. As soon as he enters, he sees smoke everywhere and many people are red-eyed, banging on tables during gambling. Few are calm. The pipe smoke keeps going, and some even drink directly. Some women, dressed alluringly and brightly, walk around, giving flirtatious looks. From Xian's face, it's clear that as soon as he enters, some people notice him. Hey, little brother, what do you want to play? A charming woman twists her waist and winks, ignoring Ren Ran beside her. Just as her hand is about to touch Xian's arm, a wooden splinter suddenly pierces through his clothes and the woman's finger.
Ah!
The woman screams, clutching her bleeding finger, looking a bit frightened. Some people hear the noise and turn to look. Kid, what are you doing? Don't you know the rules here? Can't use your abilities casually here, do you understand? We have our own rules in this casino. A man with a big belly approaches, looking annoyed. I am not just anyone, Xian responds, but with a double meaning. The man clearly understands. In places like this, it's no surprise there are other businesses. With just a glance, the crying woman leaves. The man looks at Xian and suddenly smiles. You're quite a character, huh?
Come this way.
The sign says manager. It seems this manager has good judgment. They are led past the noisy environment into a private room. The dark, gloomy layout makes it a bit oppressive. Sit wherever you like. Are you two here to buy something? The manager asks proactively, personally pouring drinks for them. Unlike the alcohol in the camp, the city's wine is brewed more carefully. The taste is much smoother. The aroma bursts in the throat, and Xian speaks. We want to buy some news. We need the blood frenzy potion. Unsurprisingly, the man's face changes. At this moment, his subordinates close the door. His expression becomes serious. You two don't seem to know that in our number 1 city, selling the blood rage potion is strictly forbidden. If anyone is caught, they will face severe punishment. This is a city-wide decision. I think you two are in the wrong place. Listening to this, the boss seems to be an honest person. But seeing the silly smile on the other's face, Ren Ran also shows a smile. There are buyers, so there must be sellers. Manager Wang. Some businesses require opening the door to operate, but others must stay closed. His words carry meaning, making Manager Wang laugh loudly. The young lady makes a good point. However, we don't cheat. I don't have the blood rage potion here, since I still need to run my business. Of course, I can't offend the city guards. You two are indeed in the wrong place. He rubs his hands, signaling them to leave. But we're just here to buy information, Run Ran says innocently, blinking as if to say, don't read too much into it. Suddenly, Manager Wang understands Run Ran's meaning. He twitches his mouth but hesitates. Run Ran, being very sensible, takes out a bag and places it on the table. Heavy gold coins are within reach, not just virtual numbers inside a communication device. He weighs it a few times, reluctant to put it down. About 10 minutes later, at the casino entrance, the two are politely sent out. From the gambling room's upper window, they can see the street below. They also see Run Ran and Xian talking. Manager Wang hesitates, but still sends a message. When the blood rage potion appeared in number 1 city, many were shocked. But soon after, some people found opportunities. Just one vial could turn their hatred into monsters. And the city couldn't tolerate monsters. Eventually, those monsters were destroyed by firepower. As such incidents happened repeatedly, it seemed to foreshadow that city number 9 would be the end for city number 1. So, the authorities took action, called a major cleanup. Within a few days, all such potions disappeared from the market. And those turned into monsters also vanished without a trace. But in truth, those walking in the gray areas knew this was only surface level. Underground, such transactions still continued. At this critical moment, some openly wanted to buy these potions. It can only be said that these two people have a very special background. People with complicated identities are often just valuable commodities that can be sold for profit. Making money from both ends is perfectly fine. Manager Wang still held his money bag and smiled happily. Doing business means being flexible and adaptable. Although Run Ran received the address but didn't realize she had been sold yet, she and Xian headed straight to the black market. Perhaps every city has a large black market underneath. Items that can't be sold openly are just small trinkets here. However, the black market in City 1 is quite special. Its entrance is in a very open and honest place. Black market? Run Ran blinked at the sign on the door. The old gate stood on 2 pillars. Ahead was a cobblestone street with a classic, old-fashioned look. Even the shops on both sides had a charming style. Behind them, tall buildings and busy traffic continued. Standing at the junction, she felt a strange mix of feelings. This black market isn't underground. The moment she stepped inside, she felt something brush past her body. The street outside was clear and easy to see, but inside, everything became blurry. Moreover, even people passing by couldn't see each other's faces clearly. Even Xian's face beside her looked unreal at this moment. People in this black market seemed to hide their identities automatically. The shop signs on both sides are especially bright, but inside, it's impossible to see what they're selling. It's mysterious and unpredictable. This isn't natural. Behind this black market, there is a very powerful psychic. It seems they are using their ability to blur people's perceptions. Is it to protect customer identities? Such tactics are very fitting for a black market. The shop at 7th Street number 1 is the address given by the enthusiastic manager Wang. As soon as Run Ran stepped into the shop, she felt as if she had crossed a thin water film. In an instant, her vision cleared, and the goods on both sides appeared. The room looked like a candy house, with colorful candies piled high on the counters. The air was filled with a sweet smell. "Dear customers, what do you need?" The shopkeeper's face was unclear, but her voice sounded like a woman. Her gentle tone was very soothing. Frenzied blood potion, Run Ran directly stated her purpose. The shopkeeper paused silently, and Run Ran seemed to hear a soft laugh. However, the shop owner was a straightforward person. Without hesitation, he placed a box on the table. When opened, the bright red potion was very eye-catching. The shop owner then extended a finger and waved it a few times, indicating a bid. Seeing this gesture, Run Ran felt a bit distressed and took out another bag. The black market deals in cash, after all. Throwing out 10,000 gold coins, the item was finally secured. You're a decisive customer. I like that, the shop owner praised Ran, then suddenly added, for customers I am always happy to show kindness. Be careful on your way back, both of you, he said with a meaningful tone. Ran looked at him with puzzled eyes. The shop owner shook his head and chuckled again. Meanwhile, the items in the shop became misty and blurry once more, signaling that the transaction was over and the shopkeeper was rushing customers away. This kind of trading method was quite novel. After storing the potion, Ran and Xian wandered around the black market for a while, buying many interesting things. It wasn't until midday that they left. Crossing what seemed like a barrier, outside was already night. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the wind was strong. Perfect for mischief. Ran looked up at the moon hiding behind the clouds, lost in thought. As the car started, it suddenly sputtered and stalled. Despite being an experienced driver, Ran couldn't fix the car. Xian, the handsome young man, also didn't know how. With a sweet dimpled smile, Xian looked at Ran with an innocent expression, seeking help. I see. Ran sighed. Looks like we have to walk back. If Mo Chun and the others were here, they would surely notice the strange tone in Ran's voice. It wasn't frustration but excitement, a kind of eager anticipation. The night in the lower city was dimly lit. Many streetlights were broken. As they walked together, their shadows flickered strangely, giving an eerie feeling. Few people were on the street, and the occasional dog bark was quickly silenced. When passing a corner, something fell in front of them. It was a glass bottle, but it was shattered, and the gas inside had escaped. Be careful, it might be toxic. Ran shouted, looking frightened. She covered her mouth, but it seemed a bit too late. Her head grew dizzy. She swayed, trying to lean against the wall, but her vision blurred with double images, making it hard to judge distances. Unable to reach the wall, Ran suddenly collapsed to the ground. Next to her, Xian's lips twitched slightly before he also collapsed to the ground. There were two dull thuds, sounding like something heavy had fallen. But even so, there was no other movement around. It wasn't until nearly 15 minutes later that someone quietly came out from the shadows. He's unconscious. Hurry up. Do it faster, don't waste time. A few soft voices whispered together, and then their bodies were carried into a car. The vehicle sped quickly through the night. But soon it stopped, and the two were taken out like cargo. The sound of dragging a chair. Murmurs of complaint. Someone was shouting something. Their wrists were tied tightly, but the person doing the tying seemed a bit careless, and the knots were not very secure. With her eyes closed, Ran was quietly assessing everything around her. She didn't bring Xiaobai out. Doing so was not easy. In the corner, Little Mushroom stood proudly, strong and confident. Even just using the plant's perspective, Ran could vaguely understand what was happening. They had been kidnapped. Ran made up her mind. And then, a bucket of water was poured over her. It was icy cold, making her heart race. For the first time, she experienced this kind of treatment from a TV show or movie, and she slowly woke up. She opened her dazed and frightened eyes, her lips trembling slightly, unable to speak clearly. It turned out her mouth had been blocked. Ugh. She struggled and whined, cooperating with her distress. In her peripheral vision, she saw Xian not far away. That guy was being watched by a group of people. Ran always felt that his gaze seemed a little strange. Watching a beautiful mermaid. Suddenly, she thought of that phrase. Xian, also forced to wake up, had messy hair hanging on his face, looking a bit delicate. His overly refined face was pale now. His helpless expression made him seem even more fragile. He's the one. Someone seemed to have pointed at him. Ran looked up and saw a figure on the second floor. It looked like an abandoned building. The two of them were for others to look at. But clearly, no one was bidding for them. A middle-aged woman was speaking. She was full-figured, with a lecherous look in her eyes. She was staring at Xian, and her intense gaze clearly said something Ran understood very well.
Keep going.
Silent words escaped her lips as she met Shi Yan's deadly stare. Things seemed a bit different from what she had imagined. Looking at the current situation, Ran began to think. A few strong men came down from above, seemingly ready to take Shi Yan away. At this, Ran was furious and stood up like a man. She made her move. Pea-sized bullets hit people painfully, but luckily, they didn't hit any vital spots. Ran, holding back, stared at the woman above with a calm voice. I said, "Boss, you give the money, I give the goods. We've already settled the payment and the delivery. Why are you still bothering me? Just because someone looks good doesn't mean you can get carried away." Her teasing tone made the woman angry, but she quickly realized that Ran recognized her. Suddenly, her face showed panic. Is it too late to try to run now? Ran had experience with underhanded tricks. When she first arrived in City 1, it was impossible to directly access the core of those medicines. So she decided to take a risk. She directly went in front of people, trying to find news about the medicines through secret routes. If lucky, she might catch a few fish. Now, the fish was hooked, but it was a foolish one. The boss who saw through her didn't speak. He ran straight toward the door. But after a few steps, he saw that the wide gate was covered with dense, sharp spikes. Unorganized, pointed spikes made it seem like anyone trying to pass would be combed thoroughly. As for the windows, they had been sealed shut by unknown plant roots. Impossible to open. Even a person with special strength punched the wall, causing cracks, but the window remained unmoved. He then changed targets, trying to blast open the wall directly. But small flowers had grown on the wall. A touch would cut off a piece of flesh. Various plants blossomed freely in the space. And as the owner of these plants, Shi Yan had already gained her freedom. With a flick of her hand, a vine directly pulled down the female boss. Her body hit the ground, trembling, but she didn't seem badly hurt. What do you want to do? The female boss tried to get up, but a thin leaf appeared around her neck, wrapping around her. Then the tendrils sank into the ground. In a posture like beheading, her voice became sharp. I was wrong, it wasn't me. I am just a buyer. She raised her hands, full of regret. She had a partnership with Manager Wong from the casino. When she saw some good items, he would give her a heads up. Whether to make a move or not was up to her own judgment. This time, she was attracted to Shi Yan's face. She initially wanted to make a move to test the waters, but things went wrong. And it seemed like the other person was already waiting for her. Crime shared. Ran approached and lifted the other person's head. I must say, Shi Yan's skills are very impressive, almost requiring no effort on her part. But don't worry, we also plan to take your life, but you will have to pay a small price for it. You can do whatever you want me to do. In just a short while, the female boss's men were almost all turned into skewers. Blood was flowing. Shi Yan showed no mercy to the others. Smelling the blood in the air, the female boss didn't dare to resist anymore. It's simple. I want to know who is supplying you from behind the scenes. Ran took out the potion. The bright red potion looked just like the blood on the ground, giving an ominous feeling. The potion suddenly appeared in City Number 1, then quickly disappeared from the market. With this speed, only someone arranged by someone else could do it. These things are not meant for ordinary buyers. It's like after a TV ad, you can only buy them in physical stores. But the suppliers behind these stores are still very hidden. I don't know. The female boss shook her head, her voice very faint. But soon she felt like the grass leaves on her neck were digging into her flesh. The sharp pain almost made her suffocate. I said. Grabbing her neck, the female boss shouted, sweat pouring down her face. I also got the goods from somewhere else. Other buyers in the black market, and I basically share the same channels. Those people bring these potions every Monday and we stock them. As for who they are, we don't know either. Our black market here is a blind transaction. The deal was made, but neither side knew each other's identity, so it's called a blind transaction. Listening to these words and observing the boss's expression, Ran clearly believed she was telling the truth. So, it turns out she caught a lecherous fish. He gave Shi Yan a meaningful look. The grass leaves on the female boss's neck retracted. Now free, her eyes showed terror. This is no small fish. It's a fierce beast. Next Monday your shop should restock, right? Renran asked, the meaning obvious. The female boss nodded.
Good.
The fish was not caught, so I will keep searching along the trail. Tomorrow is Monday, which is also next week. According to the plan, the trade happens at 3 a.m. on Monday. The meeting spots change each time. They are always notified an hour before the scheduled time. The trade only lasts half an hour. Latecomers or those who don't show up won't be waited for. However, the deposit paid is non-refundable. I must say this business is quite easy to do. Currently, Run Ran and Xian are in a shop. This time, the meeting place is the backyard of a flower shop. Of course, this flower shop is also the territory of a buyer. The flowers are lush, but in the fog, they look a bit unclear. According to the female owner's later explanation, Ren Rand understood. It turns out that the black market area is a bit strange. Not long after the establishment of a #1 city, this area is always foggy. They say it's natural. Later, they simply used it to their advantage. Several capable people worked together to create the current black market. As long as you are inside the black market, the fog never clears. This ensures the safety of both parties during the trade. Unfortunately, there have been traders in both transactions. Looks like, Boss Sue, your business isn't doing well this time. You even came in person for such a small amount of goods. Someone is talking to the female boss now. Boss Sue, who has that surname, looks a bit stiff in her expression, but luckily no one can tell. After multiple trades, even with the fog hiding things, people can still recognize each other by shape and voice. Just to be safer, Boss Sue replies, feeling a bit guilty as she glances at the two fog clouds behind her. The two troublemakers said that if she shows any sign of weakness, her head will be the first to fall. She clenched her fists, waiting for the supplier amid her nervousness. 1, 2. Run Ran looked around. There are about a dozen people. These people are quite cautious about safety. Follow the order and come to pick up your goods. The leader's voice is very hoarse. Boss Sue, being further back in the line, had enough time for Run Ran to observe. Even with the plant's shooting view, he couldn't see through the fog. It's almost impossible to identify people just by shape or voice. The trade went smoothly. When Boss Sue nervously took the goods and turned to leave, he found that the two troublemakers were gone. Boss Sue didn't dare to make a scene and hurried away with the items. Meanwhile, the two are already outside the black market. They found a good vantage point and are standing on the roof, watching the entrance. The black market is a place that operates day and night. There are still many people at the entrance. A group of people come out, and it's hard to tell who is inside. But Run Ran quickly spots a few individuals precisely. At this moment, Xian's palm holds a small flower. The tiny flower sways in the wind, looking very charming. However, this little thing can spread a special pollen. A scent that only Xian can smell, which has already clung to the shadows of those people. Seeing the group get into a car, the two quickly follow. The vehicle weaves through the streets, heading straight to the upper city. It's just as Run Ran guessed. Those who control this underground business must be wealthy and powerful. And the upper city is a symbol of such people. Finally, the car stops in front of a single-story house. It's an orphanage. Honestly, Run Ran finds this a bit interesting. In the Wasteland, survival is already very hard. Losing parents almost means the end of a child's life. Even in the city, such cases are common. So, orphanages are very rare. What's in front of them is just one, but it seems to be a place used for illegal dealings. After those people go inside, Run Ran and Xian exchange a quick look. Not understanding anything, they climb over the wall and enter. The people who receive them seem to be the director. They move quietly. Once those inside enter a room, the sounds gradually fade away. Ganua unlocks the door. They walk in, and sure enough, it's empty. It looks like the orphanage's library. Books are organized by category, giving off a musty smell. Branches spread out from around Xian, searching for hidden mechanisms nearby. They quickly find clues. When they push open a bookshelf, a passage appears before them. This familiar scene makes Ran recall past experiences. They follow inside. Soon, they hear voices below. "We're handling this, Director, don't worry."
This is the payment for this time.
The director's voice is soft but gives a sense of pressure. "Good. Thank you, Director."
Thank you.
So, these people are actually working for the director. Hearing those repeated mentions of the director, Ran thinks of a question. Who says one person can't be two directors? They continue talking, then footsteps grow louder. Ran quickly pulls Xian, and they leave. As soon as I stepped out of the library door, I saw a small child not far away, rubbing his sleepy eyes and staring at me. His expression seemed like he was about to shout. I made a silent gesture to quiet him, and he obediently closed his mouth. Along with the child, I quickly hid inside a room. Footsteps sounded outside. Probably the people had left. Soon, the door to the room I was hiding in was opened. The moment the light turned on, I made eye contact with the person at the door. The obedient little child in my arms softly called out, "Hello, Director." There was silence. Xian's lips twitched a few times. They really knew how to choose their hiding spots. This place seemed to be the director's office. We had hidden in their territory. Feeling this way, I handed the child over. "Here, take him back." I wasn't a kidnapper. The director was surprised, looked at the two of us, then at the happy little boy. His face darkened, but he forced a smile. "Little treasure, these are the director's friends. Why are you up?" The director came over, took the child, but I noticed his hand was trembling slightly. "I need to use the bathroom," the little boy said in a soft voice, then paused and added, "Call the director, but the director isn't here." "Little treasure, can't hold it anymore," he said. Okay. It's my fault," the director said, patting the child's head with a stiff smile. "Now, little treasure, go to sleep quietly, okay?" "Okay." The little boy nodded and waved at us.
Goodbye, sister.
"Goodbye, brother."
Goodbye.
After the cheerful farewell, I saw the director draw a knife. It was swift and clean. The knife slid down his side. I took a step back, and Xian made a move, throwing vines, but they were cut by the knife. A faint glow flickered along the blade. Clearly, he was a supernatural ability user. The director, with a cold face like ice, showed no intention of speaking. He attacked fiercely, one strike after another. To the child, he appeared as a gentle middle-aged man, but now he aimed deadly blows at vital points. Whether he was attacking me or fighting Xian, neither side gained any advantage after a few moves. It was obvious they weren't working together. Eventually, he stopped, looking complicated. Those fools. He clearly understood now that I was following those people. "What do you want?" She put the knife aside and sat down, signaling for the others to sit as well. Her confidence was impressive. "You're behind-the-scenes person." Ran took out the potion again and spoke directly. She hadn't been serious before because she sensed that this person was genuinely worried about the child. That made things interesting. Someone running illegal deals in her orphanage, but still caring about the child's comfort. Perhaps they had some hidden reasons. Ran, usually eager to play the saint, saw the other person smile. "I have no one behind me. This potion is made by me." After hearing these two sentences, Ran felt a little disappointed. It's hard to find good people these days. "You guys are also amateurs." Seeing her expression, the director smiled again. He opened a drawer and took out a vial of potion, placing it in front of her. "Can you tell the difference between this and the one you have?" Stumped, Ran thought she needed Mo-chun right now. That guy could definitely mock with an air of superiority. "What's the difference?" she asked sincerely. From its color and appearance, they looked almost identical. "The one you have is a fake, watered-down stuff I made. This one is real, but my skills aren't quite there yet." The director, who was selling the fake, looked a bit proud. Those fools can't tell the difference at all, yet they still want to share. Seeing the director's expression, Ran felt she was being scolded but couldn't find proof. "Is that why you came?" The two vials were just sitting on the table. The director smiled. I think you've come to the wrong person. His attitude was now very gentle, polite but not overly so. But we've helped you find the real seller of these potions. With that, she revealed her true intention. The director twitched his fingers. If she understood his gesture correctly, it meant money. Ren ran and Shi Yan exchanged glances and then paid again. She felt she'd been spending too much lately. Haha, you two are on the right track. The director took a piece of paper and quickly wrote a line on it. It was an address. Go there and you'll find what you're looking for. Star Garden? Ren Ran looked at the address, a bit confused. It seemed to be the name of a residential area. This is #1 city center, where the powerful and influential live.
And here.
The dean pointed to a specific address behind him and said, This is where our city lord lives. He then asked with a sarcastic tone, Do you think there's anything happening in the city that our dear city lord doesn't know about? His tone was drawn out, full of irony. From the dean's expression, it seemed he had some conflict with the city lord. Are you suggesting that this matter involves the city lord? Ren Ran hadn't expected this. After all, wasn't the order to destroy the potion issued by the city lord? The dean continued, in recent years, many people in our city have been arguing about expanding their territory. Because our entire city is becoming overwhelmed. The city protected its people, which meant that those living safely could reproduce more quickly. As the population grew, the city faced great pressure. It was like a balloon. Once it's filled to the limit, it could burst at any moment. The dean's gaze fell on photos of children on the wall. These children, they are not orphans and many of their parents are still alive. But they have been abandoned. Because this city cannot hold any more people. The youngest children are the first to be left behind. Then the elderly. You're probably from the lower city, right? Do you know that recently many elderly people have gone missing there? Someone reported it, but after some random checks, those people just disappeared without a trace. Someone is cleansing the city. But clearly, now there are more efficient ways to do it. The dean spoke smoothly, but his words conveyed a lot.
It seemed he was hinting at something.
The city lord apparently wanted to use the blood frenzy potion to cleanse the city and reduce the population pressure. This potion could indeed do that, since residents turned into monsters would not be allowed to stay in the city. But publicly, if news of this got out, it would cause a huge scandal. When the potion issue was exposed, the city lord was the first to step forward to destroy the potions. It looked like he was acting in the public's interest, but secretly, he had other plans. Of course, these are just inferences from the dean's words. Whether they are correct needs to be verified.
So,
what is the role of Dean Wu in this matter? Dean Wu? Hearing Ren Ran's question, the dean shook his head. I haven't heard of the Dean Wu you mentioned. There doesn't seem to be anyone like that in our city. Ren Rand did not doubt the other person's words. These two directors were clearly not on the same level. On the table, there was a photo. It was a group photo. The children and the director in the picture all looked very happy. Are you earning money from fake goods to support these children? Since the population in City 1 is very large, the support for orphanages is probably very limited. Ren Ran noticed that there were many children in the orphanage. Hee. The director chuckled lightly in response to the question. Who knows? At least we can't let these little ones go hungry. His calm words made people feel a bit emotional.
Thank you.
Holding a note, Ren Ran and Xian got up and left. Outside the orphanage, Xian asked, Do you believe him? All of what just happened was just the director's one-sided story. Don't you believe him too? The director might not be a good person, but his care for the children is real. So, inside the orphanage, the other person couldn't be deceiving them. Otherwise, he wanted to make sure those children had no place to stay. Waving his hand, a seed returned to Ren Ran's palm. This seed had just come back from Xiaobao's dormitory with him. It was a seed of a potato landmine. This kind of plant is one-time use. Once activated, even she couldn't recover it. It seemed the director had sensed this. During the process, his eyes kept staring at her. He tried several times to make a move, but held back. The other person was willing to cooperate, so Ren Ran naturally wouldn't do anything bad. They had already memorized the address. It was still very late at night. The two hurriedly drove again. But after arriving, Run Ran felt that her imagination was a bit lacking. In a wide area, several villas stood. Around them, there were guard posts every few steps. This celebrity estate was home to the top figures of City 1, and security was naturally very tight. It was a bit difficult to get in. To avoid disturbing the people inside, they got out of the car and quietly watched from a distance. Going through the front gate was impossible. As for climbing over the wall, in this wasteland full of mutants, a wall of 2 or 3 meters was almost useless. The iron fence in front of them was 5 meters high. Looking at the electrified spikes at the top, Run Ran felt a little nervous. "Split up," she whispered to Xian. "Okay." Xian, responsible for distracting the guards, went in another direction. In such a high-end villa area, the most abundant thing was plants. When the night was very quiet, those plants that should have been resting suddenly moved their bodies. It seemed like a strange mutation. The noise quickly attracted the attention of the security guards. This message had probably already been sent through the internal communicator. Run Ran saw that the security team heading in her chosen direction hurriedly left. She quickly moved closer. With her current abilities, without an electric grid, she might try to do something. But she still couldn't fly. Jumping directly over was impossible. Fortunately, Run Ran thought of a clever plan. She took out a seed. The seed was gray-black, long, and flat, looking very strange. She carefully placed it on the ground. After being activated, the seed received instructions and quickly grew. It became a moss-like plant. Its gray-green color deepened in the night. Tombstone moss can remove tombstones. Attack power, used once, must be planted on a tombstone, or maybe on stone or metal. Features: removes tombstones and experience gained, 100. Character level, for 3100/5000. Near the power station, Run Ran had killed many fallen seeds, and her experience had already increased further. Just 100 experience points was nothing for her. Now the moss was wriggling. It slowly climbed onto the iron fence. With a faint scratching sound, the fence was corroded. Metal is the moss's food, and soon a passage appeared in front of Run Ran.
Good job.
After praising herself, Run Ran quickly slipped inside. What if someone found out about this big hole? It was simple, just make another one. Not daring to walk on the road, Run Ran moved through the shadows. After a while, she found the Lord Mayor's villa. It was already late at night, but the lights were still on inside. Using her usual method, Run Ran successfully sneaked into the villa. When she opened the window and entered, she heard people talking outside. "Be careful, someone sneaked in. Everyone stay alert. We must protect the Lord Mayor's safety." She was discovered so quickly. Run Ran thought to herself and quietly opened the door. There were patrols inside. She carefully kept changing her position until she found the study. Pushing the door open, it was very dark inside. Taking out her flashlight, Run Ran started looking through the documents on the desk. She was not here to assassinate the city lord. Unless she wanted to leave a message here. She was looking for evidence linking the city lord to those potions. In fact, this was easy to find. On the table, there was a document showing the secret income from these potions. It was a large amount. Seeing the long numbers, Run Ran felt excited. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. Run Ran turned off the light and hid under the table. The door was pushed open. Just when Run Ran thought she would be discovered, the door was closed again. It was probably a patrol checking the area. Run Ran sneaked out and continued searching. This kind of potion must be made in a very secure place. She needed to find that place and destroy it. You have to strike at the right moment, or you won't cause much damage. After searching for a while, Run Ran finally found the information she wanted. She noted down the secret location, then heard hurried footsteps outside. "Quick, find her. We must catch the intruder." The voice seemed to be heading toward the study again. Looking around, Run Ran could only grit her teeth and jump out the window. In an instant, the door was pushed open and the lights turned on. Hanging by the window edge, Run Ran sighed in relief. Carefully moving forward, she discovered that the gap she used to sneak into the villa was now heavily guarded. Was there no way out? Hiding in the bushes, Ran saw the circle of people closing in. Soon they would find her. There was a pond beside her, so she dove into the water. She held a water lily root in her mouth to breathe. The place where she hid had already been searched. Many people were walking around the pond. Through the shadows, Ran felt many eyes scanning her. Fortunately, the city lord was quite leisurely. There were many lotus leaves in the pond. It took about 15 minutes before they left. Emerging onto the shore, Ran was a bit out of breath. She was soaked and looked very messy. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly looked toward the villa. She had a strange feeling that just a moment ago, someone's gaze had locked onto her.
But now it was gone.
It seemed like an illusion. Her heart skipped a beat, and Ran quickly left the area. Only after she was far away from the villa did someone in a room on the top floor withdraw their gaze. "Are we really letting her go like this?" a middle-aged man asked. The imposing appearance clearly shows he is the city lord of number 1 city. Next to him stands Ran's old acquaintance.
"It is you, she."
"Heh, she still has a use. Originally, I should have done it myself, but since she got involved, I'll wait a bit longer." From this position, he can see everything happening by the water pool clearly. Those people indeed didn't notice Ran, but they were also moved away. Otherwise, Ran would still be soaking in the water now. In this way, I have helped Ran once again. I wonder if, when we meet again, she still wants to kill me. Thinking about their past unpleasant experiences, Yushi's eyes are cold. "Fine, you decide on this matter. But are you sure it won't drag me into trouble?" The city lord sits in his chair, clasping his hands, and asks. His eyes are slightly narrowed, and he exudes a sense of pressure. But Yushi shows no reaction to this pressure. "Don't worry. Besides, since you chose to get involved with both sides, you should have prepared for things to go wrong. Compared to me, you might need to be more careful with others." After this pointed remark, Yushi leaves through the window. In the room, the city lord looks at the open window and smiles, but his eyes are very cold. This is his city. Yet someone always wants to boss him around as soon as they arrive. Even if he likes the other person's idea, it doesn't mean he will follow their lead. He was born a businessman, and businessmen are best at seeking profits. He's not worried about cooperating with Yushi. Things are about to get lively. Sighing, the city lord stands up and closes the window. Meanwhile, after finally leaving the Star Garden, Ran finds Shi Yan waiting outside. Under the moonlight, the handsome young man looks elegant and calm. Looking at himself, Ran pouts. Sure enough, it would have been better to let the other person go in. But he lost at rock, paper, scissors. "Are you okay?" Shi Yan asks with concern, seeing Ran shake his head. He takes out some documents and hands them to Shi Yan, speaking softly. "It seems we've been kept in the dark all along. The address on the documents is one they even visited during the day. It's that black market. After searching for so long, it turns out the laboratory is right in the black market. There's no time to waste, let's go. If they alert these people, they might discover the missing document soon. If they transfer the current laboratory location now, all their efforts will be wasted." I simply tidied up my thoughts and then returned to the black market again. It's still the same place. Now it's almost morning. Boss Su, who hadn't slept all night, was about to go back and rest when he saw those two troublemakers come back again. "Why, you guys, what do you want to do?" Boss Su, clutching his chest, looked like a girl who had been harassed by bullies. Of course, Ran didn't think he was that kind of person. "Do you know where this place is?" The location was in the black market, but the details on the map only had a number. So Ran thought for a moment and decided to find someone familiar to help. Boss Su, who was forced to be familiar, looked at it for a while and then said directly, "Oh, this is the code for all the buildings in the black market. You're at A014, a grocery store. What are you guys looking for here?" Boss Su asked with confusion. "Please take us there," Ran politely requested, ignoring Boss Su's struggle. The three of them walked through the black market, shrouded in mist. Boss Su didn't care about losing face. A014 was a bit far from Boss Su's shop. According to Boss Su, Places starting with A are in the best part of the black market. Shops here are almost priceless. This shop is very busy. Many rare materials in the black market can be bought here. Strangely, this shop doesn't deal in medicine or potions. When they arrived at the door, they saw there were already customers inside. This place is open 24 hours, Boss Sue said with a hint of envy. All right, we've arrived. Can you two heroes let me go back now? Boss Sue, who clasped his fists, quickly left after seeing Run Rant's gesture. Who knows what trouble these troublemakers will cause next? It's better to leave quickly. Walking in with Xian, as Boss Sue said, the place had everything. The weapons looked tempting. Run Ran even found some strange plant seeds. In the end, Xian took the seeds with him. Are you new customers? The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, very kind and smiling. Yes, we just arrived, Run Ran said straightforwardly, while observing the surroundings. He didn't see any strange entrances. So, his gaze focused on the man in front of him. The previous customer had already left. Without needing Run Ran to say anything, Xian made a move. He didn't hit anyone, just closed the door. Vines directly slammed the door shut, but the boss remained very calm about Su Yan's action. Do you two have any special requests? It seemed the other party was used to dealing with guests who had unusual preferences. This was probably quite common for them. It's simple. Take us to the laboratory. Run Ran climbed over the counter and moved to the boss's side. They were very close, but couldn't see each other's faces clearly. However, they saw the other step back and make a move as if to do something. But Run Ran was faster. Are you trying to trigger the alarm? I already disabled it, he said, holding a small button and tossing it onto the table. But the boss still reacted. He suddenly stepped back, bumped into a cabinet, and then the strange mist surrounding the three of them disappeared. The three of them were now exposed, able to see each other's faces clearly. The boss's eyes were sharp, as if trying to remember Run Rant's face completely. Who are you? He asked directly, without acting. Do you know who you have offended? These two questions showed the boss's commanding attitude. We are robbers. Of course, we have offended those we robbed. Run Ran, who was good at playing tough, drew his knife and approached the boss. The knife was pressed against his neck. Lead the way. Of course, if you'd rather die than lead us, that's fine too. We'll just spend a bit more time looking around. And I can lend you this knife if you want to end your life. A few words cut off the boss's options. Seeing the twisted expression on his face, Run Ran sneered. He had watched enough dramas to know how this kind of scene would unfold. The angry boss's face turned red. But after seeing Run Ran's serious expression, he suddenly sneered again. Then don't regret it. He actually moved at this moment. He took the two of them to the backyard and into another room. The entrance was inside this room. When opened, the long corridor looked a bit dark and eerie. A strange smell hit them. Rotten and disgusting. Was the environment of this laboratory that bad? Go ahead. Run Ran pushed the other person forward and followed behind. The three of them moved in a line. After a while, they could hear noises inside, as if some equipment was working. But when they pushed open the heavy door, even though Run Ran was experienced and broad-minded, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the heck? This was indeed a potion laboratory. But here, the workers are not humans but fallen beings. The smells they detect are emitted by these fallen beings. These fallen beings, like tools, obediently carry out certain tasks. Some of the work is even very precise, unlike what mindless fallen beings could do. No, that's not right. After careful observation, Run Ran noticed the problem. They are all humanoid, but they are not fallen beings. They are the fallen. One of them had skin exposed below the neck, with the color of a normal person. The other still showed some signs of being alive. These are living people. But now they move like zombies, very mechanical in their actions. What's going on? Run Ran turned to ask the boss, but saw his eyes turn fierce. Go away.
Kill them.
At his command, the obedient fallen beings suddenly stopped what they were doing. They turned their heads and looked at Run Ran and the others. Then they attacked. Some pulled out knives from under cabinets, others took out guns. What was once a laboratory instantly turned into a fight scene. Ran quickly stepped back, dodging a shot, and kicked the boss away. No wonder he was so cooperative. No wonder this lab was in such a dangerous place. It turns out the employees inside are also very dangerous. P started shooting. Small bullets quickly pierced some of the fallen beings' bodies. But Ran soon realized that as long as the shots didn't hit vital points, the fallen beings would still attack. Their fearless attitude is typical of fallen beings, but these mindless ones are clearly being controlled. What's happening? What kind of thing can control humans? Is it mental manipulation?
No, that's not right.
There are too many. If someone could control so many puppets at once and make them perform such precise actions, their strength would probably be enough to destroy a city. Such a powerful person, rumors on the Wasteland must have spoken of them. No matter what Ran thought, he had to keep fighting. In the small space, the battle was intense. Some plants were dancing wildly inside. With Xian's cooperation, the fallen beings could hardly get close to them. Just as they were about to finish off these enemies, a strange creaking sound was heard. It was the sound of a secret room door opening. Like a set of nested dolls, another room appeared. Inside, all the people were fallen and corrupt. But these fallen were different. They were taller, with bulging muscles, looking very strong. When fists started hitting, Ran also felt their power firsthand. In the corner, Boss Su was crouched with his head in his hands, looking surprised.
So,
what is this place for? Is it for making potions? But all Ran saw were some machines producing something. This place looked more like a workshop for creating fallen beings. The puppets had no thoughts, like lifeless objects. They were strong enough to cause pressure on the two of them. The plant space was shrinking. Ran saw one fallen tear off Xian's vine. In a fight, Xian was not as strong as Ran. Most plants were used for support, not direct attack. The peas fired faster and faster. Snow peas' slowing effect was also very good. But some fallen weren't affected at all. Even covered in frost, their speed of attack didn't slow down. One fell right above Ran's head, falling down, but was blown away by a clover. The wind from the clover was very strong, so there was no worry in the air. The front defense was built by wall fruit. A yellowish wall blocked the way, making him feel safe. When Xian saw wall fruit for the first time, he kept looking sideways. Xian's ability could sense some emotions from plants, so he was sure these were plants. But on the surface, these things were too strange. But now wasn't the time to think. Vines moved around, trying to entangle some fallen, giving Ran a chance to attack. Their teamwork was very good, but they couldn't keep up with the enemy's continuous attack. There were too many. The corpses on the ground were piling up. There was little space left to move. But the fallen kept coming out of that tunnel. Ran looked at the tunnel and understood. Even the outer potion lab was probably just a cover. The real core was inside. We need to find a way in. It seemed Xian had the same idea. Ran nodded. Twin gun peas appeared, increasing firepower. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. Ran saw a fallen with a twisted face. But it seemed to still have some consciousness. Don't kill us, we are forced to do this. We are. Before the sentence was finished, the other person's expression turned blank again, and they joined the attacking army.
So,
these fallen ones are also test subjects. But how did these people find so many fallen ones? Could it be that the leader of the fallen, Yushi, took some action? As this thought occurred, Ran saw a cold flash appear beside him. A sharp, icy light pierced through space, killing some of the fallen ones. Heads dropped one after another, creating a disturbing scene. However, the person responsible for this was someone Ran had been wary of. Long time no see. Yushi looked at Ran with a smile in his tone. There was no longer the tense atmosphere from before. Instead, there was a hint of friendliness. I've been looking for this place. I didn't expect you to get here before me. In that case, I should thank you. Seeing Ran's cautious attitude, Yushi didn't seem to mind. He swung his long sword, blood flowing along the blade. Even after killing his comrades, Yushi's expression didn't change. He kept swinging his sword. Hee, no need to thank me. Yushi's appearance surprised Ran, but he also found it understandable. Last time, he appeared very timely during such events. But since Yushi showed no intention of attacking him, Ran thought for a moment and spoke. What do you want to do? Since he was already here, he didn't want to leave without causing a big mess. And clearly, Yushi had the same idea. Very simple, just kill everyone. His murderous actions didn't stop. Yushi even took the lead, explaining the current situation to Ran. About 2 months ago, some members of the Fallen camp went missing one after another. At first, we thought they were killed by some fallen creature, but soon, the number of missing people kept increasing. I tracked the clues and found out that someone in City Number 1 was treating my men as goods. Yushi's words carried a faint smile, but it was a cold smile. If you check the black market list, you might even see some tempting missions. He glanced at Ran and said playfully, just joking. Since these people are so bold, they must also accept my revenge. As for them, he pointed to the bodies on the ground. Their brains are already broken. Keeping them is useless. Killing them is the only choice. While seeking justice for his subordinates, he showed no mercy to the unlucky ones. Yushi is a very contradictory person. He doesn't allow others to cross his bottom line, but he himself tends to tear through boundaries directly. People like him are frightening. Ran listened silently, without speaking. Following Yushi closely, they soon reached the Real underground laboratory. When their group burst in, the researchers inside finally panicked. How did you get in? Turning to look behind the group, blood was everywhere. The people who rushed in were all a bit injured. Guess, Yushi said with a harsh smile, and his knife was ruthless. Someone fell down.
Ah!
A scream sounded, and some people crouched on the ground, holding their heads, too scared to move. Ran took the opportunity to look around. Something still felt strange. If the real goal here was to study how to control the fallen ones, it seemed like a lot of trouble. But Yushi didn't care. Driven by strong revenge, Yushi almost didn't need Ran to act. He cleared out the entire lab himself. The process was so easy that it surprised Ran. Don't you think that's a bit strange? Xian quietly leaned over and whispered to Ran. Since Yushi appeared, Xian's frown had never relaxed. After arriving here, Xian's expression became serious. Even his eyes carried a coldness, quite different from the smiling Xian. Do you know about this place too? Ran suddenly asked. Xian was too quiet, not like his usual self. Looking at his eyes again, Ran guessed that he might also have some connection to this place. Oh, you found out? Xian put on an innocent face, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. I just escaped from here. The secrets of this place haven't been fully uncovered yet. His words hinted at something else, but Ran didn't understand. No matter what the master here wanted to do, it was inevitable that it would affect the development of the fallen ones. If those cannibalistic fallen ones truly disappeared, that would be a good thing. But clearly, Yushi wouldn't let things develop so simply. More importantly, this matter wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. The experiments under the supervision of the city lord, what were they really for? Yushi's slaughter continued ahead. His state was even a bit excited. But thanks to Yushi's opening the way, her pressure was much less. Are you just waiting behind to take advantage of the situation? Ran doesn't think that's very likely. As they move forward, all they see are bodies on the ground. Despite stepping over the corpses, Ran feels no guilt. Suddenly, an explosion sounds ahead. When Ran rushes over, he sees Yushi angrily stomping on someone. The room is a mess. But the explosion was caused by the people here themselves, apparently to destroy something. Information is flying everywhere. A safe has exploded completely. As for what was inside, it's probably gone now. Looking at Yushi's angry face, it's clear he came for what was in the safe. None of you will get it. The researcher under Yushi's foot is brave. He lifts his head and glares at Yushi with a fierce look, proud and confident. But his pride is short-lived, as Yushi stomps his head, crushing it. Ran thinks headshots like that aren't beautiful. He looks away and surveys the scene. Most of the people inside have been cleared out by Yushi. The few remaining are huddled in corners, trembling and clutching their heads. Don't kill me, don't kill me, one woman pleads fearfully. It seems the situation here has been resolved. Should they leave?
No.
Ran suddenly turns and walks toward a door. He pushes it open, and it's slightly ajar. Inside, he sees a trembling cardboard box. He walks over and lifts the lid, revealing a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The man's white coat has a name tag on it.
So.
Leader Zhang, do you have anything to explain? Ran kneels and asks, Who are you all? Do you know what this place is? We're working for the city lord. The man replies, You can't treat me like this. He looks angry and tries to intimidate Ran. I'm not easily scared. I've been beaten, the man says. But you can't beat me, so I think you'd better tell the truth. Because physical pain isn't pleasant, right? Ran asks, but his eyes are fixed on what the man is holding. His clothes are puffed up, and it seems he's hiding something inside. Seeing Ran's gaze, the man's face turns pale. He naturally understands the situation now. More importantly, he had signed a confidentiality agreement when he came here. One of the rules was that nothing that happens here can involve the city lord. He was surprised to learn that the experiments here were related to the city lord. The city lord cannot save himself. In fact, if the opponent finds out, it might cause his death even sooner. What's in your arms? Ran, who doesn't steal and just wants to be a good person, asks. Nothing. But the person still denies, and Ran feels helpless. He reaches out directly, and when the team leader tries to dodge, a strange plant appears beside him. A bright red flower opens its big mouth. Inside the big mouth are all sharp teeth. Drool drips onto his head, causing a sharp pain. The drool is corrosive. His already sparse hair is now completely missing in one spot. While achieving the Mediterranean milestone, he dares not move. Ran, who uses force to threaten, naturally succeeds. There is a black box. The wooden box has a heavy, textured feel. But when opened, all that can be seen is a seed lying in cotton. The pale seed carries strong vitality. Seeing this seed, Ran feels as if the system is trembling in his mind. This seed is unusual. At that moment, Ran senses a danger behind him. A knife is pointed directly at him. The blade is long and smooth, passing close to his body. Ran is unharmed, but the poor team leader is cut in half. Now, he doesn't need to worry about his Mediterranean milestone anymore. Ran rolls forward to dodge the attack. Looking at the door at the back, Ran isn't surprised by this backstab. So, you're after this thing? Holding the seed in his hand, Ran asks Yushi. Your subordinates, they were also captured because of your arrangement, right? Maybe those subordinates are sacrifices of Yushi. All for this one thing. It's just a seed, but it has such a powerful attraction for Yushi. Seeing Ran dodge the attack, Yushi doesn't stop. He strikes again, but this time, Shi Yen blocks him. Vines shake and protect Ran. But the vines are cut into small pieces and fall to the ground quickly. The knife in Yushi's hand is just an ordinary weapon. But in Yushi's hand, it looks sharp and dangerous. He comes to Ran's side and looks at the seed in Ran's hand with a calm voice. Don't you want to ask what the seed is for? Maybe it's just a feeling, but Ran senses a sense of watching a good show. But Ran doesn't speak. He is busy dealing with Yushi's attack. The bullet was split open, and even the sharp thorns of the cactus were hard to get close to. But with the wall fruit present, Yushi couldn't attack himself easily for a while. It was clear that both sides were stuck in a deadlock. However, judging by Yushi's stance at the door, it seemed he was determined not to give up on the seed. Ran, what do you think about the fallen seed? What kind of existence is it? After flicking the corner of Ran's clothes and catching it in his hand, Yushi suddenly asked, Is he trying to switch from force to verbal confrontation? In the novels I remember, when the protagonist couldn't beat the villain, they would often use this unbeatable trick. Is he trying to persuade with love and kindness? Ran muttered, but still spoke. A bunch of experience points. After all, killing a fallen seed increases her experience points. This thing is very beneficial for her. Experience points? Yushi didn't quite understand what Ran meant, but then he smiled. For me, these fallen seeds are both peers and tools. Human medicine trying to control these fallen seeds is a pipe dream. Even if humans had hundreds of years, they would never succeed. But in nature, these species restrict and balance each other. Animals, plants, humans. Why do you think none of these three escaped the original mutation? Ran, all things are in balance, and the solution lies in the middle of them. As he spoke, Yushi looked at the seed in his hand. What you hold is what they've been desperately seeking all these years. Humans, fallen seeds, even those puppets outside, they're all for this.
With it, I can
control the fallen seeds for your use? Ran suddenly interrupted, breaking his passionate speech. She reached into her ear, feeling she had heard enough. Honestly, I'm not interested in your goal. Anyway, you come and go just killing and killing. I can't agree with such a low-level goal. This seed can truly control the fallen seeds, right? Ran asked, but she already had an answer in mind. Her peripheral vision caught Xian nearby. She had been very low-key this time. Even when facing Ran's gaze, she remained unmoved. But Ran clearly remembered that not long ago, Xian used a plant to control those fallen seeds. Although that fallen seed was accidentally killed by herself. But that scene was enough to shock Ran. Using the fallen seed to control the fallen seed. Yes, Ran doesn't think the seed in her palm is an ordinary plant. If it were ordinary, it would have been trampled underfoot long ago. Instead, someone is trying to cover their ears and pretend it was destroyed. Your goal all these years has been this. Now that your plan has succeeded, you're the ones feeling guilty. Ran doesn't believe that Yushi wasn't involved in this plan. Clearly, Yushi already knew everything. It's not about protecting subordinates. Bah, those subordinates would probably be angry if they knew. Sure enough, you can't hide it from me. Faced with Ran's strong attitude, Yushi puts down his sword. He wipes the blood off the sword on a nearby corpse. Yushi's tone carries a hint of regret. If anyone's to blame, it's those fools' stupidity. Back then, the first-generation experiment participants managed to escape. To avoid making a big fuss, the plan was paused for a long time. Only recently did we restart it. But waiting has also brought some results. Ran, it was you who gave us inspiration. Her words made Ran want to argue. She doesn't want to be some goddess of illusions. Plants and humans are actually similar. Their branches, roots are like the nervous system in the human body. But what would happen if we put these two networks in one body? Plants would win. Do you know? Plants have such strong survival ability. Even in the body of the fallen seed, they refuse to be eaten and keep expanding their roots. Little by little, filling the bodies of the fallen seeds with their tissue. At this point, Yushi suddenly throws a file to Ran. She opens it, and several photos come into view. They are distorted, strange pictures. Two pale plants are entangled in the photos. From their shapes, it looks like an animal fallen seed. But on the head of this fallen seed, flowers are blooming. Its body is wrapped in thick stems. The limbs are also like this. It looks like a game of tying up, with dense roots that make it hard to breathe. Surprisingly, even this parasitic fallen seed is still alive. The eyes in the photos are blood red. Through the photos, you can feel the terror of this creature. The next few photos are almost the same. The only difference is whether the parasitic seed is an animal or a human. Various types of plants have taken root, parasitizing these bodies. Two different creatures have surprisingly achieved a strange coexistence. Animal strength, plant immortality. This is a miracle from heaven, so perfect. Yushi was still admiring, but Ran poured cold water on him. Unfortunately, you still failed, right? It's a joke. If they had succeeded, human cities would have been taken long ago. He couldn't believe he was still here listening to the others brag.
Hee.
Yushi was not angry, but nodded in agreement. Yes, we failed. Coexistence was achieved, but only for a short time. These records show they only last about 10 days before dying. No, it's more like withering. Like in autumn, they start to fade, shrivel, and turn yellow. No matter how much nutrition is added, this change can't be stopped. They all died together. The experiment failed. And I am just here to take back what should have been mine. The topic shifted and Ran blinked. Seeing the confident look on the other's face, Ran retracted her hand. What can you do if I don't give it to you? She waved her hand, and a few peas appeared in front of Ran. Line-up peas might not kill the other person, but they can be annoying. If you don't give it to me, he will die. Yushi suddenly pointed at Shi Yan. This answer made Ran gape. She looked at Shi Yan with disbelief and full of disappointment. You guys are working together. How can you deceive a pure girl like this? I trusted you so much, boo-hoo. Feigning tears, Shi Yan's mouth twitched. I have nothing to do with him. Use your brain a little. Even though Shi Yan knew Ran was doing it on purpose, he felt a bit of a toothache. But the handsome boy's face was pale now. That wasn't fear, but more like weakness after being drained. Your friend won't last long.
Yushi pointed this out.
His gaze at Shi Yan was filled with admiration. Back then, you took advantage of everyone's oversight and left with the first-generation test subject. I've been looking for you for a long time, and now you've come out yourself. Is it because your body is also withering? Unfortunately, there's no solution here either. Why not kill her and come with me? I might be able to save you. After all, we're the same kind. Ran was about to cry again after hearing this. Such a charming young man, but it turns out he is not like me. You are not human. Ran stared at Shi Yan, full of resentment. Sure enough, beautiful things seem out of reach. Sniff, sniff.
You.
Shi Yan was amused by the anger, but his expression quickly changed. Don't worry, I won't betray you. The anger disappeared, replaced by gentleness. His eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting Ran's figure. Faced with Shi Yan, Ran rubbed her arms, speaking more sadly. Please give me back my Shi Yan. You're not him. With Ran's playful attitude, Shi Yan's face twisted a little. Enough. But in the end, it was Yushi who scolded her. Now that Yushi finally had a serious look, he stared at Ran calmly. No matter how much you fuss, I must have that thing. If you don't want to suffer, hand it over. Yushi reached out as if to take it for free. Ran pouted. What does fussing mean? She was just telling the truth. She was very reasonable. But Yushi clearly didn't want to argue more. He ran his palm over a blade, cutting a slit. This self-harm made Ran feel a toothache. But actually, Yushi was enchanting the blade. The blood on the blade made it even sharper. A cold aura hit her face. Ran stepped back and saw the blade slashing toward her. It was powerful and unstoppable. Yushi was serious. And facing Yushi, Ran was still a bit short. P bullets kept being blocked. Even with Frost P, she couldn't do much to the opponent this time. The opponent was too fast. His body was incredibly agile. As Yushi approached, the space for Ran to move became smaller. She was already underground, with nowhere to escape. It looks like you're going to be buried with me, Ran said to Shi Yan beside her. But Shi Yan froze for a moment, then smiled at her. It won't happen. His tone was gentle, but his eyes became firm. We are friends. Then Shi Yan surprisingly stepped in front of Ran. Countless roots grew from Shi Yan's body. Those roots seemed to have their own minds, directly confronting Yushi's blade. If one root couldn't do it, then twist them together and work together against Yushi. At this moment, Shi Yan looked like a monster from the outside. The photos are very similar to those in the data. Combining with Yushi's words, Shi Yan was one of the first test subjects here. At that time, experiments were done using people. After some progress, the test subject escaped. But now, the first generation has returned. Ran suddenly realized something very important. How old is Shi Yan now? From his appearance, he looks like a teenager in his teens. But at that time, he managed to plan a solo escape, so he couldn't be too young. This means Shi Yan might look like a child, but is actually a grown man in his 30s. No way. A pure and beautiful young boy suddenly turns into a scary old man. Ran felt overwhelmed by this shock. More importantly, looking at Shi Yan's back, Ran felt a bit sad. If he were still the same person from before, he could easily sell him out. But now, this is Shi Yan, who says he wants to be friends with him. Taking a step forward, Ran threw out a seed. It was a pumpkin. When the pumpkin attached to Shi Yan's body, it formed a suit of armor that covered his skin perfectly. When Yushi's sword brushed past Shi Yan's arm, it didn't leave much mark. The pumpkin, as a defensive plant, worked very well. That's really powerful, Shi Yan praised, his sincere expression making Ran feel happy. Indeed, a pure and beautiful young boy is more likable. As for the old man's personality inside him, he should keep it hidden. Thinking this, Ran threw out a few more seeds. They aimed at Yushi. Knowing Ran's skills, Yushi stepped back to avoid the seeds. The seeds landed and turned into small mushrooms. The purple-blue color looked very magical. The mushrooms could hypnotize. Just touching them would make the target a puppet of Ran for 5 minutes. But clearly, Yushi's caution helped him escape this. However, Ran didn't seem ready to give up. He threw out a few more seeds. Yushi retreated further, reaching the door. His back hit the wall, and he saw Ran smirking at him. That look was a bit proud. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. The wall had been tampered with. In the previous fight, the wall was already cracked. Ran took advantage of Yushi's distraction and moved some seeds into the cracks to hide. The small seeds were hard to notice. But this time, it was easy for Yushi to fall into the trap.
You.
Turning his head, the long sword fell, but suddenly stopped in midair, because a thick layer of ice appeared on his body. Frozen mushrooms. The effect was quite impressive, instantly sealing Yushi inside. However, Ran knew this was only a temporary measure. Let's go. She pulled Shi Yan and quickly ran outside with him. As long as they left this place, there was still a chance to survive. But Ran's thinking was too simple. Just after crossing Yushi, she heard the sound of the ice cracking behind her, each sound hitting her heart like a hammer. Ran pushed Shi Yan to signal him to leave quickly. But she herself was targeted by Yushi. That strike felt like no matter how she dodged, she couldn't avoid it. When the sword sliced through her back, the tearing pain made her face turn pale. She spat out blood, and her body flew backward. Not far away, Shi Yan saw that the orange pumpkin covering Ran's body was torn open directly. Yushi's sword shimmered with a faint glow. That glow made the pumpkin's defense seem a bit weak. Fortunately, it saved Ran's life. Struggling to stand up, Ran faced Yushi again, looking worried. Her plants were obstacles to Yushi, but not impossible to break through. A peace shooter, responsible for holding Yushi back, had lost its head. The remaining bare stem looked especially pitiful. Ran lost control of that peace shooter. A big sacrifice had been made. If she hadn't reacted quickly, her dual-gun peace shooter would have met the same fate as her brother. Just one knife was enough to undo all her hard work over so long. It showed that Yushi's strength was still beyond what Ran could handle at this moment. He was truly a monster. But Ran refused to give up. Her wound was healing quickly. Thanks to her enhanced body ability, this minor injury was not serious. Yushi also clearly noticed this. He couldn't help but smile. It was a predatory smile, just like before. Last time, when she saw this smile, Ran was taken to his territory. But this time, Ran didn't want to compromise. Draw the lottery. In her mind, Ran shouted this to the system. She had 5 types of plants for the lottery, and she had already met the requirements when she exchanged for the tomb moss. Her accumulated chances finally had a chance to be used. Drawing in progress. Mental substitute. Using mental energy to create a substitute that takes damage on behalf of the main body. Tip: if the substitute collapses, the main body will also suffer some backlash. Tip: please consider carefully before using. These 2 warnings show how serious the system is. What kind of backlash could that be? Ran asked while already channeling her mental energy. This substitute isn't a visible puppet, but more like a spiritual being. As Ran pours her mental energy into it, a shadow appears on her back. It's a delicate face with a gentle smile. Long hair falls down, but it seems to pass through her mind. Like a spirit behind her, it's just resting on her back. Its lower body is connected to Run Ran. This is how the mental substitute works. From now on, all damage the enemy deals to her will transfer to the substitute. Mild cases, headache, severe cases, mental breakdown. Tip: please use with caution. Again, Run Ran smiles at this. System, are you worried about me? She's known the system for a long time, but this is the first time she's seen it show such human warmth. Yes. After all, it's hard to find a host like you. The system's answer makes Run Ran happy. Maybe it's true that a cooperative host like me is hard to find. She responds, but the mental substitute doesn't disappear. Only she can see the existence of the substitute, but if she doesn't look back, she feels nothing. There's no heavy feeling on her back. It's like the substitute is just a virtual presence. Run Ran waves her hand again, throwing out several seeds. Misty mushrooms instantly release a cloud of fog. Thick fog quickly fills the space. A lantern plant stands beside her, lighting her way. Under her control, only she can see the lantern's glow. Not far away, Yushi faces this change without worry. He twirls his sword in his hand and then steps forward with a strike. This strike is a random test. After missing, he quickly searches for the next target. With Yushi's ability, the fog won't fool the enemy for long. The opponent's sword swings wildly in the fog, tearing it apart with a wide sweep. At the moment he sees Run Ran, Yushi moves closer. His speed is very fast. Seeing Run Ran almost get caught, I noticed a strange thing swaying on the wall behind him. It was about the size of a basketball, with very complex colors on its body. Its appearance was quite unusual, resembling AU. Magnetic mushroom can remove helmets and other metal items from zombies. Note 1 attack power. I am just a helper. Don't expect me to deal damage range. Nearby enemies features. Removes metal items from enemies. Sleeps during the day experience for exchange. 100. It wasn't morning yet, so there was no need to force wake up with coffee beans. The magic of the magnetic mushroom is that it can easily disarm enemies. Yes, disarm. I saw a slash that was meant for Run Ran suddenly shift, as if influenced by some spell. Then it diverted, and the sword struck the magnetic mushroom instead. The small mushroom and the sword clanged with a metallic sound. It didn't break. The U shape turned into an O, crushing the sword completely. The broken pieces fell to the ground, and the magnetic mushroom shook a few times as if showing off. For a moment, even Run Ran thought this mushroom was quite annoying. These plants are somewhat similar to humans, having their own feelings and personalities. For example, a few big peas are mostly steady and reliable. The wall fruit is diligent and hardworking. The carnivorous plant is a bit mischievous, liking to surprise enemies from behind. And the magnetic mushroom is quite the troublemaker. It's cheeky. Run Ran gave a new nickname to the big peas and then saw Yushi's strange expression. Probably, this plant again challenged Yushi's understanding. Even Xian looked surprised when seeing the magnetic mushroom. And when Run Ran saw Xian still standing there, she felt a bit disappointed. Are you stupid? Run. Do you think I work so hard for no reason? Everything a mother does is for. Realizing she was going off topic, Run Ran quickly shut her mouth. But clearly, Xian received her good intentions. However, she was not willing to accept them. Maybe it's because she's in her rebellious teenage phase. We go together, no matter what. Such a heroic statement was truly touching. But Run Ran felt like crying. Wah wah wah. She tried so hard, and the other person didn't appreciate it. Now she even wanted to die together. Xian hurriedly moved to Run Ran's side, showing no intention of running away. Do you know what's going on? Xian asked with a hint of apology in his tone. Know what? Do you know that the uncle inside your body has bad intentions, trying to you here? Or do you know that the kind uncle wants to use you to get a chance to survive? Or maybe the perverted old uncle, who is much older, is pretending to be young like you and having fun doing it. Although Run Ran didn't say anything, from her expression, Xian understood everything at that moment. He chuckled softly. Brother, I knew Ran would figure it out. Ran? When did they become so close that they could call each other by nicknames? Ran wanted to complain, but then she felt embarrassed. It turned out that the person inside the body wasn't a scary uncle, but a mean big brother. This setup feels even more exciting. A strong brother protecting his weaker little brother, even if it means tricking innocent, pure girls into dangerous places. Thinking about it this way, it's quite touching. Should she help them? No way. Ran rolled her eyes and forcibly pulled back her thoughts. After all, losing her weapon, the leftover part, didn't mean she was helpless. When her weapon was taken away, Yusha simply dropped his arms. Yes, that arm, which had been broken several times but remained intact. Now, that arm was changing shape. Little by little it was like rubber, trembling. The flesh-colored arm was gradually turning into several tentacles. Those thick tentacles made Ran think of a giant octopus. But that octopus could be eaten, and the one in front of her wanted to eat people. Facing Yusha's mutation, Ran wasn't surprised. His body had survived a pepper blast and a cherry bomb. That wasn't just luck. He must have extraordinary abilities. Like now, transforming right in front of her. But this transformation was a bit ugly. Actually, you could be more handsome, Ran suggested. A handsome guy with such a good face. Why would he want to play with tentacles? She felt as if the octopus tentacles twisted a little. But such bizarre limbs weren't meant for her to mock. Yusha didn't reply to Ran. He acted directly. Small tentacles scattered and attacked both of them, covering them. They wriggled like snakes, twisting wildly. But the mucus on these snake-like bodies was disgusting. When those tentacles touched the wall fruit, Ran was surprised. The wall fruit, like ice cream, melted quickly in the heat. This yellowish ice cream made Ran feel very sad. She didn't even have time to take it back. Another of her big ones sacrificed itself. The wall fruit was useless. When Ran realized this, she understood that this battle would be very difficult. Peas kept shooting, breaking some tentacles. But the ability of these tentacles to grow back was very frightening. Their numbers didn't decrease at all. With just this, the enemies seemed to have the upper hand over Ran. I'll help you, Xian said. Then suddenly some green leaves started growing on the wall. Soon, pure white flowers bloomed. A faint fragrance was smelled by Ran, and she felt her body's energy flow faster. The plants had a supportive role. Ran felt a lot more relaxed, but her face looked a bit awkward. Will this thing also work on him? She hoped not to give the enemy an advantage.
No.
Xian looked at Ran eagerly, seeming a little sad. Faced with this cute look, Ran felt moved. So she took out a 3-leaf clover and patted it. The tall 3-leaf clover covered both of them below. Usually the 3-leaf clover could only away attacks from the air, but now it looked a bit stronger. The 3 leaves seemed thinner than usual, but the edges were very sharp. The 3-leaf clover, strengthened by sunlight, made its debut. The best defense was naturally to eliminate all enemies. Following this idea, the 3-leaf clover started spinning rapidly. You know those electric fans, right? Well, it had nothing to do with fans. It was a super meat grinder. Once those tentacles got close to their heads, the 3-leaf clover would pull and cut them. The broken pieces of flesh rained down, then the 3-leaf clover blew them away again. Seeing the ground full of flesh bits was a bit disgusting. Ran didn't expect that this evolved 3-leaf clover would be so fierce.
Ugh.
She felt she might not want to eat meat for a few days.
From she saw Yushi.
He was still staring at her. His gaze was very calm. Even though the 3-leaf clover was crushing the tentacles, Yushi didn't look worried. His calmness made Ran feel something was wrong. As the saying goes, crow's mouths, some things are very mysterious. And right now, Ran was experiencing something mysterious. What's that thing? Shi Yen pointed to the ground ahead. Some broken pieces of flesh were piled together, and the blood-red meat began to move. Little by little it grew. The torn flesh pieces fused together, and soon a hand appeared inside. In just a few breaths, those things reassembled into a residual body. Yes, another residual body appeared. It was like a clone of the other. Could it be that the existence of the other can reproduce endlessly? No, that's not right. When Run Ran saw the expression on the fake residual body's face, he knew this thing had no soul. It was just a puppet with the appearance of a residual body. But this puppet caused trouble for Run Ran, because there were too many. The meat on the ground was writhing, as if another residual body could grow at any moment. Run Ran was forced to stop the clover from dismembering further. The pea's bullets hit the puppet's forehead. No blood appeared. Instead, a white liquid flowed out. It looked like plant sap. What is this? Run Ran watched the scene, confused as he looked at the animal-like body of the residual. The other wasn't human, but not a beast either. So it really wasn't a thing. At this moment, the puppet collapsed. Just when Run Ran thought this was easy to deal with, the puppet twitched a few times and then stood up again. Good. An indestructible being. As space was compressed, the pressure on the pea increased. The clover could no longer be used. Run Ran stood still, holding a short knife. Through the crowded puppets, his gaze met the residuals. The other's determination never faded. I'll give it to you, so why cause such a fuss? Run Ran muttered, reluctantly throwing the seed he just obtained. Xian's pupils trembled slightly, but said nothing. When the pale seed was thrown out, the residual's eyes involuntarily looked over. That moment was a distraction. Run Ran immediately killed the nearest puppet and ran with Xian. Using distraction as a tactic was very effective, but he had no better tools. When the residual caught the seed, the joy on its face hadn't even fully appeared. Suddenly, white liquid slid off the seed, revealing a gray-brown core. It was a fake. That white substance was the same as what was on the puppet earlier. It was using its own puppet to deceive him.
Huh?
The residual laughed. He knew Run Ran had many tricks, but he didn't mind. He just chased after him. The army of puppets followed behind Run Ran like they were free of charge. Having brought Xian to the upper area, Run Ran suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not because of anything else. A group of fallen beings, whose bodies were painted pale, had been waiting here for a long time. So, Yushi wasn't in a hurry. Give him to her, Xian said softly. He glanced at the other person with a gentle smile on his handsome face. Actually, I deliberately led you here. Because I want to live. But you're my friend. I can't let you die here because of me. It was a very noble-sounding statement. Run Ran listened, but didn't feel moved. Where is your brother? He told you to say that, right? Xian was stunned by the question. Then he smiled. That smile was no longer pure, but carried a hint of charm. His gaze fixed on Run Ran with curiosity. How can you tell the difference between us? They believed their bodies' transformations were flawless. But this woman could see at a glance that this wasn't really Xian. Maybe because I looked at you and felt no attraction? Run Ran thought to himself. After all, a scheming older brother wasn't his type. He can't help you, so I came out. And that was indeed something he told me to say to you. When Run Ran and his group appeared in the botanical garden, his first thought was that these people had come for them. So, killing them was the plan. But it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Those people just wanted to settle here. And when Run Ran's plants grew, Xian became curious. No matter how much her brother tried to persuade her, Xian still got close to Run Ran. Run Ran's plants had life and thoughts, unlike ordinary plants. At first, he thought Run Ran was also a product of those experiments. And she was healthier and stronger than them. So he wanted to lure Run Ran here to help him find a way. As Yushi said, his body was withering, and Xian had less and less time to appear. But now it seemed that this had nothing to do with Run Ran. Instead, their schemes had put her in a difficult situation. It was her brother who fixed that radio years ago. It was also her brother who lured Run Ran here. And it was her brother now. Xian's resistance was weak, but once he knew that Run Ran could tell who was real and who wasn't, disguises became pointless. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Xian clenched his fists, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, it seemed as if the wind had picked up. The sound of rustling filled the air continuously. It was the movement of the surrounding plants. Among the flowers, it seemed as if countless monsters were hiding, writhing, and suddenly striking. Some plants suddenly became fierce, more aggressive than before. Long branches curled around unsuspecting fallen creatures. Thorns pierced their bodies, blood flowing out. All the flowers, grass, and trees came to life. A tree swayed its crown, its leaves falling like blades, cutting the necks of the fallen ones. The ground bulged upward. Strong roots underground pulled the fallen creatures down, and the ground started to bleed. The plants fought fiercely and cruelly. Thinking of her own big children, Ran sighed. She felt that the other side's methods were even more tempting. It was also because of Xian's outburst. The fallen ones couldn't defeat Ran easily for a while, but it was almost impossible to hide this commotion. Some natives in the black market had already noticed what was happening here. Some didn't want trouble and stayed inside. Others watched from a distance, ready to jump in and take advantage. The news must have spread, so the other enemies would probably arrive soon. But maybe it wouldn't be the city lord coming. Ran stood beside Xian, working together to clear space for herself. Is it difficult to leave? Not impossible, but not immediately deadly either. Yushi had already come out. The puppets disappeared, but his arm hadn't returned to normal. The drooping tendrils on the ground twitched occasionally, as if alive. The sticky liquid smelled a bit fishy. Could it really be seafood? Ran thought, then saw Yushi strike again. His speed was very fast. Ran almost didn't react before the attack hit her face. A pumpkin exploded. A blood hole appeared on her shoulder. If Ran hadn't twisted her body at the last moment, her head would have exploded. Yushi didn't seem to want to wait any longer. His gaze looked into the night, showing some fear and irritation. Clearly, he didn't welcome the approaching person either. Maybe we should go out and fight again later, since I don't want you to team up with him, and you don't want me to be caught by him, right? Ran suddenly spoke with a bright smile. She also signaled Xian not to stop attacking. She helped support Xian's trembling body. Even though she tried to hold back, Ran still sensed her opponent's body was weak. It was like a plant. On the surface, it looked lush and full of life, but underground, its roots had already rotted. Xian couldn't hold on anymore. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled slightly. Thank you. Her body trembled a little. Ran looked at Xian. Can you two brothers stop scaring people, okay? Suddenly, there was a switch in personality, with no warning. She would be frightened. It's possible. It was Yushi who spoke. Ran, and Yushi really agreed. But when Ran saw the other person's expression, she knew they hadn't finished speaking. Give me the seed. Otherwise, I don't mind teaming up with him to destroy you first, and then run away. She used the word run away. Ran could imagine how powerful the martial arts master was. Yes, this is a city. It's a human territory. Whether it's someone like Yushi who has fallen, or her, a wanderer, or even two different kinds of outsiders, none are welcome here. So, the martial arts master has the advantage of perfect timing and location. He can even use others to do his dirty work without lifting a finger. In fact, Ran noticed a few more eyes around her. The fog in the black market suddenly stirred and then dispersed. The street suddenly became very clear. Ran also saw the man in a white coat. Ran slightly parted her lips. Maching said his master was an old man, so why was the man in front of her a middle-aged man? Is he regaining youth? Seeing Ran's gaze, Li Xiaoyang felt a mix of emotions. It was this girl who brought her junior out of danger. But he was now standing on the opposite side. He had been trying hard to delay time. All of you stay here today, Li Xiaoyang said sternly. His teacher wouldn't personally show up for such things. And this trap was originally set by his teacher for Yushi. Ran's appearance was an unexpected surprise. Her teacher's message was clear. Since she was here, she might as well stay. Just one sentence. Ran felt a tense, deadly atmosphere spreading across the street. The customers and shop owners on the street stared at her and Yushi with eager eyes.
So,
This was actually the martial arts master's lair, and these people were his subordinates. Her every move was watched closely by the other side, but she didn't feel sad. She still had a smile on her face and winked at Yushi. Old foxes are still clever. You're not quite there yet. Taunting tone suited Ran's personality. Yushi did not speak. His subordinates had already protected him. Looking at the number of people among the three sides, Ran only had 2 people, clearly at a disadvantage. But Ran showed no sign of panic. Come on, fight me if you dare. Her teasing voice made Li Xiaoyang twitch a few times. Does this girl not see the current situation clearly? Actually, the mental clone was still intact. Ran was confident she could withstand the first attack. As for why she chose to face it directly, of course, it was to escape. Next, she suddenly shouted at Yushi. She threw a seed out. The white seed was very noticeable in the dark night. Li Xiaoyang's breathing grew a little faster. Of course, the seed couldn't fall into Yushi's hands. With just a glance, his subordinates moved to block Yushi. They immediately started fighting. In the black market, unrelated people quickly left, not wanting to get involved. There were constant explosions in the black market. Boss Su, hiding in her shop, trembled. Her instincts told her that these noises were caused by those 2 troublemakers. Thinking about how they might retaliate, she shivered. No, she couldn't stay here. What if those 2 troublemakers came back? Thinking of this, Boss Su quickly took some of her valuables hidden in her shop and left. Meanwhile, as the 2 fought, the pressure on Ran eased. She directly ordered P to attack the weakest spot. After tearing a path open, she and Shi Yan rushed out. Both sides saw Ran's small move but didn't stop her. Their focus was on the seed. Thanks to this, the 2 quickly escaped the encirclement. Breathing in fresh air, Ran's chest hurt a little. She looked back.
Her clone was intact.
This ability didn't allow me to show my full strength, which is a bit disappointing. Just as Ran was feeling regretful, she saw Shi Yan's eyes widen in shock. She also saw blood burst from her own abdomen. Whatever it was, it pierced straight through her stomach, leaving a fierce wound. Blood splattered onto Shi Yan's face. Shi Yan held Ran's hand, trying to cover the wound.
How?
How is this possible? Yes, even though both of them had just left, how could there still be enemies hiding in secret? Cough, cough. Blood dripped from Ran's mouth as she moved Shi Yan's hand away. Feeling the soft hand, Ran smiled. Yes, she was smiling. Don't worry, I'm fine. The injury was caused, but at the moment it happened, it transferred to her clone. In Ran's view, her clone's abdomen now had a large. There was no blood, but it looked quite scary. When she moved her hand away, Xian saw that the wound had indeed healed.
How?
How is this possible? She still had the same question, but she didn't have time to answer. Her eyes looked toward an alley. The attack came from there. It seemed the enemy had been lying in wait for a long time. That shot was aimed to kill. Unlike normal guns, Ran didn't sense that bullet. That meant it was a supernatural ability related to firearms. But Ran was not someone to suffer losses easily. She quickly threw a spicy pepper in anger. Having enough experience, she used plants naturally, without hesitation. In just a second, an explosion sounded. The entire alley lit up with fire. A pale, severed arm flew over and landed at Ran's feet. She looked at it with disdain. This thing was a weapon, not a fallen seed. It seemed to be from the remnants of the enemy. They clearly didn't plan to let her go easily. Thinking this, Ran pulled Shi Yan and prepared to leave. Her clone could probably withstand that last attack, but going further would be dangerous. This ability could only be used once every 3 days, after all. The restrictions were really strict. Ran muttered about the system's stinginess in her mind. These abilities are not my rules. The system's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. Before she could comfort Xian, Ran suddenly threw her down. Even so, a sharp sound came from behind her, like an invisible blade slicing her back. A deep wound, clearly showing the bone, told of the danger. Her clone flickered a few times. The shadow turned dark and gloomy. When Xian touched a handful of blood and was about to say something, she saw Ran get up as if nothing had happened. "Let's go quickly," she said, tossing a cherry bomb along with her words. Another loud explosion occurred, and a leg flew past, nearly hitting Ran.
It was a normal leg.
So, it seemed that Yushi and the martial arts director were letting her go, but in fact, they had a backup plan to harm her. She was still lucky. Her substitute had completely disappeared. Ran finally reached the outskirts of the black market. Just a little further, and she could leave this place. Even sneaking into the lower city was better than staying here. After all, even if those people caused a big fuss, they wouldn't dare destroy the entire lower city. A few loud noises sounded. Vehicles. Ran and Xian exchanged glances, both brightening with hope. This was the perfect time to catch a ride. Suddenly, the screech of brakes sounded loudly. When her vehicle was suddenly stopped, Boss Su really wanted to curse. But when she saw two familiar figures jump into the back seat, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Not these two troublemakers again. Why did they keep appearing? "Let's go. Out of the city." Seeing familiar faces, Ran gave a more commanding order. She shifted slightly, feeling something hard beneath her. She took out a few packages, which contained some gold and silver coins, Boss Su's savings. Without hesitation, Ran transferred Boss Su's wealth into her own. Combining their resources would make her stronger. Through the rearview mirror, Boss Su watched Ran's actions clearly and choked up. She felt heartbroken but dared not resist. These troublemakers. If only she hadn't been so greedy. Thinking this, Boss Su couldn't help but glance at Xian. She saw the other person give her a sneaky, sinister look. Licking her bright red lips with a bloodthirsty expression, Boss Su almost crashed her car into the wall. Finally stabilizing the vehicle, she could only keep driving. She was determined to get rid of these troublemakers. Under Boss Su's grudge, the vehicle sped forward. The people chasing behind stopped because of some gifts Ran left behind. Have you ever seen flower pots suddenly appear on a busy street at night? You might think they are harmless, filled with cute potatoes. But these potatoes are explosive. The combination of flower pots and landmine-like potatoes was Ran's first inspiration. In her own space, she prepared many special moves. Other artists like Ran couldn't do this. But she is becoming more skilled at explosions now. With the sound of sparks behind her, Boss Su's eyes grew more determined. Yes, she must get rid of these two troublemakers. After the vehicle suddenly stopped to block their guards, Boss Su showed a victorious smile. "Now you can get lost." She said it happily, feeling refreshed. But when she turned her head, she saw Ran giving a strange look. It was like she was looking at a fool. After insulting her personality, she still wanted to insult her intelligence. Boss Su was very angry. She got out of the car to open the door and tell those two to leave. But as soon as she stepped out, she stepped on something sticky and unknown. There were some bones inside. It looked like the guard she had just hit. For a moment, Boss Su froze. She thought maybe her brave act of breaking in was noticed too. Looking up, she saw a few surviving guards at the gate, talking excitedly on their radios. One of them looked at her fiercely. Could she go back now? No, if she went back, could she still survive? Suddenly, Boss Su understood what Ran's strange look meant. It turned out she had misunderstood her. The other person was actually kind-hearted. Thinking this, Boss Su got back in her car, started it, fastened her seatbelt, and stepped on the gas. One hand on the steering wheel, the other shifting gears. Her movements were smooth and natural. After crushing the poor body on the ground a few more times, the car emitted blue smoke from the tail and sped away into the distance. Since she couldn't stay here, she could only run away. Well, there's always another place to hide. Comforted, Boss Su's cheeks were already streaked with tears. If she had known it would come to this, she should have packed everything in her shop. God knows how many items she left behind. She regretted her carelessness. The car was speeding along, and Ran leaned back in her seat, relaxing. She felt safe now. The people behind her no longer chased her. After all, outside the city, those people didn't own this land. But then she wondered, was her trip useless? Of course not. Seeing her experience points drop, Run Ran smiled. She hated losing. And seeing Run Ran's mischievous smile, Xian suddenly showed a gentle, shy smile. She seems to have a bad idea. Looking at Xian, who appears quite confused. Ahead, Boss Su wants to reveal his hidden intentions. This is definitely not someone he can easily handle. In the city, the black market. The fight is still going on. Yushi dares to come because he has support. His strength alone is enough to overpower everyone here. But in the city, Li Xiaoyang's allies arrive quickly, one group after another. Fortunately, at this moment, Yushi has obtained the seed. Looking at the pale seed in his palm, Yushi's eyes show some happiness. As long as he gets this seed, today's sacrifices are worth it. Besides, not many people died today, right? Among the bodies on the ground, Yushi remains optimistic. Just as he rubs the seed with his finger, he frowns slightly. The normally smooth seed surface has a small bump. It's gray-brown and hard to notice at first glance. While Yushi studies it, he suddenly feels that the bump is swelling. Thinking of something, Yushi instinctively wants to throw the seed away. But he changes his mind halfway and forcibly peels off the brown spot. In just a short time, that tiny bump has expanded. It turns out to be a dark brown mushroom. A mushroom the size of a basin, facing Yushi's face. Thinking about how Run Ran once blew off his arm twice, Yushi's face twitches. It looks like he's about to face this third time calmly.
Boom.
The explosion blows away nearby shops. Li Xiaoyang looks at the situation over at Yushi's side, stunned. What's going on? This isn't his doing. But Li Xiaoyang is smart and quickly guesses it's related to Run Ran. It seems the other side didn't do nothing. Thinking this, he sees someone walking over. Did it fail? He asks coldly. It's the person assigned to ambush Run Ran. Seeing how miserable the other looks, it's clear the plan failed. The other person nods blankly. With their head lowered, their expression is hidden, but they stumble closer to Li Xiaoyang.
You.
Since you're injured, go back. Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. Li Xiaoyang speaks officially, but he has a bad feeling. Then he sees the person in front of him tremble a few times and slowly lift their head. It's a pair of numb eyes. The other's mouth is slightly open, revealing a faint, dreamy pink blue inside the throat. A whimper escapes as the person's throat is blocked. And that thing seems to be a mushroom. Not good. Realizing something, Li Xiaoyang suddenly retreated, but it was too late. He saw a twisted smile appear on that person's face, then suddenly lunged forward. He directly pressed Li Xiaoyang to the ground. Immediately, his abdomen swelled up. Inside, a dark brown substance was revealed.
Boom.
Wow, another explosion. That person's body exploded directly, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. In the crater, Li Xiaoyang lay on the ground, pale as blood. But he was not dead. He stiffly turned his head and looked at someone nearby. It was his subordinate, the person he trusted most. But now, that person was already tragically dead. He died to protect himself.
No.
He was forced to protect himself. At the last moment of the explosion, he pulled his subordinate to safety. To defend himself, the subordinate activated a defensive ability. Li Xiaoyang kept the other person between himself and the human-shaped bomb. He was well protected. Although he was injured quite badly, he was still alive. But his subordinate was already tragically dead. His lifeless expression seemed to remind Li Xiaoyang of what he had just done. Watching this, Li Xiaoyang suddenly smiled. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He grimaced and looked ferocious. After a long while, he got up, his eyes more determined. Indeed, his junior brother was right. He and his teacher were the same kind of people. Wearing a mask for so long, he really thought he was like a sheep. At the last moment, he became a wolf. What's the difference between himself and his teacher now? Some of his subordinates gathered around and helped Li Xiaoyang up. When they reached the crater caused by the explosion in the abandoned house, they found many bodies inside. But only not the body of Yushi. He had escaped. Let's go back, he said coldly, covering his chest with a grim expression. His teacher was right. On this wasteland, there are too many strange powers. As long as people are greedy, they will eventually indulge and greedily take everything. Right now, he really wanted to catch Ran and tear her apart to see how she managed to do all this. After several explosive plants of Ran bombed the black market, the buildings collapsed. Some illegal items were exposed directly. The entire black market turned into ruins. Many cursed Ran's ruthlessness. Outside, Ran was squinting happily. At this moment, Ran didn't know she had gained another crazy pursuer. She simply sensed that the gift she gave to those people had already been received. "Well done," she shouted. Thinking she was being praised, Xian showed a faint smile. When she turned to look at Boss Su, her eyes were cold and full of hostility. "Wow, she's transformed." "No, wait, she's changed her face." Unaware that within Xian's body, there are two personalities, Boss Su, who have completely extinguished her last hopes. Indeed, she is not suited to conquer handsome men. Nowadays, all good-looking men are scary. Maybe she should try someone less attractive. Behind her, no pursuers appeared, and Boss Su, now aware of the situation, followed Ran's instructions without complaint. The vehicle headed toward the botanical garden camp. This trip was hurried and full of plans. As one of Ran's designers, Xian was in the car, taking off her clothes. Faced with this beautiful scene, Ran felt no desire because, under her clothes, Xian's arms looked thin and dry, like withered bark. Touching them felt rough. This was not normal skin. "Counting the time, I probably only have half a year to live," Xian said, her tone a bit sad. "So, that seed can help stabilize your current condition?" Ran pinched her arm and, seeing her shy expression, looked a bit embarrassed. He was really just curious, not thinking too much.
"Yes.
As long as I can absorb energy from that seed, my body can get nutrients and hold on longer." As her body grew weaker, her brother could now appear at any time without her permission. It was also her brother's plan to attract Ran to the #1 city. He wanted to use Ran to get that seed for himself. Unfortunately, the plan failed. But Xian didn't feel sad. After all, friends shouldn't have schemes against each other. "When I die, don't forget me, okay?" Xian blinked, speaking lightly. But she saw Ran staring at her with a strange look. "By the way, if a tree dies, should it be cremated or buried directly? Will it sprout again later?" Her sincere curiosity made Xian momentarily stunned. Seeing Ran's serious expression, she smiled. "Why don't you try it then?" Her eyes flickered a few times before she started talking about her past. She had voluntarily entered the laboratory, because at that time she was already a dying person. He developed an early aging disease and would soon die from exhaustion and loss of vitality. Director Wu approached him with a way to restore his life force. Perhaps it was a desperate attempt, but he believed and became one of the first human test subjects. The experiments were cruel. Under the effects of the drugs, his body grew weaker and weaker, until a seed was placed inside him. At first, his body reacted terribly. It felt like his body was being torn apart, with foreign objects fighting for control in his limbs and bones. An uncontrollable presence appeared inside him. His body nearly collapsed. Fortunately, he held on, and, as some people said, his aging slowed down a lot. It was as if he absorbed the life energy of those plants.
He thought he was about to be saved.
But he soon realized it was only temporary. Within a week, his body started to decay again, and this time, faster. In the end, he took a big risk and swallowed another seed to stop himself from nearing death. Throughout this time, he never asked what those seeds were. Every week, he went through a rebirth process. Over time, he was surprised to discover he had gained the power to control plants. Small flowers bloomed in his palms as he spoke. Xian looked a bit nostalgic. In those days in the laboratory, plants were his only companions. The people there let him study these plants freely. But the experiments on him became more and more invasive. It seemed they didn't just want to observe. One day, he learned their true plan. They wanted to cut him into slices. He didn't want to be a living subject for slaughter. So, while acting very obedient, He used his powers to escape after getting the seeds. To avoid being found, he hid in the botanical garden. That garden felt like his home. All the plants there helped hide him. Time passed, and he successfully escaped their sight. But as the seeds in his hands were used up, his body couldn't last much longer. They said he had about half a year, but in reality, he would turn into a plant in about a week. Maybe a tree, maybe a flower. He would still have thoughts, but he could no longer communicate with humans. He would live as a plant and eventually wither and die in late autumn. Currently, his body is mostly plant, except for his brain, which still belongs to a human. He took out a dagger and cut open his arm. Ren noticed that the fluid flowing from him was not blood, but a pale juice. The half-human, half-plant being is called Xian. However, now these juices seem thin and weak. When my blood turns clear, I will die, Xian calmly said, listening carefully, then spoke to Ren. My brother asked me to use my beauty to tempt you, so you can help me get back those seeds. Hearing this, Ren raised an eyebrow. Actually, you could try. Despite being serious, Ren was thinking about something else. Whether in the old world or in this wasteland, normal plants need sunlight and soil. Soil is everywhere, and if soil alone could provide enough nutrients, Xian wouldn't need to use himself. As for sunlight, Ren looked up at the sky. After the chaos in the city, the sky was beginning to brighten with dawn. The warm sunlight felt comfortable. Could it be that Xian doesn't get enough sun? Or maybe the sunlight here isn't good enough. Thinking of this, Ren's eyes lit up. She quickly grabbed Xian's hand. Seeing the surprised and shy expression that showed he was accepting, Ren felt a bit of a headache. She really didn't mean anything bad. She just opened his fingers and placed something in his hand.
Softly.
Xian, almost closing his eyes, started to get a bit confused. But then he heard Ren's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw a ball of golden stuff in his hand.
It was soft and
fragrant. Xian couldn't help but swallow. He suddenly felt hungry.
Eat it,
Ren said generously. This special sunlight produced by sunflowers is very nourishing for her plants. So for Xian, this plant, it might also have some effect. What is this? His hoarse voice carried a hint of sharpness. Xian's expression changed again. It was obvious that his brother was trying to seek attention once more. I told you to eat, so just eat. Ren didn't like this scheming brother at all and shouted back. His eyes twitched a few times, then Xian directly shoved the thing into his mouth. One bite, then another. It melted like cotton candy, dissolving instantly. Even Ren wanted to try and see what it tasted like. She wouldn't tell anyone that she had tried, and then spent a long time chatting with the toilet. But seeing the other person eating so happily, Ren took out another item and handed it over. Right now, Ren was watching the other's arm. The dry, rough bark gradually softened and stretched out. It was like the old person's wrinkled skin turning into smooth, youthful skin. Well, not really, more like a young man's firm and smooth skin. The signs of withering were disappearing. Xian's strength was also slowly returning. With a bright and lively expression, Xian's eyes sparkled. Ren, you're so kind. That one sentence made Ren shiver a little. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't that scheming older brother. She didn't want to scold him. I'm glad it helps. If it starts to fade in the future, come find me. Ren took on this responsibility directly. Being a beautiful flower is tough. Its blooming period is too short. But instead, Ren was thinking about something else. If this thing is useful to Xian, could it also work for Yushi, or even for those plants that have fallen into decline? Maybe I should try experimenting. Meanwhile, sitting in front, Boss Su listened to a scary story and witnessed something incredible. Her heart was pounding a bit faster. Following Ren away from her hometown didn't seem so bad after all. Amid the joy of the three of them, after a few days of bumpy travel, the vehicle finally approached the botanical garden area.
It was still that mountain forest.
They hid the vehicle and walked in on foot. Are you really going to live here? Boss Su felt a little nervous. She felt she had been too comfortable too early. Does anyone really live in such a primitive place? She suspected it was full of fallen plants. Just as this thought appeared, she saw a sound coming from her side. A branch caught her water bucket waist and pulled her up. Maybe because of her weight, she seemed to have caused some difficulty for the other. The branch creaked under the heavy load. Then, with a snap, Boss Sue fell to the ground. The fallen branch was broken off. Just as Run Ran was about to intervene, she suddenly thought that this Boss Sue might be a unique talent. Maybe she wanted to regain face after feeling embarrassed, so the fallen plant tried to strike back. Her main body also appeared. It was a small sapling. Its pale body was hidden deep in the forest and hard to find. It looked like a young plant. No wonder its load-bearing ability was weak. Run Ran analyzed this, and the big pea shooter had already taken care of the other. A young fallen plant was not enough to impress Run Ran. However, Boss Sue was closely following Run Ran behind. His enthusiastic attitude made Xian stare in surprise. He felt like he should have a bit of a sense of danger. Could it be that he really has to do as his brother said? With shy eyes, Xian looked at Run Ran. Meanwhile, the person facing away from them was smug. As a person, charm shouldn't be too overwhelming. People, especially those with mixed backgrounds, all want to get close to her. But unfortunately, these days, you can't just casually get close. However, Run Ran's good mood didn't last long. Because at such a secret place, someone actually found out. As soon as Run Ran returned to the botanical garden, she saw a crowd arguing at the entrance. Some refugees were crowded at the door, shouting loudly, "Let us in. Please, we beg you, take us in. We're willing to do anything." Amidst the noise, Hong Yi and others saw Run Ran and relaxed a lot. Separating the crowd, Run Ran walked over. "What's going on?" Run Ran and when Lin Xue were there, probably Feng Miao Miao was still with Mo Chun in the laboratory. There's definitely something suspicious about those two. Run Ran admitted she felt a bit jealous. Yesterday, these people suddenly appeared, asking us to take them in. We didn't agree, but they didn't leave. Just now, a refugee was attacked by a strange creature and
died.
Hong Yi was also in a difficult position. As fellow humans, she naturally wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. So, the body of that creature was lying nearby. But these people refused to leave. "How did you find this place?" Run Ran asked, curious about this. Could it be that someone here has thoughts similar to Mo Chen's? "Everything is guided by the Lord," suddenly a voice from the crowd said, making Run Ran almost clasp her hands together in prayer. A man stepped forward. His clothes were a bit messy, but he still looked neat. He was a middle-aged man. His appearance was ordinary, but he gave a friendly feeling. His eyes were kind and even carried a sense of compassion. He wore a cross around his neck. "God told us that there is a chance of hope here. So we came." The man looked at Run Ran and said, with some excitement, "And you are the hero foretold to save us.
Please take us in."
"I will pray for God's blessing upon you, religious followers." This idea suddenly came to mind. Run Ran looked at the other person. The person's waist was quite full, and a corner of a book was visible. Seeing Run Ran's gaze, the man took out the book. It was a Bible. Although the cover was somewhat damaged, the man regarded it as a treasure. He held the book in his hands and then bowed to Run Ran.
"Please take us in."
After the man made this gesture, more people also bowed. Some even knelt down directly.
"Please take us in."
"Please, we beg you." Run Ran turned to the side but found she couldn't avoid so many people kneeling. Her head hurt, so she supported the man. "What is your name? What can all of you do?" She knew she couldn't just close the door and ignore them. If she wanted to develop, manpower was the most important. These people coming to her was just right. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, the man's face lit up with joy. "My name is Louis. She's very good at making things. He can grow crops. If you need farmers here, you can trust him to take care of the fields." Louis introduced each person one by one. He was very familiar with these people. At first, it looked like she was trying to pick and choose. But as long as they were healthy, she was willing to accept them all. From the crowd, A girl's head popped out from behind someone. It was a little girl. Her face was dirty, but she had very pretty eyes. She looked at Ran and smiled at her. Ran admitted she was moved again.
Okay.
With that, everyone cheered happily. Ran made funny faces at the little girl. No matter how old or young, or how good-looking they were, she liked everyone. The gate opened, and a group of people came in, but they seemed a bit reserved. They were excited, but still polite. They looked like a group of good citizens. Watching their backs, Ran squinted. It's nice when someone brings a pillow when you're sleepy. But she didn't know what material was inside the pillow. The increase in people was also good news for these folks. As the facilities in the botanical garden were repaired, they indeed needed more help. And then another issue arose. In the warehouse, Ran frowned as she looked at the shelves inside. Since moving here, she had taken most of the supplies out of the space. Living here, she could say she only received supplies and never sent any out. As the supplies were used up, there wasn't much left in the warehouse. Leaned against the doorframe, Emo-chan lifted his eyelids to look at Ran. His expression was a bit tired. What are you planning to do? Not just the supplies, but some of the medicinal ingredients he needed had already run out. Not in a hurry, Ran replied. Once things stabilized here, she would take people out to find more supplies. Even if they had to grow their own food, it wouldn't be quick to see results. Unless Xian worked himself to exhaustion. By the way, when can you knock that guy out and bring him to my bed? Emo-chan suddenly asked this, as if about to leave. He licked his lips, looking a bit excited. Everyone had heard the general idea of what Ran was doing this time. But the most important details, like Xian's health, few knew about. And Emo-chan was one of those who knew. Now, Emo-chan, who was no longer satisfied just watching plants, wanted to take action against Xian. As for that bed, well, Ran thought it was definitely the research bed. After all, Emo-chan's preferences were still normal. Why don't you ask him yourself? Ran said with a mischievous smile. She hadn't mentioned Xian's brother's situation, so she was curious. If Emo-chan dared to hurt Xian, would that brother give him a beating? From what she knew, that brother was quite hot-tempered.
Ha!
Emo-chan shot her a glance and sneered contemptuously. Don't think he didn't know what bad ideas she was planning. By the way, remember to attend the dinner. Ran called out to Emo-chan, who waved his hand to show he understood. To welcome the newcomers, everyone decided to hold a banquet, sort of a housewarming party. After so much bad luck, it was time to celebrate. She closed the storage, then headed outside. Around a corner, she ran into someone coming toward her. Father, she called out. After washing up and tidying himself, the priest looked even more pure and holy. When he saw Ran, he smiled kindly.
Ah.
The priest responded and bowed again. Thank you, leader, for your kindness. 90 degrees of bowing, expressing sincere gratitude. Ran helped him up. Through his sleeve, she could feel his body heat hot. You're welcome, she said, and after seeing him step back and create some distance, she didn't say much more. It seemed the priest didn't like physical contact. They brushed past each other. A few steps ahead, the priest suddenly turned to look at Ran's back. The smile in her eyes gradually faded and became dull. After a moment, she turned and walked away again. Yes, I understand, said Ran suddenly, speaking to the other side after the priest left. Although no one was around, it seemed like Ran was communicating with something. Everyone shouldn't forget about Xiao Bai's presence. Xiao Bai, peeking out from the wall, was communicating with Ran. Many people knew about Xiao Bai's existence, but few knew what form it was in now. Keep watching for me, Ran said, rubbing Xiao Bai's leaves.
Good job.
Her eyes looked very cold. If those people wanted to join them, she would welcome them. But if they had other intentions, hee. A cruel smile flashed across her face as she responded with a smile. She was thinking about what delicious food she might have tonight. In the main hall, tables were set up. A group of people sat around, chatting happily. In the middle, a woman was dancing. Her charming dance made some men stare intently. Even Emo-chan, usually gloomy and stuck in the laboratory, looked over a few times. But after those glances, his face showed a pained expression. From Run Ran's position, she could see Foam Meow Meow twisting Mo Chen's waist vigorously. That movement looked quite skillful. She wondered how far these two had progressed. Touching her chin, Run Ran saw Hong Yi winking at her. Her eyes seemed to be hinting at something. Next to her sat Shi Yan. Shi Yan, a handsome young man, was smiling brightly. Since his body recovered, his brother hadn't suddenly appeared to scare anyone anymore. But Shi Yan said he had kept his brother locked away. Run Ran rolled her eyes and ignored Hong Ye's hints. Her feelings for the handsome young man were pure. After all, she was kind and didn't want to cling to just one person. She bent down and hugged a girl rushing toward her. The girl's round face was very cute. Her big, clear eyes sparkled. Looking at her now, with a soft, pouty little mouth, she spoke softly. "Big sister Run Ran." Her sweet call melted Run Ran's heart. Holding the adorable girl, Run Ran expressed her affection. Yes, she had a new favorite. A new friend. The girl's name was Xiao Tian, and she was the daughter of one of the women from the group that arrived today. Seeing how much Run Ran liked her daughter should have made her happy. But not far away, under the glow of the firelight, that mother's face looked very complicated. It was as if she was terrified. She opened her mouth, seeming to want to call Xiao Tian back. At this moment, someone sat down beside her. It was the priest. "Don't be afraid," the priest comforted her. Xiao Tian's mother trembled, her hands and eyes trembling as she clenched her fingers and said nothing softly. She glanced over there, and Run Ran asked the little girl, "Is the priest good to you?" In their hearts, the priest was their savior. Without the priest, they wouldn't have made it this far. It was the priest's prophecy that gave them a place to belong. Yes, very good. The priest often visits Mom. He also gives me tasty food. Holding up her little head, the girl became angry again. But Mom always doesn't let me go with her. Humph. Laughed by the little girl's words, Run Ran looked at Mo Chen. Their gazes met briefly, with no real meaning. After eating and drinking well, everyone started discussing an important matter. They wanted to give the camp a name. Since the camp was made up of many parts, it needed a unified name. And of course, this big decision was left to Run Ran. How about calling it Happiness Manor? Run Ran, a little tipsy, squinted and asked. Her waving hand seemed to say, "Let's just decide that." The crowd was silent for a moment. Then Run Ran grinned. 11 City. Let's call it 11 City. She was just joking, right? On the Wasteland, the known cities only went up to 9. Even if they built a new city, it should be 10. But Run Ran insisted on 11 City. The meaning was clear. She wanted this place to be independent from those cities. Her ambition was hidden in her joking words. At this moment, many people looked at Run Ran with shining eyes.
Because they also wanted the same.
Why should they always suffer under those cities? Why couldn't they establish their own order? 11 City. What a good name. Hong Yi raised her glass, her confident look resonating with many. To with it, this is 11 City now. A group of people shouted, clinking their glasses, expressing their passion. Run Ran slightly lifted her head, proud. She dared to say she was drunk, then counted herself out. As long as she didn't say anything, no one would know. Amid the lively chaos, some people remained quiet. The priest sitting beside Xiao Tian's mother looked at Run Ran, who was surrounded by others, with a strange expression. "Remember the promise you made to me." Suddenly, he lowered his head and said something to Little Sweet's mother. The woman shivered a little, seeming a bit scared. At that moment, Little Sweet returned. Seeing her adorable face, the woman looked a bit pale but nodded anyway. "Good, but don't forget what you promised me. This is the last time." Holding Little Sweet in her arms, she blocked the priest's seemingly greedy gaze. The priest looked at the woman's resistance with a smile. "Don't worry, I always keep my promises. After all, God is watching over me." He spoke with a drawn-out tone, sounding strange. Referring to that Lord, his tone lacked any sign of sincerity. The woman seemed used to this kind of priest, and said nothing further. The banquet lasted until midnight. Some people went back to their rooms to rest. Now, in a large building used as a dormitory, the priest and others were assigned to the first floor. Opening the window, you could see the outside scenery. But the view in the dark was filled with a frightening, oppressive feeling. The priest did not close the window. After a while, footsteps appeared outside the window. "Priest, sorry to keep you waiting." It was a man looking sneaky. "Come in." The priest moved aside. Suddenly, the window was shut and the room was dark. In the night, only the faint moonlight outside made it possible to see the surroundings vaguely. "Priest, I checked," the man said. "Now, there are fewer than 50 people with special abilities here. As for Ren, she's a plant-type ability user, said to control some very powerful plants. But they wouldn't tell me more details. They're also mysteriously saying we'll find out ourselves later." The man hiccuped after speaking. He had drunk quite a bit of alcohol tonight, which was stronger than the drinks usually served with the priest. But, thinking of something, his expression turned lecherous. "I also asked about those women for you, priest. They're all single and available." This made the priest's eyes light up. Thinking of those women's curvy figures, he swallowed hard. "Be careful. Don't let anyone find out," the priest warned. The two exchanged glances, and then both smirked. How could they let a woman take control of such a good place? Soon the man left. The window was opened again, and the priest standing by the window didn't notice a small sapling sprouting inside his room. The pale sapling hid in the darkness and gradually disappeared. Inside a house, Ren was sleeping soundly. Xiao Bai came out and saw her owner, but didn't disturb her. Even more thoughtfully, Xiao Bai used a branch to pull Ren's blanket closer. The next day, Ren, who had returned, started to work busily. She pulled Xian and ran around the plant garden. She chose the plant garden because it was suitable for her special abilities to develop. In a way, Xian's control over plants was even better than her own. Now, the plan for the plant kingdom could be carried out. With Xian, those plants would obediently stay in the right places with just a thought. What seemed like ordinary green plants were actually terrifying harvesters in disguise. Among these plants, some of Ren's seeds were buried. Seeds that hadn't been activated wouldn't take up space from fighting plants. Ren looked at the large amount of experience points she was losing and felt a bit distressed. All this expense for her big team was getting costly again. Level 4, 4450/5000. After this period of accumulation, her experience points were close to reaching level 5. Dense roots of plants stretched underground. With Ren's control, Xiao Bai's roots intertwined with Xian's plant's roots. Xian, who understood Xiao Bai's abilities, didn't stop him. It was like two networks connecting together. If any of these plants moved unexpectedly, Xiao Bai would know immediately and inform Ren. Just like. She glanced back, but did not turn around. Xian softly asked, "Do you want me to handle it?" It was quite interesting how those people kept watch. They even changed guards. Since morning, several people had been replaced. They seemed to think this way they could avoid being caught. But in reality, Xiao Bai saw these actions as pointless. This was Xiao Bai's territory. No one could escape Xiao Bai's eyes. No need. Ren bent down and placed a seed on the ground. Don't worry about it for now. It was easy to guess what those people were thinking. But not everyone in that team shared the same idea. So she needed a chance to separate those people completely. After all, she really was short of people here. But to her surprise, that priest was hiding very well, even fooling his own team. Abilities on the Wasteland were strange and varied. In the vegetable garden, some people were studying how to grow plants. When the priest arrived, he was welcomed by many. After all, the few farmers brought by the priest are indeed skilled in this area, which has greatly reduced everyone's pressure. Solving the food problem is now one of the main goals of the 11 cities. Do you need help? The priest looked at a woman and smiled gently. He was dressed in a pure white robe that looked out of place here. But the priest had already bent down and took up the tools willingly. His posture seemed quite skilled. The woman hesitated to refuse, her throat tight. For a moment, she stared at the priest's actions, feeling a bit dazed. The priest seemed more considerate than her own husband. Some things change subtly over time, like the women who enjoy chatting together. Busy with farm work and house chores, they've shared their words among each other. After talking about something a few times, others start to believe it too. The priest is really a good person. Yesterday, I was so busy I couldn't stop, and the priest just happened to pass by. He helped me with the children, and my kids like him a lot. They smile happily. Even when they see my husband, they aren't as happy. I told my husband, and he got jealous.
Such a petty man.
A middle-aged woman was speaking excitedly, clearly very happy. She even winked at the people around her. The priest said that if I don't have time to take care of the children, I can find him. When I don't have the kids, I want to find him even more. Her words carried some meaning, and the women around started teasing her. You little girl, you're so bold. Aren't you afraid your husband will hit you? What's there to be afraid of? The woman looked up with a smile on her face. He's not as good as the priest anyway. Her confident attitude made everyone nod in agreement. Many people echoed her sentiments. The priest is really a good person. Hearing this, Hong Yi, passing by, frowned and looked serious. The women saw her expression and immediately shut up and dispersed. But Hong Yi couldn't make everyone here be quiet. I heard it too, when Lian Xue said during lunch, listening to Hong Yi. She looked delicate and somewhat weak, with a cool demeanor, but many here liked to be close to her. They didn't shy away from talking openly in front of her. Many praised the priest in her presence, words filled with admiration and a strange emotion. And most of them are women, when Lian Xue added. Based on observations, these topics are almost always shared among women. Could it be that the priest specifically asks women for help? Hong Yi smiled and said this, but her eyes looked a bit serious. Something feels off. That priest is usually an honest person who believes in God. Why, after just a short time, did he suddenly become friends with the women? The two looked at each other. Hong Yi asked, should we tell Ren Ran? If the priest really has other intentions, it's better to find out early. Not right now. Let's gather more information first. We can't rely on Ren Ran for everything. Perhaps because when Lian Xue's words made sense, Hong Yi nodded in agreement. But after checking throughout the afternoon, no one spoke badly of the priest. Whenever they mentioned him, it was about how he helped and was friendly. It seemed there was no way to find a breakthrough. Captain Lin. Just as they were about to head home, they saw Lin Jiao. Now in her 30s, her strong physique made her skin look firm and full of vitality. She had a bright and confident aura, truly a strong woman. Lin Jiao is now a captain in City 11, responsible for the farmland facilities. Seeing the two, she approached and greeted them. Do you need help? To ensure future food supplies, besides hunting for resources outside, crops in City 11 also need to be cultivated. So Lin Jiao carries a heavy responsibility. No, it's okay. She shook her head. This morning the priest brought some people to help, so I've been quite relaxed. When the term priest came from Lin Jiao's lips, Hong Yi and when Lian Xue exchanged a glance. Did he do anything to you? Hong Yi asked bluntly, and saw Lin Jiao look at her with a strange expression. What could he do? He's just here to help, and it's not the first time, Lin Jiao replied. I think he's trying to fit in with us. The priest is a good person. With each sentence, Hong Yi's expression grew more serious. But from Lin Jiao's demeanor, she didn't seem to suspect anything was wrong. The three of them talked for a while longer, and Lin Jiao took her leave. Watching her figure walk away, when Lian Xue spoke calmly, could it be some kind of mind control ability? On the Wasteland, supernatural powers come in many strange forms. There are many types of attacks, but strange control abilities are also quite common. It is similar to how she was once controlled like a puppet, almost losing herself. Now, these people seem to be under some kind of control. Not possible, Red Leaf firmly denies. Everyone entering City 11 must undergo a power test. Mo Chen's creations are reliable. According to the initial tests, the priest has no special abilities. Let's wait and see, when Lian Xue exhales. The investigation has no results for now, so the two of them part ways. In the main building, The current place used for handling matters and Mo Chen's research lab are located above. The top 3 floors are Mo Chen's territory. Outsiders are not allowed without permission. However, this area is not guarded against those close to Ran. But now, there is a small problem in this building. Not only Ran has explosive abilities. Explosions during experiments are quite normal. Mo Chen is fine, but his lab is temporarily off-limits. The flames have been extinguished, and someone is injured. Healing medicine has been injected, stabilizing the person's injuries. But the pain has not gone away. When the injured person is carried away, their face looks especially pale, and when Lianxue notices a figure leaving behind the crowd with the injured person. It seems to be the priest. What's going on? When Lianxue asks Feng Miao, Feng Miao, due to her health, has been in contact with medicines for years. After following Mo Chen and learning for a while, she can now operate some instruments independently. Most of the time, she is helping here. I don't know, she replies. We followed the usual procedure for the experiment, but suddenly, there was an explosion. At that time, someone had just been allowed in to deliver materials. When the explosion happened, she protected Mo Chen but couldn't save the person. Fortunately, the injuries are not life-threatening. A woman in the crowd was crying and being helped away. She is the man's wife. Suddenly, there was a crashing sound. It turned out Mo Chen had lifted a test tube, which hit the wall. He was now bending down to pick something up from the ground. It was a piece of glass. It looked like a fragment of a glass bottle. The glass was blackened, with some ashes inside. After looking at it for a moment, Mo Chen narrowed his eyes. He crushed the ashes between his fingers and sniffed, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Someone tampered with the materials. The contents of this bottle were part of the experiment just now. Adding the substance to the experiment caused the explosion shortly after. Given Mo Chen's control over the process, this shouldn't happen. Unless there is a reason behind it. Someone did it on purpose.
But why?
A few people exchanged glances, having an idea. No matter who the other person was, they would definitely find out. But first, they needed to handle today's matter. In the room where the injured man was, they could still hear his soft moans. The room was empty otherwise. The wife, who had returned crying and upset, was not there either. After a while of silence, the door suddenly opened. Someone hurriedly walked in. Father, the priest is here. The woman looked worried. She pulled the priest to the bedside and spoke with a pleading tone. Please help him, Father. The medicine didn't make the wound disappear directly. It only sped up healing. But at the start of an injury, that was when the pain was the worst. Now, the man's half-body was wrapped in bandages, looking a bit pitiful. Don't worry, I am here. The priest sat calmly beside him with a gentle smile. He looked up and placed his hand on the man's forehead. Frowning slightly, his tone was low and sincere, as if communicating with some higher power. God will bless him. God will come and take away his pain. It sounded like a whisper, and the woman anxiously watched. She saw her husband's pain gradually fade from his face.
Oh,
I don't feel pain anymore. The man was surprised himself. He moved his arm, and indeed felt no pain. This is the Lord's grace. The priest smiled. Outside, the sunlight was just right, shining on him and making him look especially sacred. Thank you, Father. Really? The woman choked up a little. She just wanted her husband to feel better. She had hoped to find some pain relief medicine but was told she could try asking the priest.
So this scene happened.
Initially, she was skeptical, but now she firmly believed. Father is powerful and kind. When these words appeared in her mind, she nodded in agreement. Yes, the priest is a good man. While the couple was excited, the priest remained gentle, comforting them both. After a while, he left the room, disappearing outside the door. The priest seemed to head toward the light. In the woman's eyes, a flicker of warmth appeared. Looking at her lying husband, the same was true. After the priest left, when Lianxue stepped out nearby. From her perspective, she could see what was happening inside the house. Interestingly, hidden in the shadows, when Lin Xue saw a few people sneaking away while carrying something. The covered object was actually a mirror. Just moments ago, those people kept adjusting the mirror's angle so that sunlight shone directly on the priest inside. Faced with this man-made holy light, when Lin Xue felt confused. Could it be that nowadays, even believers have learned to fake miracles? After a while, the men in the house seemed to get tired and fell asleep. The woman carefully closed the door and left. She wanted to share what she saw with her friends. After she left, when Lin Xue pushed the door open and entered, the house was quiet and safe. The man's breathing was steady, and he looked peaceful in his sleep, smiling gently. Everything seemed normal. But her instincts told Lin Xue that the priest must have done something just now. Unable to find any problems, she decided to leave for now. The house became quiet again. In the corner, a pale branch stretched out and wagged its head cutely. In the basement, Ran was studying a plant sample. When Xiaobai appeared, she didn't stop her work. With the message Xiaobai delivered, Ran slowly straightened up. "Didn't you notice anything?" Xiaobai nodded human-like. So, perhaps that priest had some secret method she didn't know about. In her mind, cult groups could use brainwashing to achieve this. But those usually took a long time to influence someone subtly. If it only took a little contact, they would probably be sliced open on the research table long ago. The scalpel cut into the plant's outer shell, revealing the full, fleshy tissue inside. This plant sample was still alive. Right now, it was tightly on the table and couldn't move. Ran took a few steps back and gave Xiaobai a look. Xiaobai immediately understood. Something like mycelium started spreading on the ground. It slowly entered the bodies of the plant samples. With Xiaobai controlling it, Ran untied the restraints on the plant. And when the chains disappeared, the plant immediately waved its branches, trying to attack Ran. She stepped back quickly to avoid it, but didn't fight back. Instead, she frowned and watched what was happening. This was in the basement. With Xiaobai here, no one else could come in except herself. And now, she was conducting some experiments here. Those people used seeds to combine plants, animals, and even humans, trying to control each other. In Xian's case, she managed to retain her humanity while also gaining the power of plants. Renjin's idea was, what if they replace the seed with a small white creature? The intelligence of a small white is well known. Renjin, who has spent a long time with the small white, can now understand what it is saying through its body movements. Knowing the small white's strength, Renjin thought, if he let the small white control these corrupted seeds, could he suppress the madness with reason? But this experiment had just begun. Of course, it failed. The corrupted seeds twisted their bodies and struggled to attack. The table creaked and nearly broke. This scene looked a bit cruel, but Renjin watched with a blank face. On the Wasteland, what does it matter if these corrupted seeds use humans as food? Done, Renjin said. The small white's branches stretched out and wrapped around the corrupted seed. Soon after, Renjin heard a cracking sound, like bones breaking. A source seed was spat out and casually thrown to a sunflower in the planting space. Now, the sunflower was growing in large patches. It continuously provided sunlight day and night for Renjin. Unfortunately, the small white wasn't interested in the sunlight. It was more interested in its own kind. Blood seeped out through A. The small white dragged the other, causing the soil beneath to churn, and pulled the corrupted seed away. It was a clean, thorough disposal. Even the bloodstains were covered by the small white. Renjin gave a thumbs up to the small white and didn't linger there. The next test subject couldn't be sent over for now. Although it was a bit unfair to ask the young Xian to catch the corrupted seeds for him, it was all for his future happiness. Renjin, with a smile, hadn't left long when a nervous woman appeared at the door to the basement. Her expression clearly told others she had something to hide. Fortunately, no one else was around. The woman reached out to turn the basement door handle, but it wouldn't open. She took out some tools, fiddled with them a few times, and then the door opened. After this miraculous scene, the woman let out a breath and carefully pushed the door open. The basement had been cleaned and was relatively tidy. But because it hadn't seen sunlight for years, it was a bit damp. Footprints remain on the ground, showing that Ran was here just a moment ago. But besides that, there is nothing else. Is it empty? The woman mutters. She saw Ran come in and mess around here for a long time. She thought there might be a secret, but it was completely empty. Unwilling to give up, the woman steps inside and starts knocking on the walls. From her movements, it's clear she's experienced. But still, she finds nothing. Moreover, at one point, the woman feels a sudden chill. Her body trembles, and she quickly leaves. The door closes, and suddenly a wall begins to shake. Leaves grow out of it. Turns out to be Xiao Bai. Behind Xiao Bai are Ran's equipment. Camouflage. That's Xiao Bai's ability. It disguises itself as a wall to trick others. Near the city wall, Ran suddenly pauses. She looks to her side, where there's nothing. But it's as if she hears something, and she nods slightly. She touches the wall and walks around the perimeter of the botanical garden. It's said that this place was very famous in the past. It covers a large area. It takes Ran half an hour, and her experience points decrease again. She didn't do much, just hid some things inside the wall. After finishing, on her way back, Ran sees a group of people gathered together. There are faint sounds of exclamations. What's going on? Just a cold. Why is she coughing up blood? In the middle of the crowd, a woman sits leaning against a tree, her face pale as snow. There's blood at the corner of her mouth, and a pool of blood on the ground. What's happening? Ran asks. Some people, seeing her, start talking excitedly. The woman discovered she had a cold about 2 days ago. But it was just a minor illness, not worth worrying about. She didn't think much of it. However, the next day, yesterday, her condition worsened. She started coughing, intermittently, as if she might cough out her lungs. Feeling uncomfortable, she went to see a doctor and took some medicine home. That night, her cough was suppressed, and she thought she was fine. But today, she's been feeling dizzy and sluggish. Today was her turn to work, but she didn't want to rest, so she came with her coworkers. Halfway there, she suddenly fell to the ground and started coughing hard. She spat out more blood. It looks quite frightening. Could it be a lung disease? Someone mutters and asks. Ran is not a doctor and cannot help much. She simply supported the other person and took them to a hospital in City 11. Although called a hospital, it is actually a small 3-story building. When Ran helped the person inside, she was surprised. The first floor is an infusion room, usually not crowded. For ability users, minor illnesses like colds rarely happen. Since there weren't many people there, the hospital was almost empty. But now it was full of people. Everyone was receiving an infusion. Looking at their faces, they resembled the woman she brought.
Boss.
A doctor inside ran over and called out to Ran.
Yes.
What's going on? Even though Ran doesn't know much about medicine, she could tell something was wrong. How could all these people get sick at the same time in just a few days? And they all seemed to have the same symptoms. Coughing sounded repeatedly. Some people bent over and coughed up blood. The helpers, used to this, came over to clean up without surprise. After exchanging a look with the doctor, Ran followed him inside. Is it a contagious disease? Ran asked directly. Maybe it's the flu. It often happens in her world, too. And on the Wasteland, it's normal for weak groups to get sick. That's roughly right, the doctor replied hesitantly. But unlike the usual flu, this one is more serious and causes coughing up blood. It's highly contagious. These people only started getting sick in the past few days. However, the flu usually clears up in a few days, so don't worry too much. With the doctor's reassurance, Ran felt much calmer. She looked around, then sneezed and left. Although the flu is very contagious, her body probably wouldn't catch it. Muttering to herself, Ran pushed the matter aside. After all, many people die from illness on the Wasteland every year. Plus, she had just taken in a group of refugees. New arrivals might bring new germs, making a flu outbreak understandable. Here we go again. Many people noticed the flu outbreak, like Hong Yi and Wen Lianxue. But unlike Ran, They weren't focused on the hospital, but on the priest. The two hid in the shadows, watching the priest enter a room to put on a show. Inside was a flu patient, and the situation seemed serious, coughing so hard it hurt the chest. After the priest came and went, the continuous coughing inside suddenly stopped. A faint sound of a woman's happy shouting could still be heard inside. "You're welcome." The priest, who had been sent out by the host, looked up and pointed to the sky. Just then, a ray of sunlight shone on him. His black hair shimmered with a faint golden hue in the sunlight, and his face looked especially sacred. Interestingly, it was evening. The sun had already set, so where was this bright light coming from? The host didn't seem to think much of it. "All is a blessing from the Lord," the priest muttered, then left. After making sure the host couldn't see him clearly, the priest took out a cloth and scrubbed his hands vigorously. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol. The host was disinfecting himself again. Nearby, two people responsible for lighting came over and looked surprised at the priest's actions. "It's just a little flu, Father, you don't need to worry." The priest paused at their indifference. He frowned, looked around, and noticed that in the large city of 11, there weren't many people. Recently, many had caught the flu, but few had gone out. The place felt even emptier. Their words made sense, but the priest had a bad feeling. It was as if this flu was more serious than it seemed. Thinking of something, the priest suddenly smiled. "You're right." He put away the cloth and handed over something. It was a few silver coins. "Thank you." The two took them happily, their faces bright with smiles. They didn't see the flicker of ambition in the priest's eyes. Red Leaf and the other two watched the scene unfold, continuing their task called priest investigation records. But no one expected that, in the wasteland where various medicines were rampant, the flu could actually cause death. In the hospital's morgue, a body lay quietly on the table. The doctor responsible for hospital affairs looked a bit grim.
"Doctor."
"Should we report this?" For so long, the city of 11 hadn't lost many people, yet one person had died from a small flu. If this got out, they might lose face.
"No."
The doctor vetoed. "Go out first." After saying this calmly and closing the morgue door, the doctor put on protective gear. He hesitated for a moment but still put on a mask. There was a look of doubt in his eyes. Records of various flu outbreaks on the wasteland were thorough, and with technological progress, flu was no longer a threat to humans. He had given medicine to all the patients. How could there be a mistake? The doctor looked at the man on the bed with a serious expression. He remembered the other person, the first patient to come for treatment. It was just a week ago. In that short week, the man who looked very strong now had no signs of life. He had died, weakened to the extreme. It was as if his body had been drained. His limbs became thin. His face, gaunt and bony, showed protruding bones. His eye sockets were sunken, and he looked almost unrecognizable. This was wrong. Realizing this, the doctor picked up a scalpel. The blade cut through the patient's chest, opening the muscles. He needed to perform an autopsy to understand what was really happening. But when he saw inside the chest cavity, he suddenly stepped back, dropping the knife. The man's internal organs were much smaller than normal. More than that, the organs were covered with black spots. Looking closely, it was like mold spreading inside the abdomen. The spots were dense and made the doctor feel uneasy. Even the bones were infected with these black spots. The doctor almost immediately understood that these spots caused the man's death. The coughing up blood was just a symptom on the outside. The doctor, sweating on his forehead, suddenly felt weak all over and was filled with fear. This illness. It wasn't just the flu, which meant that under this fast-spreading disease, perhaps the entire city of 11 could be affected. They had no protective measures. He needed to tell others outside. Hurrying out, he took a few steps but then bent over and started coughing. He pulled off his mask, his throat itchy, and his lungs hurt. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing the bright red on the ground, the doctor felt terrible. It's over. That's what many people thought. Who would have guessed it wasn't just the flu, but an unknown virus? But what kind of disease could cause the inside of a patient's body to be covered with mold-like spots? It was as if it was rotting from the inside out. The hospital doors were now locked. Ran stood outside, looking through the window at the desperate expressions inside. Beside her was Emo-chan. "Can you handle this?" Ran asked Emo-chan. All the patients had been brought here for quarantine, and it had only been half a day since the doctor discovered the mold spots. Apart from a few of them, the others who were temporarily safe dared not come close. Known diseases are not scary, but this unknown infection that can kill quickly made many people terrified. Earlier, the lively city of 11 was now quiet, with every household staying behind closed doors. Well, there were some unexpected events. For example, the priest was now going door to door to comfort those who had been overly frightened. It's amazing. After his comfort, people's emotions would calm down. He also said they would cooperate with the city's actions. The city itself is small, with fewer than 100 people. Plus, the quarantine group means not many people are available now. What's your opinion? After giving Ran a look, Emo-chan turned and left. His task was to find out what kind of virus this was. Things suddenly took a sharp turn, which no one expected. But for some people, this was an opportunity. In a corner, the priest watching Ran and Emo-chan part ways looked at the woman beside him. "Are you sure there's nothing in the basement?" "Nothing. I looked carefully," she replied, sounding worried. "Priest, I won't be harmed, right?" Her neighbor was now in the hospital. "Don't worry. God will protect us. As long as you're devout enough." After saying these meaningful words, the priest leaned in and whispered to her. At first, her eyes showed struggle, but soon they became firm. "Priest, I trust you. This is a test from the Lord." The woman left. Confident that his plan had no flaws, the priest lifted his chin proudly. Soon, this territory and the women here would all belong to him. But before long, the priest suddenly felt a tickle in his throat. He coughed a few times, his expression becoming cautious. Seeing no one around noticed him, he quickly left. He couldn't afford to get infected. While Emo-chan was still studying the mold spots, a rumor spread in the city of 11. "Are you saying that people are saying someone deliberately poisoned others, causing this?" In the main hall, Ran looked at Hong Yi. Yes. This rumor had spread from an unknown source. People's emotions grew more agitated. They were shouting to find the culprit. The already tense atmosphere became even more stressful. Since they need a scapegoat, then we will find one," Ran smiled. He knew very well who was behind these rumors. As a naive outsider, he wouldn't be infected by this virus. She still diligently kept an eye on a certain priest. "What's your point?" Seeing Ran's expression, Hong Yi knew she had a good idea. After a moment, a smile appeared on Hong Ye's face. Behind every conspiracy, there is a purpose. If someone poisoned others, what could be their goal? When this question was considered, some people broke apart. Because they didn't want to admit they were not smart. Until someone in the crowd suggested a possibility. Maybe someone wanted to use this incident to gain something. With this idea, the plan became clearer. Those who could benefit from it wouldn't be the patients. The upper class of City 11 was now busy with this matter, likely avoiding trouble. Then, a possibility appeared in some people's minds. It seemed like there was one person, even in this tense atmosphere, who was at ease. In fact, they even gained a lot of trust. Who was that person? That person was the priest. Questions and answers appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. The priest was quite hardworking. Thinking about it, the priest's efforts were quite unique. Most of his efforts were directed toward women. For a moment, some men's faces became very colorful. Ran didn't know if the man was green with envy, but their faces certainly looked green. Although there was no proof that these actions were the priest's doing, the priest sensed the change in atmosphere. Women who should have been very happy to see him started avoiding him. And those men looked at him with murderous eyes. What was going on? The priest didn't understand. He hadn't done anything excessive. He had to suppress his nature for his plan and hadn't hurt any women in the camp. Why did these men behave as if he had done something terrible? The suspicion that he was somewhat green in the eyes of others overshadowed what some called the blessing of the Lord. The priest's preaching became difficult. Meanwhile, Mo Chen's research made some progress. Biological virus? Ran looked at the report in front of her with some surprise. Could it really be poison? Yes, but not human-made. These viruses are very primitive, with no signs of artificial creation. Mo Chen's words were firm. These seem to be natural biological entities. Ran understood what this meant. After all, on the Wasteland, there are many plants and animals carrying viruses. But if such things really exist, how can we find them? The botanical garden is very large, and the plants are abundant. With this doubt, Ran just left the main building when she saw a small head at the entrance. Come here. She smiled and waved, then picked up the little girl into her arms. Why did you come out? Ran asked gently, her tone very kind. Recently, after becoming friends, the little girl often came to see her. But Ran could tell that the little girl's mother didn't seem to like her getting close. The priest came to see my mom, the little girl muttered happily, while leaning in Ran's arms. Every time the priest came, her mother always told her to go play by herself. And she looked quite strict. Oh, I see. Thinking about what the little girl had said before, Ran felt lucky that her father was no longer alive. It seemed the priest was still in a good mood. But such mutual feelings were not something she could stop. Walking with the little girl through the city, the botanical garden was full of plants. There were also some children playing among the plants. But these plants were harmless, after all, Xian was there.
So,
according to Mo Chen, the virus might have seeped in through a place they overlooked. Ran arrived at a spot. This was at the back of the botanical garden near the mountains. Because it was so wild, although it had been cleaned up, few people came here regularly. Tall trees covered the ground. The area was overgrown with weeds. Don't be afraid. Big sister will take you to play. Ran held the little girl's hand and went inside. The plants around were very quiet. The wind rustled through the leaves, moving gently, and nothing seemed unusual. The environment told Ran that no one had been here recently. So, maybe the source of the virus wasn't here. She looked around carefully, just about to give up, when she saw the little girl looking curiously at a certain spot. The little girl was only as tall as Ran's waist, so her view was different. She was looking at a patch of grass. Ran's sister, there's something over there, the little girl said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Ran crouched down. Now she saw it too. Something moved in the grass. She walked over and pushed the grass aside, but apart from some ordinary weeds, there was nothing there. Her eyes flickered, and she picked up the little girl again. Oh, little girl, you must have seen it wrong. Let's go back first.
Oh.
Xiao Tian nodded. She obeyed Sister Ran. But she didn't expect Sister Ran to play a trick. After taking a few steps back, she suddenly turned around and threw something. It was thorny grass. Thorny grass isn't very aggressive, but it's very good for catching things. When it grows, it can quickly form a suitable cage to trap whatever is inside. Just like now. The thorny grass tangled with weeds is shaking. Ran quickly walked over, expecting to find something inside, but it was still empty. Is it an illusion? Ran frowned. She could feel that something was lurking quietly in this forest. Carefully, she looked around. The small white creature hadn't moved closer, so she couldn't get any information. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Ran had to leave. But was she really leaving? Of course not. Outside the forest, Xiao Tian was put down. Next to her was a friendly flower to protect her safety. After making a shushing gesture, Xiao Tian nodded wisely, and Ran quietly moved her steps. She leapt onto a tree. From the tree, Ran carefully observed the ground. There was something there, but it seemed to be a small creature. The forest was silent except for the wind. Under the grass, there was a rustling sound. Something was carefully sticking out its head. It looked around. It seemed the scary human had just left. So it happily wagged its head and ran around in the woods. Humans are the worst. Humph. The little creature was still acting proud when suddenly, it heard a strange sound.
Huh.
It sounded like some creepy person was secretly laughing, and that sound came from above its head. The little creature looked up and saw a human falling from the sky. If plants could scream, Ran thought that the scream from this fallen creature would be deafening. Yes, a fallen creature. It seemed to have self-awareness. It looked like a peony flower from the outside. Pale petals swayed in the air, giving off a sweet, heavy smell. When Ran saw it, the smell grew even stronger. Almost instantly, Ran felt her throat itch. She coughed a few times and reached out to grab the creature. With Xiaobai nearby, Rand didn't find this strange fallen creature odd at all. It's normal for a few little spirits to be born inside the botanical garden. However, even a tiny fallen creature can be quite aggressive. Rand's wrist was cut. The thorns on the flower branches pierced into his skin, as if they were blood. Rand squinted, then pointed his finger at the other, giving a gentle push to the head. Hey, just obey me. He let out a strange laugh. Rand really couldn't bring himself to fight against this tiny fallen creature, which was only as big as his arm. So, you just brought it back like this? In the lab, Emo-chun frowned as he looked at the discouraged fallen creature inside a glass jar. The little plants had drooped, seeming to give up struggling. Next to him, Xian was watching curiously, eyes wide open. He could sense the other's emotions, calm but angry, like a small child. Speaking of small children, Emo-chun looked at the little girl with a cold expression. Aren't you afraid she'll poison you? This sentence had different meanings depending on who heard it. Xian's gaze on the little girl was filled with a hint of hostility, but Ran slapped his head and also left angrily. Ran, however, just smiled. Well, you're here too, right? Yes. Feng Miao agreed. She waved at the little girl and even handed her some candies. Thank you, sister, the little girl cheerfully said, melting everyone's hearts. Perhaps the true friend of women is this little girl. Little Tian, who couldn't understand the adult's words, just quietly ate her candy. The small creature, ignored for a moment, was not happy. Yeezy tapped the glass, creating a small gap in the jar, but Emo-chun's hand pressed down on it. The world darkened, and the tiny roots of the little creature twisted, looking very much like it was sitting cross-legged. Just a leaf is enough. Looking at the little creature, Emo-chun's eyes also started to shine. He would never admit that he was settling for less because he couldn't play with Rand's plants or Xian's. Why not negotiate with it? Ran asked, and Emo-chun swiftly drew his scalpel. The blade was very quick. As soon as the jar was opened, a pale leaf fell inside. The little creature was now incomplete. Ran picked it up. Come on, let's go meet the little friends. The lab was Emo-chun's private space, and even Xiaobai wouldn't come to spy. I imagine that Xiaobai will be very happy when he sees this little fellow later. Let's have a good meal. Perhaps sensing the malice from Ran, the little creature stopped moving. The small flower bud, about the size of a fist, drooped sadly. The basement door creaked open. Brittle, pale branches nearly filled the basement. To Ran, Xiaobai's branches seemed to have grown stronger again. If Xiaobai revealed its true form outside, it might be about 10 meters tall now. A small branch stretched out, but it showed an unhappy expression. Its owner had found a new companion. Feeling Xiaobai's mood, Ran threw the little creature directly over. Here, this is for you. As Ran spoke, Xiaobai immediately became happy. And once free, the little creature saw its kind, and it bared its teeth happily. Yes, teeth. The flower bud opened, revealing a dense cluster of sharp teeth. It looked very much like a carnivorous plant. But unlike those plants, it didn't hide. It wanted everyone to see its big yellow teeth. The little fellow thought it had finally found the right moment and bit toward Xiaobai's branch.
Click.
Don't misunderstand. Xiaobai wasn't the one bitten. It was the little creature's body that was flung away and hit the wall with a loud bang. It was a crisp sound. But the little creature, seeming unbothered, jumped up and kept fighting Xiaobai. Watching this scene, Ran thought these two were just childish kids fighting. But clearly, Xiao Bai was better skilled. Soon after, the little creature obediently followed behind Xiao Bai, acting like a younger brother. You mean it's under your care? Ren Ran asked, seeing Xiao Bai nod.
All right.
Ren Ran didn't mind. This thing was just brought back to keep Xiao Bai company. As for that virus, seeing the little fellow droop its head in submission, Ren Ran thought maybe the virus had nothing to do with this little creature. After playing for a while longer, Ren Ran left. Interestingly, the woman from last time came again. This time, she boldly walked straight in when the door opened. The room was still empty.
No, not empty.
There was an extra table inside. The cold steel table shimmered with a faint gleam in the dim light, making the woman feel inexplicably scared. Suddenly, a sound came from the corner of the room. The woman turned her head to look, but saw nothing. Her body trembled. After confirming there was nothing secretive here, she quickly left. In the corner, Little White was pressing down on the small creature's head, scolding it. The owner wanted to play and couldn't ruin their fun. Don't tell anyone. In the hallway not far from the basement, the priest handed a silver coin to the other person. Seeing the greedy look in their eyes, the priest became suspicious. Could they be trying to deceive him? Otherwise, how could there only be a table in the forbidden basement? Thinking this, the priest's gaze grew doubtful. The woman didn't seem to realize this at all. Suddenly, she shivered. She looked up at the priest with a confused expression and then grinned. All right, I'll take you there, Father. She turned around and headed back toward the basement. This time, no one was inside, but there was an extra chair. A chair. The priest looked at the chair with a strange expression. It seemed she hadn't lied to him. But what was that extra chair doing there? Thinking of this, the priest went to the door, closed it, then reopened it. Wow, there was another movable shelf beside the table. Clack, click. He opened and closed it again. There was a plate on the shelf, as if meant to hold something. Standing at the door, the priest's arm holding the doorknob trembled. His eyes showed fear. What was happening? How could those things appear out of nowhere and in such a regular pattern? Could it be that the place was haunted, making it a forbidden zone? Haunted. God above. The priest couldn't help but shout, then turned and left. In the basement, Little White's figure appeared, branches tapping the small creature beside it, as if communicating. Next time, I'll let you come. Feeling Little White's emotions, Ren Ran sensed something was wrong. Could it be that darkness attracts darkness? No, I'm not that kind of person. But how to explain Hong Yi and Wen Lianshua's behavior? Shortly after she left the basement, Hong Yi found her and brought her here. And on the chair ahead someone was. It was a familiar face. Captain Lin Jiao Jiao. She was glaring at the three women in front of her, her eyes full of anger. You're right. She does have a problem. My Jiao Jiao would never look at me like that. Ren Ran held her chest, acting hurt. She was upset that Jiao Jiao wanted to hurt her. It was only after she met the priest that she changed like this. As the mastermind behind the kidnapping, Hong Yi felt pleased. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll take it as your agreement. What are you trying to do? Soft and fragile, Lin Jiao Jiao woke up. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the people in front of her. Her gaze trembled and even looked a bit teary. She was so scared she almost cried. Her pitiful expression made Ren Ran feel a lump in her throat. Don't misunderstand. She's not that perverted. She just feels a bit sick. Hong Yi and Wen Lianshui gave Ren Ran a look that clearly said, you understand what's going on. Can you imagine a strong, decisive woman suddenly acting like a little girl in front of you? It's quite shocking. Lin Jiao Jiao is a woman who dares to love and hate. She's cheerful and fiery-tempered. Anyone who dares to provoke her, she'll deal with directly. She's probably caused quite a few people to die at her hands. Following behind Ren Ran, she acts very straightforwardly and decisively. When did she start acting so childish? The key is, Lin Jiao Jiao is really crying now. Please let me go. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you treating me like this? Aren't we friends? With these words, Ren Ran almost had the urge to slap her. After a moment of hesitation, Ran secretly turned on her communicator's recording function. Yes, this kind of dark history definitely needs to be kept. It's clear that the other person was influenced by the priest, which made her personality so strange. Hong Yi and Wen Lianxue noticed this and decided to kidnap her directly. After giving them a look of approval, Ran stared at Lin Jiao with a fierce expression. Tell me, what does that priest want to do? Since she was affected to such an extent, it's likely the priest spent a lot of effort. I wonder how much Lin Jiao knows. Priest, what do you want to do to me? The priest is a good person. If you have the courage, come at me. Her voice suddenly rose, and she looked fiercely at the others, no longer crying. She looked quite intimidating, but it was more like a paper tiger that could be broken with a poke. Come at me? Ran's expression became strange. She looked up and down at Lin Jiao, her gaze a bit lecherous, as if she was genuinely tempted by the idea. Honestly, although Lin Jiao is in her 30s, she has a very good figure. Her curves are quite alluring. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. The priest didn't notice that the woman he called Little Darling was tightly clutching his hands, seemingly trying to hold back something. I heard from someone. Hesitantly, Lin Jiao spoke, her voice a bit hoarse, giving her a unique charm. Yes, what did you hear? The priest asked casually, his gaze shamelessly examining her. That look was lecherous, clearly showing he was a scoundrel. I heard that you're flirt. You already have your eye on another woman. Ugh. Why are you still bothering me when things are like this? Her small fists pounded on his back, making the priest frown in pain. But he still held back. He just thought she was venting. Oh, be careful, sweetheart. Who's talking nonsense in front of you? You are my only sweetheart. Of course, he had other special women too. Be good and listen. My heart only belongs to you. The priest comforted her, even lifting Lin Jiao's head, about to kiss her. At that moment, a loud slap came from the door. The priest turned his head immediately and saw a woman looking at him with disappointment.
It was
Little Sweetie's mother. The bowl had shattered, soup spilled everywhere, and the aroma of oil filled the air. It was homemade old hen soup, cooked by Little Sweetie's mother. Perhaps she came to nourish her man. But instead, she saw her man holding another woman and claiming he only had her in his heart. What does that make her? How could you treat me like this? The pale woman leaned against the wall, her face showing pain.
Didn't you say?
If everything went well, you'd marry me? She spoke slowly, her voice trembling with sobs. What are you talking about? I never said I would marry you, the priest instinctively denied. Then, realizing that two women were fighting over him, he felt a bit proud. I only promised that once things were successful, I would give you a status. For you, I used my daughter to poison Ran, and you didn't even want to marry me. You've been lying to me all along. The woman shouted, revealing what the priest had done. Yes, the priest had acted and indeed poisoned someone. But the poison was only aimed at Ran. When he saw Ran interested in Little Sweetie, he made this plan. Actually, this plan is quite good. Because just yesterday, the woman told herself that everything was successful. Just a little more patience. Wait for the slow poison to take effect. Wait for Ran to be unknowingly weakened by the poison. Then he will carry out his plan. His plan is very simple. Without Ran, these people will have no backbone. Plus, the women he has captured the hearts of recently, once he subtly influences them, they will fight bravely for him. Taking over this place would be very easy. Although using a child in this way is quite shameful, the priest feels he has enough courage. Sniff, sniff, look, you lied to me. While the priest was feeling troubled, Lin Jiao also started crying loudly. She pushed the priest away and looked at him with a pained expression. Her face was red from crying, looking very distressed. You wicked person. Xiao Tian's mother then rushed over and grabbed Lin Jiao, starting a fight. The two women immediately caused chaos. Seeing this scene, the priest was stunned. I tell you, the priest belongs to me.
Meaning?
Xiao Tian's mother shouted, acting a bit crazy. And Lin Jiao looked like she couldn't win. Being pushed to the ground, she looked up at the priest. Her eyes, like clear water, made the priest feel very moved. Enough. He pushed the women away and frowned. I never promised to marry you. But don't worry, I won't treat you badly either. At most, you can be my little one. He said this with complete confidence. In the Wasteland, there are no rules of courtesy, shame, or fidelity, and no such thing as monogamy. As long as you are strong enough, having several partners is totally fine. The priest had always planned to enjoy the benefits of many women. After all, he liked many of the top women in the 11 cities. So, after you kill Ran, will you really do what you say? Xiao Tian's mother surprisingly accepted this plan and asked the priest. Of course. The priest instinctively replied. He openly admitted this in front of Lin Jiao. No, not just Lin Jiao. At this moment, the main hall of the 11 cities was filled with many people. Some sat on the ground, watching the screen ahead. What was happening was the recent kidnapping battle. Oh, now it has turned into a murder battle. Inside, Lin Jiao looked up, seemingly in disbelief, at the priest. Why do you want to kill Ran?
She
is my benefactor. Lin Jiao's words sounded uncertain, as if she was hesitating. But her evasive look made the priest smile. He walked over, embraced Lin Jiao, squinted, and looked proud and cold. Do you really think that woman can protect this place? Only I can do it. God is on my side. It's like God sent you to be with me. You will help me, right? Once everything is done, I won't treat you badly. Holding Lin Jiao's fingers, the priest promised affectionately. He put a lot of effort into Lin Jiao because she could easily approach Ran. This is plan B. Lowering her head, Lin Jiao looked into the eyes of that woman. That look carried some frustration. Ran is now poisoned. What do you want to do next? Lin Jiao seemed to give up resisting and asked softly. Leaning in the priest's arms, her tone was very obedient. Wow, so Lin Jia has this trick too. In the hall, Hong Yi was whispering with Wen Lianshui. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Except for those poor souls locked in the hospital, almost everyone from the 11 cities was here. But Ran is fair. Long ago, the hospital staff had been watching this show at the same time. Some people were munching on sunflower seeds, watching happily. It's very simple. After Ran becomes weak, I will take down Feng Miao. Then Mo Chen will naturally obey me. That's the priest's plan. His observations are very detailed. He noticed the tricks between the man and woman early on. Hearing this, Mo Chen's eyes turned dangerous. Feng Miao, standing nearby, smiled as if to say, go ahead. And then, inside, Lin Jiao was still persuading gently. Once I control Mo Chen, I will also take down Hong Yi and Wen Lianshui. These two are very strong, but if I use them, others won't dare to resist. The priest saw the situation clearly. He was talking about Ran's trusted people, the ones in power here. What about me? Next to Ran, Xian blinked and watched. He hadn't even appeared in this movie yet. If others don't listen, just kill them all. The priest sneered and said this. Then he would target Xian. Isn't he just Ran's henchman? The person whose status was downgraded, Xian, suddenly squinted and spoke softly. Hee. Just 2 words, and Ran rolled her eyes. That scheming older brother was back again. From the look of it, if the priest dared to make a move, he might end up the one getting cut open. Is that so? Lin Jiao dragged out her tone, making her expression hard to read. Any more? Her finger lightly touched the priest's neck. That gentle action made the priest feel very pleased, and he quickly responded, yes, I will find a way to make Ran obey me. But aren't you planning to kill Ran? Lin Jiao interrupted, seeming quite confused.
Fool.
He patted Lin Jiao's head affectionately. Some people watching this scene suddenly felt that the popcorn tasted even better. This person still had tricks up her sleeve. What could it be? The killing was just an illusion. I planned to secretly imprison her. After all, her power is strong, and she should belong to me. The priest licked his lips greedily as he said this. In translation, It meant he didn't want to let any woman go. Run ran, touching her face, thought she could escape by her looks. After all, her face was only considered pretty and neat. But she didn't realize the other person was not picky at all. Anything else? Anything else? Inside, Lin Jiao Jiao spoke mechanically. The priest frowned and looked down, his hair covering Lin Jiao Jiao's face, so he couldn't see her expression. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly shot through the window. Holy light shone on the priest, who instinctively straightened up and smiled. God is above. But halfway through, the priest suddenly froze. Light? Where did it come from? He hadn't hired any actors this time. The priest quickly turned his head toward the window and saw two familiar people smiling and signaling to him, as if saying no need to thank us.
What?
What was going on? A bunch of question marks flickered in the priest's mind, and the trembling figure in his arms grew even more intense. It seemed less like sadness and more like uncontrollable laughter. He pushed Lin Jiao Jiao away and saw her face flushed red. Once he was discovered, Lin Jiao Jiao burst out laughing too. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Seeing her laugh so hard, she almost hit the bed. The priest still didn't realize he had been tricked. Someone had set him up.
So,
She looked at Xiao Tian's mother with a fierce gaze, but saw her avoid eye contact. Even she betrayed herself. Tell me, what did you do? The priest got angry and suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Xiao Tian's mother's neck. As his fingers tightened, she showed signs of suffocation. She struggled to hit his arm, looking helpless. Her face showed fear. In the next second, the priest was thrown backward. He was kicked away. Lin Jiao Jiao stepped in front of the woman, holding her arm to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm here. Then she looked at the priest with disdain. I forgot to say, this event is being live-streamed all over, no tricks involved. She pointed to a camera hidden behind a small table. That camera broadcast everything the priest did. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, it was better than being threatened with that video by those women. Thinking about how she was forced to wake up and then saw herself acting cute in that video, Lin Jiao Jiao felt like giving up. And the main culprit was the priest. Feeling this, she found it unsatisfying. She walked over and kicked the priest again. The priest, just getting up, fell to the ground in a mess, with messy hair and clothes that had just been ruined by Lin Jiao Jiao's tears and chaos. Now, some unknown sticky stuff was stuck on him. Lin Jiao Jiao shyly looked away. That had nothing to do with her.
You.
The priest seemed to want to say something harsh, but saw the murderous look in Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes. His face changed, and suddenly he became gentle. You must have misunderstood me, right? Everything just now was fake, really you. The priest stood up and tried to reach for Lin Jiao Jiao, but she dodged him. His expression turned cold, and he was about to attack. But she sneered. You still think you can control me with your powers? Not wanting to get slapped again, Lin Jiao Jiao spoke softly. Last time, Hong Yi and others used the roughest way to wake her up. They slapped her hard, and she woke up with blood in her mouth and her face swollen, but she still had to thank them. Maybe her tears just now were somewhat genuine. Lin Jiao Jiao thought to herself, then sneered. Don't waste your effort. Your power only works when you touch someone. That's how she was tricked before. Jiao Jiao would never look at a man like the priest, even if no man wanted her in her life. Her disdainful look made the priest very angry. But more than anger, she was scared.
She realized something.
No, that's not right. She looked at the camera and finally understood what situation she was in. Tell me, how many people know about this? He shouted and rushed toward her again. He pulled out a small knife and stabbed toward Jiao Jiao. He was clearly furious and embarrassed. Jiao Jiao kicked him away to keep her distance. Oh, don't worry. You're the last to know. Thinking about how much she had sacrificed this time, Jiao Jiao's attitude became more stubborn. Right now, everyone in City 11 knows what you, the priest, just thought, thanks to this device. By the way, Run Ran said the main building might be waiting for you to go and do something. Seeing the priest's pale face, Jiao Jiao added more harsh words. Then she pulled the woman away. She slammed the door shut. Inside, The priest looked angry and unhappy, but also strangely happy. Outside, the woman looked at Jiao Jiao with gratitude. Thank you. Half an hour ago, Hong Yi and others came to her, asking her to help with the plan. When she found out it was against the priest, she instinctively refused. But these people already knew about what she had done. Xiao Tian was still in their hands. She had to cooperate. Now she vaguely understood that these people didn't really want to hurt her.
Mom.
Xiao Tian's voice came from ahead. Mother and daughter hugged each other. The woman buried her face in Xiao Tian's shoulder and started crying. She depended on the priest because she was an orphan with no one else. Without his help, she wouldn't even have food. For her daughter, she was willing to do anything. After coming here, she thought she could escape from the priest. But he used her past actions to threaten her. He even wanted her to use Xiao Tian. She refused. But later, she somehow agreed and even started to want to become the priest's woman. She only now realized how much she had been tricked. She felt very ashamed. Xiao Tian, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She had actually made her daughter poison someone, even though Xiao Tian didn't know anything. Mom, don't cry, don't cry. The cute little girl wiped her mother's tears. At that moment, the priest finally rushed out. Suddenly, many eyes were on him. This made the priest very nervous. He knew that these people had dug a trap to make him jump in, but they never thought about letting him continue to live.
He was about to die.
No, he couldn't die. The emotions in his eyes burned with determination. It's time. He looked around suddenly and shouted. After this, some onlookers' eyes changed. They became dull and stiff. The leader needs your sacrifice.
Stop them.
The priest pointed at Hongya and others, then turned and ran toward the city gate. His speed was impressive, showing he's still strong despite his age. The crowd that was suddenly controlled was the result of the priest's plan. His mental suggestion ability requires constant contact to deepen influence. He used his priest identity to find chances to contact these people every day. Most of them had come with the priest and had become his pawns. But the priest didn't expect that a slap could defeat his power. Xiao Tian's mother pushed Xiao Tian away, her face looking fierce. It seemed she was also affected. But after a crisp slap sounded, the woman regained her senses. She covered her face and looked at Lin Jiao Jiao, who had lowered her hand, feeling confused. Only fools sacrifice themselves for the leader. Her words made the woman's face turn red. But the woman, with her lips pressed tight, nodded firmly. She was not a fool. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded. Many slaps sounded. Some people, when hit, vaguely remembered that someone had warned them earlier, your face might hurt a little later. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant. It must be said that Lin Jiao Jiao enjoyed being hit. Her palm was red, but she still refused to stop. She dared not move Hongye and Wen Lianxue, so others couldn't move either. Listen carefully, one side at a time. Keep the symmetry and beauty. Someone shouted, and the slapping sounds grew louder. Those who were pushed to the ground and rubbed their faces, after being awakened, understood what was happening and happily joined the attackers. Because they had been caught in the rain, they wanted to tear others' umbrellas apart. From afar, Run Ran watched the scene of people entangling, but her eyes showed no joy. The priest ran away. She stayed at the door to intercept, but the other side still managed to escape successfully. If you ask how the priest did it, Run Ran looked at Mo Chun, who was slowly walking over. Mo Chun, who had no weapons, became a hostage in the priest's hands. Foam Miao Miao, sent to capture someone for her lover's safety, directly let the priest leave. Now facing Run Ran's scrutiny, Mo Chun tried hard to stay calm. But her nervousness was evident in her fleeting eyes. I just want to tell you that the virus isn't on that little guy you brought back. On the way here, they unexpectedly encountered the fleeing priest. After they collided, he became a prisoner. He really didn't do it on purpose.
Not him.
Run Ran didn't dwell on this. The priest's power was strange, but only worked on humans. There are so many fallen ones outside, they probably die even faster. Yes, but the direction is right. It's plants, but a kind of
bamboo.
When Mo Chun said this, Her eyes looked at Xian. Previously, where Run Ran found Xian was a bamboo forest. Xian used to live there. Now, Run Ran hadn't allowed anyone to go inside. It seemed like Xian was the mastermind behind everything. Innocent Xian blinked to show his meaning. But when he thought of something, his gaze stiffened slightly.
Then,
he drifted his eyes away. Run Ran, familiar with this kind of look, squinted at Xian and said, "Let him come out." He was probably feeling guilty, letting that brother come out to be scolded. The key was, he knew he could see through it easily, but still pretended to be innocent. It wasn't him. His brother's voice was muffled. After a moment, deep in the bamboo forest, a place Run Ran had never been, it was spacious, with no tall bamboo around. Sunlight shone on the land, bringing a holy beauty. Or so he thought. Run Ran was feeling quite annoyed now. Who could tell him why there was a group of plant-based fallen ones on his territory? Their slender bodies twisted, and the swaying bamboo branches looked especially charming. Each one, like little fairies, even tried to him. He doesn't know. His brother emphasized this again. Slowly, he said, "These were created when I controlled the body before, to try to extend his life. But after meeting Run Ran, this problem was solved." Xian, whose body had recovered, refused to let himself be released easily. And he had forgotten that there were a bunch of troublesome little guys here. Yes, little guys. The pale bamboo spirits before me are tall, but none taller than Run Ran's shoulders. "How did you do it?" Run Ran asked curiously. These fallen creatures still seemed to be in their early stage, not very aggressive. They just look a bit strange. "Did I cut off their mother's head and use the bamboo whip from her to raise them?" Bamboo is a very resilient plant. Under the seemingly flat bamboo forest, new shoots might sprout next year. With bamboo's strong life force, the cunning big brother actually succeeded. But this big brother tends to forget things. Right now, above these fallen bamboo creatures, white flowers are blooming. The flowers are small, hanging on the bamboo branches, looking somewhat malnourished. When bamboo flowers bloom, it means the end of its life. But for fallen creatures, it's not so easy to die. Their main bodies can't die, and the pollen they spread has infected people in 11 City. Who would have thought that the undercover agent was right beside us? Even Run Ran's expression looks a bit strange now. Then she suddenly remembers something and brightens up. With a snap of her fingers, it seems something underground is sneaking around. Soon, Xiaobai appears. Its pale leaves blend perfectly with the fallen bamboo spirits. Next to Xiaobai, there is also a fallen peony flower. The large flower bud is closed, keeping a cute appearance. The boss said the owner likes cute pets. Trying to mimic Xiaobai, it tries to nuzzle Run Ran but is kicked away mercilessly. Pointing at the fallen bamboo spirits, Run Ran cheerfully says, "Xiaobai, I leave it to you." She can't control the fallen creatures herself, but Xiaobai can. These fallen creatures have been slaughtered. Although they can give experience points, it's not very beneficial for 11 City. But what if she could turn these things to her advantage? Imagine, if someone wanted to attack 11 City in the future, they would send human warriors, but her army is all plants. That scene would be spectacular. That was Run Ran's initial idea. Adding some white accents to the lush green plants might look nice. Xiaobai understood Run Ran's intention. It directly stabs its roots into the bodies of those bamboo spirits without mercy. The elegant dance of the bamboo spirits continues, but they soon become obedient. One by one, they stand quietly on the side, well-behaved. Clearly, Xiaobai succeeded easily. "Great job," Run Ran praised happily, feeling very satisfied. Yes, turning crisis into opportunity, she really is clever. Feeling proud, Run Ran turned her head and saw a smiling face looking at her in an endearing way. "Why, aren't you hiding anymore?"
"Wow, seamless again." "Cough cough," my brother said. "He's sorry."
Xian feels a bit guilty. After all, she was the one who stopped her brother from going out to stay outside longer. But now that they've found the source, Run Ran has dealt to those little scoundrels. She throws a bamboo flower at Emochin. It seems the biological virus crisis is almost over. At the edge of the forest, the leaves are swaying, as if something is hidden inside. Suddenly, the movement stops. Soon after, several cars brake suddenly. A few people get out, looking at the forest ahead. Who's there? Someone notices something strange in the trees and calls out. Their pale skin shows they are fallen ones. Seeing something hiding in the bushes, that person squints and shows a nasty smile. Then, they take out a spear, aiming at the bushes. The metal tip is very sharp. Looking at the bulging muscles, you can tell that this spear might pierce right through whatever is inside. The bushes shake even more. No, don't. Someone shouts as a figure emerges. Disheveled hair, torn clothes, and many wounds on the body. And looking at that face, it's clearly the priest. He finally escaped from those demons, only to run straight into these fallen ones. The priest looks pained. How unlucky can he be? Oh, so it's a crawler. The person puts away the spear, but his attitude is full of contempt. He looks at the priest, then steps forward and stomps on him. Tell me, what are you doing here? With his toe pressing down, the priest's face is pressed to the ground, filled with resentment. But he still manages a faint smile and calls out weakly. I escaped from inside there. He points to the forest behind him. The buildings near the former botanical garden are now covered with plants. As the plants spread, this place has become a mountain forest. But the botanical garden itself is still well preserved. Hearing the priest's words, the man looks surprised. He glances at the forest, and then at the priest, full of suspicion. You mean you escaped from Ran? They know who Ran is. Even their boss has been defeated by Ran a few times. That little girl is very cunning.
Yes.
The priest responded, his eyes darting quickly. These people also knew Ran. Looking at how heavily armed they were, he wondered if they intended to attack City 11. This thought made the priest feel very excited. He hadn't forgotten how Ran had humiliated him. She had made him the laughingstock of so many people. Laughing softly, he thought about how many people had seen his performance through that small camera, and his face started to turn red. I can lead you there, he said. This one sentence directly revealed the location of City 11. If these people could cause Ran trouble, he would definitely help. As for betrayal, he was no longer a part of City 11, so what betrayal? No, this was revenge. Suddenly gaining confidence, the priest tried to stand up and negotiate with these people. After all, he had some bargaining chips. But he forgot that these people were ruthless killers on the Wasteland. Seeing the priest's expression, the man understood what he was thinking. With a sneer, the man's tone turned deadly. So, you want to use us to do your dirty work? His words made the priest shiver. The other's eyes seemed to see right through him. Grinding his teeth, the priest tried to use his abilities to shake the man's resolve. Although he was now underfoot, he managed to make contact. But at that moment, the man's foot pressed down again with force. Don't look at me with those disgusting eyes, or I'll gouge them out, the man warned. After stomping a few times, the man finally released the priest and waved his hand. Take him back. Their real goal here was obviously Ran, but not to attack, just to observe the situation. Now that they had the inside person, the priest, they could report directly back. It was clear that there was deep hatred between the priest and Ran, and it seemed he had other skills too. Bringing him back might be useful for their boss. So, the priest, treated like trash and dragged along, dared not look around. Among the fallen people, smelling their body odor, the priest suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He swayed along the way, not knowing how long it took until he finally arrived at a place. It was a cave, guarded at the entrance, with a tall watchtower that easily allowed a view of the surroundings. He was pushed inside and discovered that the space was very large. The paths inside were all interconnected. What was common was that all these people had pale, sticky liquids smeared on their bodies. When many eyes looked at him, they were filled with greed and hunger, as if they might pounce at any moment. These people are dangerous and could harm others. The honest priest quietly followed the guide, trying to understand this. Soon, he entered a cave. Overhead, several large lamps were hung, lighting up the dark cave brightly. In the center of the cave, a huge tree was twisting its roots. One of its thick roots swung directly in front of the priest. As it brushed past him, he caught a strong smell of blood on it. They were using flesh and blood to nurture a fallen creature. Yes, it was a fallen being. The tree's branches, about 10 meters high, had few leaves. The fallen's hairless condition was very obvious on this plant-like creature. Even so, the priest looked at it a few times and shivered.
It was terrifying.
It felt like facing a fierce beast, and its aura was intimidating. Someone called out, "Boss," and a human appeared behind the fallen creature. The human skin was normal, not pale. This should have comforted the priest, but as the person approached, he felt scared. When their eyes met, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a hand was stirring inside his brain. He quickly looked down, but the person, Yushi, had already come beside him and was lifting his chin. His firm approach left the priest with no choice but to obey. The priest forced a smile and carefully asked, "Are you the boss here?" "I'm called Wang Shower. I'm a priest," he said. "I came from City 11. I can guide you. Really, I know the way." Without waiting for Yushi to speak, the priest revealed all his worth. He seemed eager to prove himself, worried that the other might think he was useless and kill him. "City 11? Yushi raised an eyebrow, his deep voice making the priest's ears tingle. The priest nodded quickly. "Yes, City 11. It's the name of the place where Run Ran started. It's actually an old botanical garden. Their numbers are now no more than about 100. It's easy to handle." "Really?" the priest emphasized. As they walked, they saw that the number of fallen beings had already surpassed those of Run Ran. He knew these fallen were clever and likely had other camps. He wants to take down Run Ran comfortably. If he can lead the way and make a contribution, maybe he can stay here. Then he can plan carefully. Yes, the priest hasn't given up on being the leader. He has just switched from City 11 to the Fallen. This shows the priest's great ideals. "Oh, you want him?" Yushi responded, but the priest didn't quite understand. He looked up at Yushi and saw that he was listening carefully. "That direction is that fallen one. Are they communicating?" The priest suddenly felt uneasy. It was like something was watching him, and that thing was about to move.
"Run."
He must escape, or he will stay here forever. And, in a way he can never wake up from. A chilling feeling ran down the priest's back. He forced himself to stand and forced a smile again. "Boss, I'll go out first and draw the map of City 11 for you.
"How about that?"
And I'll write down the defenses and their special abilities." He kept watching Yushi's expression as he spoke, but Yushi just listened quietly. The priest stepped back and, seeing no one object, he bent and started to walk out. He kept talking as he moved. "I'll go now. Wait for me, I'll be back soon." He quickened his steps, almost reaching the cave entrance when he heard a laugh behind him.
It was Yushi.
He very sharp. "Is that mind control?" "Not bad at all." These words made the priest feel a cold shiver down his spine. He no longer hesitated and ignored how many fallen ones were around. He rushed outside. But in an instant, a gaze locked onto him. A sharp killing intent seemed to cut off all his escape routes. At the same time, something wrapped around his waist. He looked down and saw a pale tentacle. He felt the pull behind him. It was Yushi, pulling the priest back and throwing him in front of the fallen creature. "Eat if you want," Yushi said softly with affection. He looked at the plant-like fallen creature in front of him and was very satisfied. The seed he got from Run Ran had grown into this monster. With this monster, his dream of building a strong army was about to come true. No sound came from Yushi, but it was as if he heard something replying. He made a gesture asking for permission.
"No,"
the priest shouted. He definitely didn't want to be used as food for such a monster. He crawled up from the ground and tried to run away, but the tendrils easily pierced through his body. Blood dripped and splattered. He dazedly looked down and saw the blood hole in his chest. His body was being pulled again, first his legs, then his waist. Bit by bit, he was swallowed into the creature's belly. Despair still lingered on the priest's face, but his eyes had already turned completely dark. His last thought was, if he had been more careful and cautious, maybe he could have taken down Ran and the others. Some people, even when facing death, would never regret their actions. After chewing the broken body of the creature that had swallowed the priest a few times, it spat out the torn corpse.
Ugh.
Tastes bad. In a faint voice, Yushi heard a sound. Are you talking? Yushi's eyes lit up with surprise. This creature could absorb the abilities of others.
You.
Tastes good. The response was in a strange, childlike tone, as if a young child just learned to speak, unclear and awkward. But the creature's actions were decisive. The creature that had been happily communicating with you, she suddenly reached out toward him. Yes, it reached out. The tendrils formed a human hand in the air. The broad hand covered the light above and reached toward Yushi. Faced with this sudden attack, Yushi's eyes shone brightly. Good, just like that. He wanted an obedient killing machine. Now that the creature's power was strong enough, he was very satisfied with its attack methods. As for obedience, haha, it's just his own pet. If it doesn't listen, he can just give it a few hits. A long sword appeared in Yushi's hand. He swung the sword, cutting through the hand. But the tendrils forming the hand quickly gathered and changed shape into a long sword. Compared to Yushi's sword, this one was huge. When the two swords clashed, Yushi was pushed back a step.
Hungry.
Eat, hungry. Like a baby learning to speak, the creature's words were unclear. But Yushi seemed to understand what it meant and quickly retreated, creating distance from it. His left arm began to grow more tendrils, which relaxed on the ground, muscles loose. He then raised his right hand and swung his sword again. Blood splattered everywhere. Yushi actually cut off his own left arm. But, used to losing limbs, Yushi only saw it as a minor injury. The wound was already healing, and a new arm would grow back soon. Yushi kicked the tentacle tissues on the ground at the fallen creature. Several tendrils quickly curled around it and swallowed it. Delicious.
Hungry. Eat.
But the creature still wasn't full. Seeing more tendrils stretch toward him, Yushi's eyes turned cold. He slashed with his sword, nearly breaking the fallen creature's body in half. Countless mycelia emerged, sewing the body back together. If you're not satisfied, I will cut you down myself. His cold words seemed to work, and the furious tendrils of the creature gradually calmed down. But in Yushi's perception, the creature's strength had increased significantly. Eating its own kind can boost power, and devouring other mutants might grant new abilities. This gave Yushi some good ideas. He turned his head and looked at the door. There were a few subordinates guarding there. Despite the chaos inside the cave, they didn't interfere, though they looked surprised. One of them twitched his cheek when he saw Yushi's gaze. Then he stepped forward and slowly approached Yushi. Don't worry, I will remember you. Yushi's words carried a hint of pity. This was one of his mutants. He needed the other to help test his theories. If this plant-like creature could really absorb human abilities, then... But in the next second, something unexpected appeared on Yushi's face. When the man reached the fallen creature and pretended to be willing to die, the creature extended its tendrils and then knocked the man flying away. His body hit the wall with a heavy impact. He was badly hurt, but it was clear he was rejected. Was it still a picky eater? Yushi suddenly laughed. Today was a good day because the residents quarantined in the hospital were released. They were free. The virus was gone. Many celebrated, but Ran, a top figure in City 11, looked worried. If asked why, it was because her family's resources had run out. Before Mo Chin developed a cure, City 11 was almost shut down. All supplies depended on what she had previously acquired. But now, those supplies were nearly exhausted. They needed new sources of resources. That meant they had to go out and search. The dangers outside were obvious, but for the development of City 11, they had no choice. A few days ago, the team set out, led by Hong Yi. Hong Yi was very skilled as the team leader, and everyone recognized her strength. Ran trusted her to handle this task. However, while the crowd outside was celebrating, Ran received some news.
What do you mean she went missing?
When Lianxiu asked the person delivering the message. This person had gone out with Hong Yi to find supplies but returned alone. The report was that after entering a building, Hong Yi and her team suddenly disappeared. As the external liaison, he waited for a long time but received no news, so he had to come back and report. Faced with everyone's suspicion, the man looked scared. Did they really just vanish? I went inside to look, upstairs and downstairs, checked every room, but I didn't see them. Not a single one. I really don't know. If he didn't trust Hong Yi, he might have thought they deliberately abandoned him. But seeing that Hong Yi and the others hadn't returned, perhaps something really happened inside. He just didn't know what. Were there any sounds nearby at the time? Did you hear any fighting? Renran asked seriously. Hong Yi was very professional. Unless something special happened, such an incident wouldn't occur. No, nothing at all, the man shook his head. They had gone to a supermarket. In places like that, some supplies might have been missed. Hong Yi took a few others inside, while he stayed outside to observe. 2 hours passed, but no one came out. He felt something was wrong. When he went inside to look, no one was there. Not even any bodies. Even if something had happened, why were there no bodies or bloodstains? Thinking about the situation then, the man shivered with fear. After he left, the others began to discuss intensely. They all agreed something had gone wrong. Maybe a terrible enemy appeared and silently took them away. But if such an enemy existed, could Hong Yi and the others handle it? Or are they still alive? No matter what, they couldn't just give up. We must go find Hong Yi. Renran's words were already a decision. Fortunately, everyone supported it. They took Wen Lianxiu, Xian, and some other warriors and psychic fighters. A team of 10 people, and they left the city of Shuri. The surrounding fallen creatures in the 11th city are still very aggressive. However, when they saw Renran and others, they deliberately avoided them. Recently, the people in the 11th city have been hunting and controlling the number of these fallen creatures. Perhaps in their eyes, these creatures are like death itself. Even if they lack intelligence, it doesn't mean they can't sense danger. On the other hand, this makes Renran think a lot. What kind of being could leave no information behind for Hong Yi? Can I not go? I can draw maps for you. The only man who managed to escape is now shrinking back, very unwilling. He was terrified when he saw the empty supermarket. Going back again made him afraid. What do you think? With just a glance, Wen Lianxiu made the other person shut up. Several cars headed straight to the place where Hong Yi disappeared. The scenery was beautiful along the way, and there were few fallen creatures. By the time they reached the abandoned supermarket, it was already night. The night was deep and dark, and exploring the supermarket with flashlights was not a wise choice. Everyone could only find a nearby place to rest. This was on the ruins of a city. There were many broken walls, so finding shelter from the wind and rain was not difficult. Renran leaned against the wall, looking through the window at the 5-story supermarket not far away. Normally, food would be on the first floor of a supermarket. But after so long, the food had already gone bad. They were looking for supplies like clothing or medicine. Some medicines could be stored for a long time if unopened. In the end, Renran focused on the upper floors. But all of this would have to wait until tomorrow. Near them, a campfire flickered. After eating and drinking, 2 people stayed on watch while the others fell asleep. Under the bright moon, the 2 guards leaned against each other and talked. Do you think we can find them tomorrow? One asked, but after a while, there was no response from the other. Turning his head, he saw his companion frowning, as if listening to something. What's wrong? He asked instinctively, but his companion signaled him to stay quiet. He then got down on the ground, ear pressed to the earth, eyes closed, looking serious. His companion swallowed nervously, thinking there was some danger approaching. He was about to wake the others when he noticed his companion's strange expression. Just joking with you. This statement made the man pause briefly, then he angrily slapped the other person. They started playfully fighting. At the same time, a faint sound of sighs and whispers came from underground. The person joking was surprised and asked, "Did you hear that?" It sounds like it's coming from below. Before he finished speaking, his companion slapped him on the head. Stop trying to fool me. Really, I'm not lying. He was starting to get anxious, but when he listened carefully, he heard nothing. TSK, you just want to trick me? Dream on. His friend's teasing made him feel a little relieved. Maybe it was just his imagination. But sometimes, once a wolf comes, it's enough to scare everyone. No one noticed that nearby, the ground was slightly sunken. A fat mouse happened to pass by, but suddenly, something underground pulled it in. That night seemed calm and quiet. When Ran got up to rest, her calm gaze carried a hint of doubt. Did anything pass through here last night? Ran pointed to a spot and asked the night guard. Both shook their heads. What's wrong? When Lian Shue asked Ran, but she didn't know how to answer. She squatted down and dug open the ground, revealing a potato mine. She had placed it last night to prevent enemies from attacking during the night. Since the potato mine hadn't triggered, it meant nothing had passed through. But Ran felt something was off. Because the potato mine had moved from its original position. It was facing her directly before, but now it was turned sideways, facing the others. Compared to the lively mood of the P brothers, this kind of one-time use plant had very little emotion. Even Ran couldn't read anything useful from it. Could she have remembered wrong? Nothing, let's go. By now, everyone had finished resting. Ran decided to forget about it and led everyone to the supermarket. The building was half collapsed, like a monster with an open mouth waiting to trap them. The first feeling upon entering was cold and damp. The entire supermarket seemed soaked in water, with wet patches on the floor. Did it rain before we arrived? Someone asked doubtfully. But besides the low temperature, there were no other signs of rain. That's where they went up from at the time, the man guiding the way said, pointing at the stairs. The elevator was already broken, and the main staircase was shattered and barely hanging, very unsafe. So, at that time, they used the fire escape. This place is quite remote. He only saw everyone disappear in this area and didn't see anything else afterward. Do we need 6 people to stay downstairs and guard? When Xian asked this, his eyes focused on the man. No, I don't want to. I'll go with you. He trusted Ran, but he really didn't dare to take the risk. If Ran and the others also disappeared mysteriously, leaving him alone here again, he was afraid he would go crazy. No need. Ran also rejected this idea because it was proposed by a mean older brother. It was me who asked to come out and play, the scheming older brother muttered, as if explaining to Ran. Ran didn't mind. He didn't want this brother to risk Xian's body. After stepping onto the stairs, everything was silent. Someone started whispering the names of Hong Yi and others. There was no news. When they reached the second floor, Ran found that this area was probably for selling vegetables. Those fresh vegetables had long turned to dust over the years. But the shelves still remained. Everyone searched around and found only a few bones in some damaged refrigerated cabinets. From the shape, they looked like chicken bones, with bite marks on them.
Keep going.
Ran led the group to climb higher again. Perhaps because the sun overhead was gradually moving away. When they reached the third floor, Ran rubbed his arms. A cold, chilling feeling wrapped around him again. The ground was still wet, muddy everywhere. But looking up, although there were cracks, it shouldn't have leaked rain so badly. What's going on?
What is that?
Someone exclaimed, then kicked something over. It looked like a piece of cloth, with some neat patterns on it. Polluted by mud and water, its original shape was unclear. It fell near Ran's feet, and he frowned slightly. This piece of cloth seemed a bit too thin, and the pattern looked somewhat familiar. Look quickly. Someone found a clue, and everyone hurried over. The third floor was an area with small household appliances. And the focus of attention was a few small appliances on display. It seemed they could still be used. Here. This is the story of a female psychic. Her careful attention helped her find clues. She bent over and took something from under an old, broken fan. It's Captain Hong's whip. Hongyi liked to play with a whip, and her whip was made from very special materials to work with her psychic powers. The woman was holding the very tip of the whip. It seemed to be broken here. But looking around, there were no signs of a fight. Actually, there were signs, long, wide marks that looked like something was dragged forward. At this point, everyone finally noticed that something was strange here. I knew there was a problem. The guide was looking around in fear, eyes wide open. They came here. When Lianxue took the broken whip and said, "But if Hong Yi and the others had been here, why were there no signs they left? Or even footprints? Apart from the footprints they just made, there were no other human footprints. And considering Hong Yi and the others disappeared only 2 days ago, footprints shouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Could they have been drowned?" Someone asked, since water was everywhere. But if they were drowned, how come these marks are here? Another person pointed to the wide marks on the ground. They were nearly a meter wide and very long, stretching from the window to the abandoned elevator. Maybe something appeared from outside and attacked Captain Hong and the others? Someone pointed in a direction. There was a large hole in the wall there, wide enough to match the marks on the ground. "No, these marks are going inward," another person disagreed. He crouched down, studying the direction of the marks with confidence. Even if enemies attacked from outside, these marks didn't leave here. Also, even if there were enemies, so many people couldn't just disappear instantly. Yes, the biggest mystery was why there were no signs of a fight despite so many people being here. "Do you think these things are a little strange?" That same woman pointed at the shelves around them. Once filled with various goods, some shelves had already fallen over, while others stubbornly stood. They were stacked together, covered in dust that had turned the shelves different colors over time. The woman's finger brushed the shelf, causing a layer of dust to fall. But she was pointing at the space between the shelves on both sides. "Don't you think these shelves look a bit too perfectly aligned? It's as if the distances were carefully measured, and the shelves that are still standing haven't even shifted from their original positions. Move them away." Ran gave a direct order. Some people didn't understand but still followed the command. For them, moving the shelves was easy. Oh my gosh! Soon everyone gasped. Because beneath those shelves, there were many messy footprints. It showed that someone had been here before. "Don't you think these look like someone is deliberately hiding something?" Someone asked this question, but no one could answer. If it's deliberate, then the question is, who wants to hide these footprints? Looking closely at the marks on the ground, the person responsible could easily erase all the footprints. Why leave these footprints and hide them under the shelves? Why even organize them carefully, as if leaving a puzzle for others to guess? What is this? Suddenly, someone in the team shouted, their voice full of panic, making everyone look over. It was the guide. They looked very tense, as if they were frightened. "What did you see? Why are you shouting?" a teammate asked, pointing in a certain direction. "Just now, I saw something moving over there." The person was pointing toward the elevator entrance. The elevator was damaged, with the doors bent open, revealing a dark hole inside. Someone had looked earlier. It was pitch black, but nothing seemed to be hiding inside. Now there was shouting, and when Lianxue went over to take a look, "There's nothing there," she said quickly. She was about to return to the team, but then she stopped. Her gaze fixed on the edge of the elevator shaft. The metal was jagged, rusty, and looked very dangerous. Red stains covered the surface, seeming like rust. But when Lianxue reached out and wiped the color away, holding it close to her nose, she detected a strong smell of blood. It was human blood. Everyone gathered around. Looking into Lianxue's eyes, Ran nodded. It was indeed blood. Could someone have jumped down from here? And if so, why? Maybe it was out of necessity. Xian simply moved his finger, a blade of grass extending downward, then pulling back to reveal an object. It was a piece of cloth. "This is the clothing Captain Hongya wore that day," the guide shouted. His expression was as if to say, "Look, I'm not lying." Ran ignored him, frowning as he stared below. It was very dark. Without needing Ran's instructions, someone threw down a flare. The elevator shaft suddenly lit up. But below was still empty, with no clues. Where is everyone? If something really happened that caused Hongya to jump, this place leads directly to the first floor. Why didn't the guide hear any noise? It was as if anyone falling in here just disappeared. Not only Ran had this question, some others looked at the guide with suspicion. The man being suspected looked like he was about to cry. "It's not me, I swear. I'm telling the truth. Why would I go back if I did something wrong?" Yes, if he had done something bad and still came back alive, it would mean he was guilty. Someone looked away, and in the next second, a scream sounded.
Ah!
What was that ghost? A monster. The others, as if they were shocked, started shouting one after another. A pea shooter shot directly, hitting the huge creature stuck to the wall. Its thick body seemed to be just part of it. Its pale appearance showed what it was. It was a fallen creature. All the questions seemed to find the right answer. There was a powerful fallen creature here, secretly watching them. But before it appeared, no one noticed it. This made everyone very nervous. Even more frightening was that the creature was still moving around. They could only see part of its body, which was thicker than the door itself. And it was very long. Friction sounds came from all the walls around. The creature was crawling around the building.
Wow!
It's a snake. Finally, at a gap, the creatures had appeared. Its flat, elongated head was a snake's feature. This fallen creature was bigger than Ran could imagine. Suddenly, she remembered the piece of cloth on the first floor. No, that wasn't cloth. It was the creature's shed skin. That's why she recognized the pattern. It was snake skin. Will it eat us? The guide, nearly terrified, trembled and stepped back, losing all his usual confidence. Is this the fallen creature that forced Hongya and others at that time? Looking at its eyes, it can indeed leave such wide marks on the ground. But what about those cabinets and footprints? Could it be that this snake has a cleaning obsession? To answer everyone's doubts, the fallen creature's head suddenly extended forward. Immediately, the scales behind it opened up. These scales, at this moment, seemed to turn into bone spikes, protruding from its body, making it look especially fierce and terrifying. While the creature was still showing off its good figure, Ran's pea shot had already launched recklessly. However, the pea bullets only scraped the mutated scales, sparking without harming the creature. Snowflakes began to fall from above. It was one Lianxue. But unlike the snowflakes that had always been unstoppable before, these ones seemed a bit less effective now. They couldn't cut or break through. The creature's defense was so strong that even the dual-gun peas only left faint white marks on the scales. Remember, these were upgraded peas. "Let's go first," Ran whispered. "This thing is very hard to deal with." Most importantly, those vertical pupils made Ran feel like the creature was admiring its own masterpiece. Seeing the strange environment here, Ran prepared to retreat with his team. The idea was good, but the reality was harsh. "We can't go anymore," said a woman from the team, pointing at the only staircase that could lead out. There, a group of fallen creatures was closing in. They were also snakes, but much smaller in size. Some were as thick as human arms. Their pale bodies tangled together, making people feel a bit nauseous. These creatures blocked their escape route. It seemed like a family of dozens had gathered here. Ran thought, frowning, and threw a few wall fruits in that direction. Wall fruits could block ordinary snakes, but they wouldn't work against that king snake. Its strength was probably enough to crush the wall fruits directly. What was even stranger was that since it appeared, it had stayed at that gap and didn't move further. It didn't even show any aggression. But no one dared to underestimate it. Just looking at that big face, no one dared to rush forward. "Maybe we should run through here." Someone swallowed hard and pointed at the elevator shaft behind them. It led directly to the first floor. They were all mutants, strong enough physically. Jumping down from here, at most, they would sprain their ankle and their lives wouldn't be in danger. And these snakes, no matter how fast, couldn't reach the first floor instantly. They have time to leave here. When Ran heard this plan, it suddenly seemed like a bright idea. She quickly turned her head to look behind her. Her tone became strange. At that time, Red Leaf and the others must have faced this situation and jumped down from here. And then they disappeared. She exhaled and found the truth. Looking at the dark ground below, Ran's gaze was urgent. There was a problem underneath. Perhaps this is the nest of that fallen creature. The other side doesn't need to do anything, just blocking with their body is enough to create pressure. At such moments, humans find it hard to make the right judgment. So they choose what seems like a safe path. But it turns out to be a trap. Can you understand what I'm saying? Ran suddenly shouted at the king snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It responded, sticking out its tongue and staring at Ran. Its vertical pupils slightly reddened. It moved its head, in a way that looked like a human tilting their head in a teasing manner. But Ran didn't find it cute. Instead, she felt a sense of mockery. Yes, the creature was mocking her. It was like saying, so what if you figured it out? You still can't beat me. All right, Ran felt like she was being underestimated. The main problem was that it was really hard to break out now. Almost all her current attack methods were useless. Using plant bombs was an option, but this is the third floor. The escape route was blocked. If she exploded, she would be buried alive here, and the other side might still escape unscathed. In the end, the only way out was the elevator shaft behind her. Jump, jump. At this moment, it was as if a magical voice was echoing in everyone's ears, urging, tempting, pulling everyone into an endless abyss.
Jump.
Ran muttered softly. Since they were so eager, how could she let them down?
Huh.
Someone was stunned. What kind of thinking was this? Knowing it was a trap yet still jumping down. She glanced at the other side, then threw something down. A small seed suddenly grew rapidly upon touching the ground, becoming enormous. It was a sunflower. This harmless sunflower filled the entire elevator shaft. Its weight was enough, and at that moment, she heard something rolling down. It came from the elevator shaft. Suddenly, the sunflower started falling downward. It turned out that the so-called ground was just a thin layer of soil. Below, there is a dark, deep passage or perhaps a nest. It seems that their plan has been discovered. The creature's fallen body reappears. Its upper body is curled up tightly, almost filling the space. The pressure makes one gasp for air. Near the side staircase, the wall has been gnawed into a bald patch. If this continues, it seems they will be trapped from both sides.
Jump.
Ran speaks again, and then leaps down directly. This leap of faith is very frightening to watch. Ran suddenly disappears into the deep elevator shaft. He falls below, but we can only watch and cannot see what is happening to him. Ran. She calls out anxiously, but there is no response from below.
Don't worry about me.
After muttering to himself, Xian also jumps down. Then when Lianxue follows. The remaining people look at each other in shock. I'm not doing this anymore. Finally, the guide loses control, his face twisted with anger. He walks straight to the edge and stands still.
If ed.
After saying this, he jumps down stiffly.
This.
The others hesitate. But soon, a strong wind appears. They turn around and see the last person being pulled away by the fallen creature. The creature just wanted to leave while everyone was distracted.
But it was noticed and attacked.
Help! Help me! The man screams, full of panic and fear. He opens his hands as if trying to grab something, his face turning red. This redness is caused by blood rushing due to compression. No one dares to move. How can they save him?
No.
Please help me. The man seems to realize he is going to die and struggles painfully. But his body cannot escape the creature's grip. As the creature's strength increases, blood begins to flow from his mouth. His waist makes strange cracking sounds. It's as if his bones are being broken apart, like the toll of death.
Help!
His eyes are bloodshot, and his eyelids are red. He mumbles something, but his head droops. He is crushed alive. His body is thrown to the ground. He is almost torn in half. Only a thin layer of skin and flesh remains, stuck together. Blood spreads across the floor. The creature's gaze is fixed on another person. It's as if saying, next is you. Can't I just jump? The person's face turns pale, and he grits his teeth before jumping down. Death is death, but don't die in such a way. With him leading, the others followed suit. Like dumplings dropping, everyone jumped down. Faced with this situation, the fallen one looked satisfied. It moved to the edge of the elevator shaft, looked down, and made sure those people couldn't climb back up, then fully entered the third floor. Its agile tail wrapped around the shelves and restored them. The footprints elsewhere were crushed by its large body, leaving only marks. Everything was the same as when Rin ran and the others arrived. The only difference was that around the corpse, many snakes had gathered. Those fallen ones were frantically eating, looking very satisfied. Their twisting bodies coiled around, but no snakes approached the elevator entrance. If you ask what bungee jumping feels like, it's probably like, I'm going to die, oh wait, I survived. In fact, everyone who survived felt the same. When bodies were falling, some seemed to have already decided their ending. But in the end, they landed on something soft. It was even quite elastic. It was a sunflower. Poor sunflower. Now its seeds were smashed into pieces, looking like they had been ravaged. It seemed bald. Ran shyly walked over, patting the sunflower's head to comfort it.
Good job. Go home and eat something tasty.
Of course, something tasty meant the seeds. This was the favorite of the big sunflower. The sunflower was very large, about 2 meters in diameter, big enough to catch the crowd jumping down from above. It seemed like a false alarm, but when everyone looked up, despair set in. They saw many holes in the sky overhead. For a moment, they didn't even know which hole they had fallen from.
Where?
Is this place? Their voices trembled, but tried to stay calm. What they knew was that this place was beneath that supermarket. A glow appeared. It's the lantern plant. Whatever this place is, as long as it's not that creature's nest, it's fine. This statement was both comforting and sad. Not that creature's nest. What does that mean? Someone asked instinctively. Then they saw Ran's eyes. Dark, without light, with a strange, eerie look. I mean, this place isn't the nest of that fallen one above. The surroundings were dry, with no traces left by that fallen creature. Really? This person seems to think they have escaped danger and feels happy. However, Ran's expression becomes more serious. A guard dog? No, a guarding snake. Both are so fierce. Then, what kind of creature truly lives in this underground cave? She cannot guess. But for now, let's let them enjoy their moment. After all, they might not be able to laugh later. Look here, everyone. The cave we're there is very large. Besides the ceiling, the walls are also caves. It's the home of a creature that likes to dig holes. While Ran was making her decision, she walked toward Wen Lianxue, who had just been speaking. It was another piece of cloth, the same as the one on Hong Yi. Noticing Wen Lianxue's potential for alertness, Ran looked at her more sincerely. Lead the way. Knowing Ran's playful side, Wen Lianxue's lips twitched. But she still went inside, without hesitation. In any case, from what they could see, there didn't seem to be any bodies nearby. Maybe Hong Yi and the others are still alive somewhere inside. What everyone doesn't understand is why this underground cave exists at all. From the traces around, it looks like it was formed artificially. Do you think some monster dug these holes? Someone muttered, and the atmosphere grew tense and spooky. Nonsense. Probably some scoundrel was digging holes here. Those rats are just fond of burrowing everywhere. As the saying goes, rats' children know how to dig holes. Even if they are considered scoundrels, those rats haven't forgotten their natural talent. But the person saying this seems a bit guilty. This cave is way too big. And, according to the food chain, the creature above, probably a scoundrel, should be stronger than the rats. Yet, after forcing the rats down here, it suddenly stopped moving. The tunnels are complex and winding. Besides the piece of cloth they found when they first fell in, there are no other clues. Now, ahead of them, another fork in the road appears. This time, Wen Lianxue's alertness as a guard dog isn't effective. Which way should we go? She looks at Ran. Honestly, Ran isn't sure. Just as everyone hesitates, a strange sound suddenly comes from ahead. It sounds like chewing, gnawing, like someone biting on a big bone. This way. Everyone instinctively lowers their voices. Someone quickly identifies the direction and points to one of the paths. The glow of the lantern plant is shrinking to avoid alerting whatever is over there. Let's go. No matter what, they had to go and check it out. A few of them walked quietly inside. After passing through a corridor, they arrived at another cave. The ceiling was made of concrete mixture, a remnant of human construction. It was very close to the ground, but none of them felt happy. Someone even covered their mouth to stop themselves from shouting. There were bodies everywhere, just bodies. On the ground ahead, scattered corpses lay all around. They were all humans. It looked like they had been dead for a long time. What was frightening was that among the pile of bodies, something was turned away from everyone, eating the corpses. The crisp chewing sound they heard earlier was made by that thing. Its pale skin showed what it was. Its tall, muscular build was intimidating. While it was eating, even just its back was enough to make people look up in fear. It looked like a small mountain. The smell of blood in the cave spread out, covering everyone's scent. That creature didn't notice their arrival. Really? A rat? Someone shivered and said, voice full of disbelief. The curse seemed to come true. From their position, they could see the creature's tight skin and long, pointed head. Its sharp claws were grabbing a large thigh and stuffing it into its mouth. Its bright red eyes showed madness. Its curled fangs looked especially fierce. Just by its size, everyone could tell how terrifying it was. Let's go first, Runran said, signaling everyone to back away. But just then, there was a noise from inside the cave, another entrance. A squeaking sound came from somewhere. Soon, a few smaller rats appeared. They looked exactly the same, but without fur. They looked quite disgusting. More importantly, two of the rats dragged something and placed it in front of the Rat King. It was a person. That's old Zhang. Someone shouted, voice almost out of control. In an instant, all the rats in the cave looked over. Their eyes met. Ran clenched his teeth.
Run.
They couldn't delay any longer. They quickly ran back along the way they came. They moved very fast, but surprisingly, the rats didn't chase after them. Instead, a loud squeaking sound echoed in the cave. It seemed like they were passing some message. Oh no! It was obvious that the two rats had brought food as a gift. In this underground cave, there were more than just those few creatures. This sound was a signal to their allies.
And it was indeed so.
When they finally reached the fork in the path, a hairless rat had already appeared from the opposite hole. Its pale body nearly blocked the entire entrance. The rat opened its mouth and showed a nasty smile to everyone. Yes, it was smiling. That rat was smiling. Although the smile looked ugly, Ran saw a teasing look in its eyes. The rat didn't rush to attack. It seemed to know they couldn't escape. Let's go this way, Ran said, turning around and leading the group into the neighboring cave. Luckily, there were no rats here yet. Just as they made their choice, the rats started chasing after them. When the rat entered their cave, some thorns suddenly shot out from the walls. The dark red thorns looked like they had drunk blood, and thick branches pierced through the rats' bodies. In this narrow space, the thorns tangled together. The sharp spikes on the bodies caused the rats to scream loudly.
It was Xian.
Under his control, many rats were killed by being strangled alive. The ones that escaped were finished off by Ran.
It was all experience points.
The expert in finishing off enemies proudly showed this.
But
Ran looked at the dead rats with some confusion. Compared to the Rat King above, these rats were almost helpless. So, why didn't that rat bring its snake offspring to attack? Instead, it seemed to act like a gatekeeper, sending them in as food for the rat. The natural instincts of snakes seemed to have reversed. Ran couldn't understand it, but luckily, the speed of the rats slowed down. However, hearing the squeaking sounds behind them, everyone was afraid to stay and kept moving forward. They didn't know where the path led. Their breathing grew faster as they hurried. Someone even tripped and fell on the way. When the lantern's light reached that spot, the fallen person scrambled up in terror. It was a corpse, one of the members of the 11 City team from Hong Ye's squad.
Are they
all dead? Old Zhang, who had been seen earlier, was now lying on the ground, waiting to be eaten. A quick glance was enough to see that old Zhang was dead. No one could answer the question. No one knew what had happened to Hong Yi and the others. All they knew now was that those people seemed to have scattered. When Lian Xue crouched down and checked the corpse on the ground by touching its neck.
He's dead.
This was true, but when Lian Xue's next words made everyone tense up, but his body is still warm. This means he died not long ago. The body was facing upward, visible to everyone. On the surface, apart from a sunken abdomen, there were almost no injuries. However, the smell of blood was strong. Look here, someone pointed to the ground. It seemed like something had deliberately dragged the bodies over. There were dragging marks on the ground, and the soil was moist and soaked with fresh blood. Run Ran turned the body over, and everyone gasped. His entire back was almost completely broken. Not only that, but there was a hole carved into his waist. Looking inside, his abdomen had been almost entirely emptied. All that remained was an empty, hollow corpse. This was put here to scare us, Run Ran suddenly said. The atmosphere grew even more tense. Those things. Someone seemed ready to curse, but was afraid to make too much noise, so they pulled the others closer. They held back their words, their faces turning red with frustration. Do they know we will pass through here? When Lian Xue's voice was soft but pointed out the key point. Yes, only if they knew we would pass here could they arrange the bodies to scare us.
So,
everyone's eyes turned forward. The lantern's light was limited, and ahead was darkness. It felt like a huge monster was hiding inside, waiting with its mouth open to trap them. I won't do this anymore, the guide shouted and ran back quickly. He moved so fast that Ren ran and the others couldn't stop him. In less than 10 seconds, the group saw him rushing back again, looking panicked with trembling muscles and wide eyes. Behind him, they could hear things crawling. The army of the fallen was coming. Now, everyone started running again. Even if there was danger ahead, it was better than being eaten alive in this cave. Wait for me. The guide looked utterly distressed. He shouldn't have acted impulsively, but no one dared to stop. They ran in a line front to back. The tunnel was long, and luckily, there were no other branches to cause confusion. Ren ran, head down and running fast, was at the front. Suddenly, in the next second, Ren ran made an emergency brake. Not for any special reason, just because there was a pit ahead. What surprised everyone even more was that, in the middle of the pit, a few people were. In the very center was Hong Yi. Although her head was drooping, her chest was still rising and falling, so she was probably just unconscious. Around the high platform, a group of mice had already prepared for battle. What should we do? Swallowing hard, everyone looked back behind them. The noise was getting louder. Soon, the pursuers would arrive. They've been waiting here for a long time. We can't let them down now, Run Ran said softly. Didn't those mice at the bottom look up at them now? They had been waiting all along. Without hesitation, Run Ran jumped down. She was holding a vine made by Shi Yan, acting like a monkey, swinging over to Hong Ye's side. Run Ran looked at the mice around her and showed a clever smile. Thank you all. Her thanks were sincere, but the mice couldn't understand. They also noticed that the people at the cave entrance above hadn't followed Run Ran down. Squeaking sounds came one after another as the mice communicated. In just a moment, the mice parted, and a fat mouse king stepped out. It was the one who had been eating just now. The other looked at Run Ran with some displeasure. Can you understand what I'm saying? Run Ran asked again, but she didn't need an answer. Thanks for helping me find my friends. Saying this, Run Ran threw some seeds. Peas surrounded her and Hong Yi. Not only that, in front of the peas, there was a strange object standing upright. It looked like a fire basin, standing straight in front of the peas. It was reddish-brown and radiated heat. When Run Ran snapped her fingers, flames suddenly burst out from inside. Bright flames lit up the entire cave. At the same time, something fell from above. It was gasoline. The mice wouldn't scream, but they seemed to understand what it was. They panicked, some even trying to run away. But the Mouse King caught them and shoved them into his mouth. One after another, the mice were split in half. The Mouse King casually threw the lower half on the ground and roared. From his expression, Run Ran knew he was angry. TSK. Run Ran let out a light snort and took out a four-leaf clover. The four-leaf clover blew away the spilled gasoline and evenly spread it over the fallen creatures. At the same time, P opened fire. Several large bullets from P turned into fireballs as they flew through the flames. Torch Tree Stump will ignite, passing P into fireballs to deal double damage. Attack power. I'm just here to buff. Don't expect me to fight. Experience gained. 150. Big Guy's helpful friend arrived. The fiery bullets roared into the group of fallen creatures. Plus, the gasoline accelerant. In an instant, flames erupted, burning the fallen creatures with loud screams. Run Ran took the opportunity to untie Hong Yi and others. Under the stimulus of screams and strong smells, Hong Yi slowly woke up. She saw Run Ran's face, and she saw the flames rising around her, like hellfire. Why are you all so dead? The words slipped out before she could think, making Run Ran hold back her concern. You're the one who's dead. Run Ran rolled her eyes and coldly watched the fallen creatures struggle in the flames. Jump! Suddenly, Shi Yan's voice came from above. The group still in the cave all jumped out, but they grabbed the vines that appeared in the air, hanging themselves from above. Behind them, the pursuing fallen creatures didn't get such good treatment. One by one, they all fell into the fire below. This height wouldn't kill those fallen creatures from a fall. That's why they dared to rush forward so boldly. But now, all those fallen creatures became kindling. In the flames, the Rat King was completely unharmed. Although flames flickered on its skin, everyone could see that it showed no burn marks. The flames couldn't break through its defenses. Run Ran understood this clearly. The Rat King was very smart. It avoided the fire bullets but wasn't afraid of the ordinary flames around it. It seemed to know what the real weapon was. Experience points reached. Level 4, 5,000/5,000. Host, do you want to level up? Suddenly, the system's voice appeared. After accumulating for so long, the limit for leveling up had finally been reached. Level up. Run Ran silently recited, then saw the system data flicker. Not much changed, just the maximum number of plants available increased to 50. A strong mental energy was moving through Run Ran's body. Her connection with the plants seemed to grow closer. With just a thought, the plants began to change their attack plans. Peas and the flaming tree stumps continued to cooperate. Snowflakes slowed down the enemies, while fireballs followed closely, accurately hitting the ordinary minions. Her experience points kept rising rapidly. However, Run Ran focused on the Rat King. Without her giving orders, the others also prepared for battle. Amidst the flames, the standing minion was the true king. It was approaching everyone now. Its huge body was like a bulldozer, crushing even its subordinates that tried to block it. Its claws reached out, blood-stained on their grayish-white surface. They were sharp enough to pierce a person's heart. Just as the minion was about to reach the group, its claws suddenly shifted to the other side. It was garlic. A large, white, round garlic was beneath the minion's feet. It had already started to work once contact was made. In the game, garlic could make zombies avoid the area, and here in this wasteland, it had the same effect. The minion seemed to lose its way, attacking the air repeatedly. But this situation didn't last long. Run Ran could sense the emotions coming from the garlic. It couldn't hold on anymore.
Squeak.
A sharp cry sounded, and at the same time, a powerful mental shockwave appeared. The garlic was pulled out from the ground and fell to the earth. It sacrificed itself. With the garlic gone, its influence disappeared. This minion surprisingly had mental power and used it to break through the garlic's confusion. Its eyes turned back to Run Ran and the others. Inside, it was completely furious. The surrounding rats also became agitated. Ignoring the flames on their bodies, they charged directly at the humans. The battle broke out instantly. Peas shot wildly around. Now, there were 10 peas in total, enough to fill the area. But even so, the minions kept coming non-stop. This feeling When Run saw one pea being torn apart by the minions, she started to worry. In the end, she looked at the Rat King. Can you handle the small ones? Run asked everyone. After getting a positive answer, she directed the plants to attack the Rat King. Without the pea support, their defenses almost collapsed. Fortunately, everyone held on. The wind from Hongyi made Wen Lian Shui's snowflakes fall even faster. The sharp snowflakes are enough to cut through ordinary rat groups. Those trying to get close are caught by thorny vines. Bodies are pierced, blood flows freely. At this moment, Run is focused on fighting the Rat King. Several peas shoot simultaneously, all targeting the Rat King. Flame bullets curve through the air, tracking the Rat King. Run has now taken over the trajectory of the pea shooter. In her view, only the Rat King remains. The flame bullets weave among icy blue bullets. The two types of bullets touch, but do not melt each other. As snowflake bullets brush past the fallen creatures, a faint layer of frost remains. The flame bullets leave a scorching burn mark. The injured Rat King seems to realize who is the true core. It rushes straight at Run without hesitation. Thorny vines rise from the ground. Unlike Xian's thorns, these vines stay in place, but are very tough. Long branches tightly bind the fallen creatures. Then various bullets strike down. The pea shooter's container smokes. The relentless cactus, with a sharp thorn, aims straight at the fallen creature's head. Amid countless attacks, the cactus hits the target's head successfully. However, progress is slow. Run senses a force blocking the cactus's thorn. That force keeps rising and even pushes the thorn back. The thorn passing close to Run's arm draws a streak of blood. Feeling the cactus's guilt, Run doesn't mind. That thing is using its mental power to protect its own head. Run steps forward, releasing her own mental strength. The flames in front of the pea shooter grow more intense. The pea's body also enlarges. What was once a pea at human height now towers above everyone. The giant pea is truly a giant. Absorbing enough sunlight, the giant pea can't be easily broken or defeated. Run points her finger at the Rat King. In an instant, the gun container swells, but no bullets are fired. A powerful mental force condenses at the mouth of the gun container. With Run's energy, the pea releases terrifying power.
Go.
Run softly says. The flames flicker, and with a pop, they wrap around the bullet. In everyone's sight, only a flash of red is seen. In Run's view, the bullet, as big as a fist, was wrapped in a layer of frost on the inside and carried flames on the outside. Then, it boldly collided with the Mouse King.
Squeak.
An unpleasant cry sounded again. The Mouse King lowered its head, and a look of fear appeared in its eyes. Its lively eyes seemed to show surprise. This bullet couldn't be avoided. It could only fight head-on. But it could feel that the flames on the outer layer were slowly igniting its mental strength. Although no visible change appeared on the surface, its defenses were melting away like snow and ice, breaking down. It was about to die. This thought appeared in its big head. The Mouse King moved its limbs anxiously. But no matter how it shifted position, the bullet kept locking onto it tightly. It was getting closer and closer to its head. Click, click. In Run's view, the Mouse King's mental shield was breaking apart. The giant bullet suddenly reached the forehead. Just as the Mouse King thought it would fall, it saw the flames on the bullet's outer layer suddenly disappear. Had the ability been exhausted? The Mouse King's eyes showed surprise, but when it looked up, it saw Run smiling at it.
Goodbye.
It clearly saw the human slowly utter these two words. What does that mean? In its confusion, cracks appeared on the frost inside the bullet.
Then,
it exploded.
There was no loud blast.
The bullet shattered instantly. It created a hole in its head. But the entrance was a hole, and the exit was filled with countless blood holes. The bullet in its head split into countless pea-sized bullets. It turned its body into a sieve. Pea bombs completed. Watching its fallen body collapse, Run was very satisfied. The bullet, combining frost peas, double gun peas, and flame tree stumps, was fired by the sharpshooter P after being assembled. This was her research achievement over the past period and one of her secret weapons. You thought it was just one bullet. No, let me tell you, it was thousands of bullets. Those split bullets were like shrapnel. Once they exploded inside the enemy's body, the enemy would surely die. Something rolled out of the big hole in its head. Then it was caught by thorny grass and placed in front of Ran. It was a seed. Holding an irregular crystal in her hand, Ran sighed slightly. This thing is quite valuable, but here it is food for the sunflowers. At the scene, with the death of the Mouse King, the remaining mice became panicked. Without the leader's orders, some of the mice started to run away. But Ran wouldn't give those mice a chance. Time to gain experience points. A few Ps resumed their duties, knew Li to fire and entertain the owner. As the experience points increased, Ran nodded with satisfaction. Is this crisis over? The others smiled. Hong Yi even hugged Wen Lian Shui. Two good friends, tears in their eyes, looked at each other. While they celebrated, strange sounds came from above. Countless stones fell down. They could even hear something hitting the ground. It seemed not far from the ground here. Retreat quickly, Ran shouted, thinking of something. The plants were gathering the source seeds, and Ran wanted to lead everyone back to the passage. The Mouse King was dead, so they could find a way out here. But clearly, that creature understood Ran's plan and helped him by opening a shortcut. Suddenly, the ground above collapsed. Stones crashed down, dust and smoke rose. Through the drifting dust, Ran saw a flat head sticking into the gap. It was the Snake King's offspring. How is that possible? Someone in the team exclaimed. Yes, how could it be? How did the enemy pinpoint their location so precisely?
And,
looking into the Snake King's eyes, Ran felt a chill. There was mockery, satisfaction, even a hint of joy and delight. It was like a behind-the-scenes mastermind watching a big show in the dark, finally appearing to deliver a deadly to those who thought they could escape. Half of the Snake King's body was already slipping into the gap. It looked at the scorched, strangely scented mouse corpses on the ground and opened its mouth wide. One by one, it ate happily. Moreover, many snake offspring appeared in the surrounding caves. The question Ran had earlier was now seemingly explained. That snake was deliberately doing this. It intentionally drove humans into these mouse caves, letting both sides fight each other. In the end, it would come out to reap the benefits. The Snake King, now feasting happily, didn't seem interested in paying attention to Ran.
Hey.
Ran. Hong Ye's voice sounded strange. She tugged at Ran's clothes. Ran turned around and saw that not far in the corridor, some small snakes were slithering over. Although called small snakes, their bodies were thick enough to match an arm. Strangely, Ran didn't feel any malice from these snakes. Thinking for a moment, she spoke. Let's move aside. She turned sideways, pressed against the wall, and made way for the snakes. The others followed her example. Then, the snakes hissed and slithered through the gaps, joining the group that was already feasting. The dead mice bodies, torn apart by the snakes, spilled blood everywhere. It looked like the snakes were enjoying their meal very much.
What was really happening?
No one could understand at this moment. Just as Ran was considering whether to take the chance to leave, she saw the Snake King lift its head and look at her. The snake's vertical pupils were cold and emotionless. It stuck out its tongue, seemingly thinking about whether to swallow these unfortunate humans as a snack. But in the end, it didn't. Instead, the snake wagged its tail and pointed to one of the caves. Its eyes stayed fixed on Ran, as if trying to send a message. Are you suggesting we leave from that side? Ran asked. She held a seed in her hand. If the snake attacked, she could always try again. It would be a big effort for the P to do this. The snake, naturally, nodded very humanely. The scene was a bit frightening. All right, we'll listen to you, she said decisively. She was always a good, obedient girl. Let's go. Ran called out. Since they didn't seem interested in inviting them to dinner, they shouldn't be too rude. The group quickly rushed into the corridor and disappeared from sight. The Snake King watched them go, tilting its head and smiling.
It was smiling.
But that smile was a little nightmare-inducing. Fortunately, Ren didn't see it. Following this path, the group continued to move underground. But not long after, they found themselves back inside a human building.
This looks like a storage room, someone said excitedly.
Look here, another shouted happily. It's the basement of that supermarket. Oh my, so much stuff. That should last us a long time. Hearing their joyful voices, Ren started filling her space with items. She tilted her head and looked back at the corridor they came from, feeling a bit puzzled. This is truly a well-behaved child who gets treats. Everyone chose to accept the kindness of the Snake King. After organizing supplies, they packed up and headed towards City 11. On the way, they also encountered some other groups. It seemed these groups were from other camps, out searching for supplies as well. Supplies on the Wasteland are becoming scarcer. When the camp cannot meet production needs, they have to risk going out, just like these groups. Although they met, the groups kept their distance and did not interfere with each other. They didn't want to start trouble. Hey, have you noticed? Those people all seem to be heading in this direction. Hong Yi pointed at another group they had just met. This was the third group they'd seen. All the groups were moving away from them. It didn't look like they were searching for supplies. It seemed more like something was chasing them from behind. Ren also thought the same. These groups were moving very hurriedly with a high level of caution. While talking, they saw a convoy rushing toward them. Thick dust clouds showed many people were in that convoy. The group they just passed by was now running even faster. Let's avoid them, Ren said, but his eyes stayed on the convoy. Several machine guns were mounted on the windows, and some heads were sticking out, whistling. When they saw Ren and the others, they looked at them with a teasing suspicion. Their eyes looked a bit lecherous. However, it seemed those people weren't planning to attack, and the convoy kept moving forward. Just when Ren and the others thought they wouldn't cause trouble, a cloud of dust suddenly surrounded everyone. Let's take this one, someone said.
Haha, why not pick this one?
What's there to choose? Not many goods, but lots of people. After braking, the people in the convoy fixed their gaze on Lianxue, their drooling expressions revealing their nasty thoughts. Ren, Hong Yi whispered, and Ren nodded in understanding. These people weren't simple. Their uniforms looked like those worn by guards from a certain city. Ren had heard that some city guard teams in the Wasteland were very domineering. When they went out on missions, if they encountered camps, they would swagger in, take supplies, or even steal women from the camps. They were backed by a city, so no one dared to stop them. It seemed that the groups they just met were indeed fleeing for their lives. Coincidentally, these people set their sights on them. Hey, listen, if you know what's good for you, hand over the items and let us have some fun with these women. Don't worry, we'll take the stuff and return the people intact. A few guards got out of their vehicles, acting as if this was normal. One of them even walked straight toward Lianxue. Just as his greasy hand was about to touch her, Ren acted. With a quick move, she drew a dagger and cut off several of his fingers. Blood splattered on Lianxue, but she blinked and didn't seem to care.
She even looked up and struck back. Ah!
A scream caught in his throat as he covered his neck, eyes wide with disbelief. These people dared to attack them. How could they be so bold? You're asking for death. Seeing this bloody scene, the others were surprised for a moment, but soon the leader pulled out his gun. The modified machine gun could easily tear people apart in close range. But the reality was beyond their expectations. Ren and the others remained unharmed. They didn't even break through the defenses of the wall. The bullets left a few holes on the wall but quickly repaired themselves. Ren stood beside the wall, her tone cold. Get lost. In the Wasteland, the strong prey on the weak. Ren wasn't the type to feel sorry for camps she saw. She could ignore what happened, as long as it didn't involve her. People in these cities really think they are superior. Outside the city walls, even if they were killed, the powerful wouldn't bother to avenge them. Her icy gaze made everyone feel nervous. The captain looked at Ren, his eyes flickering with hesitation. Who do you think you are? daring to tell us to leave. But in the end, some people just don't recognize her. Ran refused to give her way, and she even took action herself. Fire abilities are common in the Wasteland. A coil of fire snakes spun in the air and then rushed toward the crowd. This time, Ran didn't need to move. A sudden gust of wind blew, causing the flames to flicker and sway. The wind fueled the fire, making it burn even more fiercely. But the wind also turned against them, attacking the people instead. "You!" one person exclaimed. "What kind of people are these? Their strength is so powerful." When the flames ignited one person's clothes, the leader finally stepped in. His face showed pure malice. Thunder rumbled across the clear sky. This is a lightning-based special ability. A bolt of lightning strikes directly at Ran. The speed seems to be as fast as a blink. "Go to," the captain mutters. He has done this kind of thing before, but no one has ever dared to embarrass them like this. "Later, you'll see the consequences of resisting us." He licks his lips and confidently speaks again. But Ran only glances at him. That look is full of disdain. Clover immediately surrounds everyone, spinning leaves easily, the lightning away. Yes, it away. The lightning seems as light as nothing and lands nearby, then explodes. Judging by its power, the opponent is quite strong. But if the attack can't hit the enemy, even the most powerful method is useless. Now, the captain's face changes completely. Perhaps he finally realizes Ran is not someone to mess with, so he quickly hides in the car. "Let's go," he shouts. The other team members also want to get in the car and escape. But Ran just coldly watches them. She doesn't plan to let them leave so easily. Without words, snowflakes start to fall from above. The snowflakes are clear and small, about the size of a fingernail. But how can it snow heavily at the end of spring? Realizing something, the others look at Lianxue. She points her finger, and countless snowflakes fall like shooting stars. The seemingly gentle and beautiful snowflakes are deadly weapons. Easily, they cut through the metal of the vehicle. Even modified vehicles can't resist Lianxue's attack at this moment. When the roof is lifted off, the people are completely panicked. They jump out of the car trying to run away. But the snowflakes follow like shadows, leaving no chance for escape. They want to kill and silence the witnesses, just like what they did to others before. Seeing this, the captain's eyes turn cowardly. As the attack is about to catch him, he suddenly becomes ruthless, grabbing his companions nearby and throwing them at Lianxue. He doesn't want to die, so he can only sacrifice his team members. "Captain Yu." The other person's eyes widen, looking at the captain as if seeing a demon. This kind of betrayal is easy for him. Faced with this behavior, Ran looks full of contempt. She despises such people. Since the other wants to survive, she will crush their hope completely. With a flick of her finger, the sharp thorn of a cactus, protected by snowflakes, directly breaks through and reaches the captain. Death is very close. He seems to have some feelings. He instinctively tries to pull his teammate to block the gun. This time he succeeds. But that spike is just a feint, bypassing the teammate and accurately reaching his face. The spike points directly at his forehead, just inches away. His eyes cross, trying to look at the spike and dodge it. But he can't do it. No matter how he adjusts his strength, the spike easily pierces his forehead. Blood drips down from his brow. And the spike has already gone through. Compared to the fallen, humans are more fragile. Such a small wound is enough to doom him. He stares blankly with wide eyes, still trying to look at Ran as he falls. He vaguely feels he has seen her before. No, he's heard about her. Using those terrifying plants, she moves freely across the wasteland. But what is her name? With doubt, blood stains the ground red. His eyes fix on the gray darkness. The captain is dead, and those people are leaderless. Some people cleverly follow behind Ran. "Sorry, it's our fault. We didn't recognize your greatness. Please spare me. Please, we won't dare again. You can do whatever you want to me." Their words are sincere and heartfelt. They keep kowtowing, showing a devout attitude. But Ran just looks at them coldly. Did those who died at your hands also beg like this when they were alive? So, did you spare them? Ran asked softly. These people are covered in blood, clearly having killed many. Begging for mercy, when facing death, is natural. But that doesn't mean she will let them go. Cause and effect exist. It seems they understand her meaning. Their faces look grim. Some tremble, looking around for a way out. But Ran won't give them a chance. A man-eating flower appears and bites off their head. It was the loudest one just now. The body falls to the ground, and the flower chews on the head with some satisfaction. It has grown stronger, and its appetite has increased. Some scream and try to escape, but under Ran's gaze, they all die here. In the Wasteland, doing such things requires learning to eliminate all traces. Ran thinks to herself. Looking at the corpses on the ground, she remains expressionless. She doesn't see it as cruelty. These people brought it on themselves. Let's go. Ran called out to his teammates as he prepared to leave. Just a few steps away, he suddenly looked in a certain direction. This place was at the edge of a ruined small town. From here, he could see the houses in the town. The collapsed buildings were covered in moss and had a long history. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. What's wrong? Hong Yi asked, also looking over but sensing nothing unusual. Ran shook his head. Just now, he had felt a gaze lock onto him. That gaze was curious but not hostile. Who's there?
Come out.
Ran shouted and took a step forward. P appeared beside him, seemingly ready to attack if the hidden person didn't come out. Hey, long time no see. You don't have to draw your sword just because we met again, a voice said as the person inside stepped out. Seeing the other person, both Ran and Wen Lianxue were surprised. They could still see their former teammate. Zheng Gong, a ground element ability user, used to be the tank in their team and had achieved many victories. Meeting him here, Ran raised an eyebrow as he watched him approach. Are you alone? This coincidence seemed a bit too perfect. Don't misunderstand, I'm not with them. Zheng Gong pointed to the corpses on the ground. I followed the previous camp here, hoping to share some of the loot, but I ended up meeting you instead. Should I be glad I didn't make a move? He said these teasing words with a smile and raised his hand to show he was innocent. Ran lowered his guard, looked at him for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Have you become a wanderer? Ran asked, signaling everyone to relax. Wen Lianxue also looked happy. Meeting old friends again was always a good thing. Yeah, since City 9 was attacked, I've been wandering alone in the Wasteland. I wanted to find the team leader and others, but I thought better of it. It's more free this way, and there's less scheming and betrayal. These words seem to hint at something. Thinking of the betrayals by former teammates, Ran's expression softened. So, what are your plans now? I don't know, Zheng Gong replied honestly. Ran said, if you really have nowhere to go, you can come with us. Hearing this invitation, Zheng Gong was a bit surprised. Really? Won't I cause you trouble? No, Ran answered straightforwardly. Well, thank you all. Engineer Zheng excitedly approached. He is very talkative and quickly started chatting happily with everyone. Seeing this, Ran smiled warmly. But her eyes were dark. After resolving this small incident, Ran instructed everyone to get into the car and head straight to City 11. This young man was no longer an obstacle. The journey was smooth, and they soon reached the outskirts of the forest. The vehicles were covered by plants, and from a distance, it was hard to tell there were cars hidden here. Honestly, Xian's abilities were very useful. Do you all live here? Zheng Gong, walking behind everyone, looked puzzled. It felt like they were in a place cut off from the world. On the way, there were many fallen creatures nearby, watching them closely. Strangely, these fallen creatures didn't attack them. Finally, they arrived at the gate of City 11. Looking up at the buildings inside, Zheng Gong opened his mouth in surprise. Oh my god, he exclaimed, seeming to think he had made the right choice. Let's go inside, Ran said, introducing Zheng Gong to everyone. For City 11, having one more person is always helpful. Zheng Gong was quickly accepted by others. Plus, his cheerful personality helped him get along well here. After Ren brought back so many supplies, the situation in City 11 became less tense. But they still divided tasks and worked together. One team was responsible for hunting outside. Recently, City 11 added a new activity, enjoying the presence of a few sheep. In the sheep pen, a few sheep huddled in the corner, trembling slightly. Their soft wool made people want to reach out and touch them. These sheep were found a few days ago in the nearby forest. No one knew how these adorable creatures appeared, but they were caught and brought back. However, no one planned to eat them. They wanted the sheep to breed and grow their herd. Grow up well, little sheep. A child waved at the sheep, but they only shrank further into the pen. Ren was also happy about this. Once the herd grew bigger and the vegetable garden was able to produce freely, life in City 11 would be much better. Next, they would focus on producing daily necessities. But right now, that was still unlikely. Clothes, for example, could last a few years, so they weren't urgent. Everything was heading in a good direction. However, some strange things had happened near City 11. The repaired surveillance camera showed some strange phenomena. Ren and others crowded in the control room, watching the scene inside with curiosity. These things seem to be attracted by something constantly gathering here, but they don't show any aggression. Instead, they seem to be getting lazier. Emo-chan pointed at the plants inside and spoke. In the footage, the plant-like creatures, called fallen seeds, were gathering from all directions towards City 11. But once they reached a certain distance, they stopped moving forward. Moreover, when people from City 11 passed by, these fallen seeds looked very lazy and showed no desire to attack. However, if careless outsiders passed through, these plants would attack them wildly. A strange scene was unfolding in the footage. One of the plant creatures looked like a tall tree. Its pale limbs emerged from the soil, then it ran wildly on the ground. No, it was running. After reaching a certain distance, it quickly stopped. It then reinserted its roots into the soil, leaving only its trunk exposed. This kind of behavior had been happening repeatedly over the past few days. It was as if these plants had received some signal and were acting on it decisively. All of this seemed to point toward Xiao Bai. Currently, everyone in the control room was close to Ren, trustworthy people. At this moment, Xiao Bai also crawled out from the wall. Now, Xiao Bai was almost everywhere in City 11. Even Ren didn't know how far Xiao Bai had expanded his territory. The key was Xiao Bai's expansion was happening underground, almost undetected. It could be said that almost the entire city was under Xiao Bai's surveillance. Whenever Ren had any ideas, Xiao Bai could give immediate feedback. Such an extraordinary existence brought Ren great surprises. "Did you do this?" Ren asked, gently patting Xiao Bai's head. When they first found Xiao Bai, it was just a tiny little thing. It was almost dead because there was no food. But now, although Xiao Bai still looked like a small sapling, its strong roots had become quite formidable. Xiao Bai twisted its body to confirm Ren's question.
Good job.
Ren praised Xiao Bai. This big guy was worth the effort. Meanwhile, Emo-chan sat in a chair, watching Xiao Bai with a surgical knife in hand, eyes full of eagerness. Just as he was about to take action, tiny tendrils sprouted and quickly tied him and the chair together. This was a warning from Little White. Little White remains as stubborn as ever, except for Ren, whom it respects. Emo-chan had no choice but to put down the surgical knife and raise his hands in surrender. After some joking and laughing, Little White left. Now, its favorite activity is wandering around the 11 cities. This behavior is actually beneficial for the 11 cities. In fact, Little White has achieved what Yushi and the city's martial arts director have spent their lives pursuing, almost effortlessly. Its intelligent behavior has once again strengthened the power of the 11 cities. However, this also brings some problems. When Emo-chan looked at Ren, she spoke first. "Don't worry, it's not here right now. Little White is very smart. Where it is, it won't interfere unless given a command. Perhaps the only place in the entire 11 cities without Little White is this room. Then I'll be direct," Emo-chan said honestly. They have known each other for a long time, so Ren understands Emo-chan well. After she nodded, Chen casually asked, "Are you sure it will never betray you?" Chen's words made the smiles on everyone's faces in the room fade away. Feng Miao Miao stood behind Chen, resting her fingers on his shoulder, as if to tell him not to be so blunt. But Run Ran shook her head to show she was fine. "I understand what you're thinking. Such an intelligent being, capable of commanding plants, though they are just plant-based, would cause a stir across the wasteland if it were to turn against them. Biological creatures with intelligence are inherently unstable. If Little White ever betrayed them, it would mean that the plants supposedly guarding the 11 cities could turn around and treat the people inside as snacks." Chen's concerns were clear to Run Ran, but she didn't make big promises. "All I can guarantee is that as long as I am alive, it won't betray us. That is the truth. And this confidence comes from the system. Thanks to the system's binding, Little White is essentially no different from other plants. The only major difference might be that it can't turn into seeds for her to store. But there's no need to worry about its loyalty. Of course, if one day the system itself becomes untrustworthy, then Run Ran would be the first to betray her. By then, she wouldn't care about the world anymore. I hope so." Faced with Run Ran's affirmation, Chen still remained doubtful. However, from Run Ran's point of view, there was still more to say. "Unless you let me study it." As expected, the topic returned to this point. Run Ran shrugged. "I told Xiaobai as long as you can beat him, he will let you do whatever you want." Using the word "do whatever you want" shows the sacrifice Xiaobai might have to make. Unfortunately, Chen was a bit helpless. As an ordinary person, Chen had no special abilities. When facing Xiaobai, he was easily overwhelmed. This meant his research on these plants was still out of reach. Other plants are fine too. Chen looked at Run Ran, his tone a bit unwilling. She had so many plants, yet she didn't want to give him one.
Why?
He really wanted to act cute and ask for a hug, but his face twisted a little. Then, he kept a cold expression. Forget it. He's not good at acting cute or begging for hugs. After discussing some other matters, everyone left the surveillance room. They were all camp leaders, who would stay here watching 24 hours a day. But after the last person left, someone sneaked out secretly. They peeked inside to check, making sure everything was fine, then entered. The monitor showed everything was calm. Strangely, the plants that had appeared in the footage earlier seemed to have vanished, almost invisible now. But if you looked carefully, behind some green leaves, in the bushes, or even among fallen leaves, a faint white color could be seen. The person who entered seemed a bit nervous and didn't observe carefully. They quickly scanned the monitors, roughly understanding the defenses of City 11. First, they took out a communicator, pressed some numbers, and sent a message. After covering their own footage, they quickly left. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, showing they were quick. However, just as they closed the door, Xiaobai suddenly appeared from the doorway. Branches and leaves twitched as Xiaobai looked toward the door, then happily sent a message to its owner. "Master, I've made a contribution again." Xiaobai wouldn't peek when the owner was nearby. Once the owner left, Xiaobai considered the entire area its territory. This means that the moment Run Ran left, Xiaobai had already taken over the surveillance room. Otherwise, how could it be empty? These monitors were, in a way, just a distraction. After all, these things are not as reliable as a beginner's warning system. Unfortunately, the person who sneaked in didn't think much. A small mistake can lead to a big error. It's night, and the stars above are blinking. It looks like tomorrow will be a good day. But such a clear night sky isn't suitable for some sneaky activities. Have you confirmed the information? A group of people are hiding in a mountain cave, checking the time.
Confirmed.
Here. This needs to be attacked first. But this place has weak defenses and can be broken through quickly. We can break out here and work together from inside and outside to catch them off guard. This is a big catch. One person points at the map's defenses, smiling happily. He seems confident of victory. Don't celebrate too early, someone can't help but warn. I heard that those plants of Run Ran are like monsters, with many strange abilities. Be careful of being tricked. This person analyzes calmly. But his teammates don't believe him. What's there to fear? No matter how powerful she is, she didn't expect us to have an insider inside. And besides, our attack is supported by the city lord, who said it must succeed. If we take this place, the city lord will reward us when we return. He pats his teammate's head confidently. His tone is very commanding. His teammate can only stay silent. But from his furrowed brow, it's clear he's still uneasy. He feels like he's missing something. Yes, what is he missing? The night is very quiet. Most people in the 11 cities are already asleep. But the man can't sleep. He tosses and turns, feeling restless. He dares not make any loud movements, knowing there's a roommate nearby. He quietly gets up, moving carefully so as not to wake his roommate. He hesitates after making a sound, freezing in place. Fortunately, his roommate remains asleep. Only then does he feel safe enough to continue outside. He opens the door and quickly leaves the dormitory, heading to the meeting point. As long as those people can break through, he can help them succeed. The man hiding in the bushes against the wall feels something is wrong. There's no one around him. He has checked multiple times today. This is a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. But somehow, I have a feeling of being watched. And it's not just by one person. It's several pairs of eyes staring at me from the darkness. No matter how I look, I can't find who owns those eyes. Is it just my imagination? Or am I too nervous? Swallowing my saliva, I shrink further into the bushes. But the man making this move doesn't notice that the surrounding bushes seem to wrap around him, as if offering him a sense of safety. Time slowly passes. Outside, the team is now approaching the outer edge of the 11th city. Just a few more meters forward, and they will reach their first line of defense. This makes everyone a bit excited. Some even quicken their steps, eager to lead the charge. Everyone wants to make a contribution. Many also follow closely behind.
Slow down,
The captain shouts, but the team members seem a bit overwhelmed. For some reason, they feel light and free, as if they can do anything. Above their heads, tiny white vines are blooming with small flowers. The sweet scent drifts with the wind into their noses, making them feel refreshed. But soon, they stop smiling. What's that? Suddenly, a noise comes from the side. Before anyone can react, a teammate is directly pulled away by something. Although it happens quickly, it looks like the plant was the one causing it. Don't panic, it's just a plant taking someone. The captain isn't worried. He knew there might be some plant-related dangers along the way. After all, this place is almost a natural hunting ground for such plants. But it's strange that everything has been so calm for a while. Hey, you two, go and deal with that thing. His tone is confident, showing trust in his team. The assigned team members nod firmly and walk into the bushes. They look around carefully. Strangely, the teammate who was taken is now completely silent. There are no bloodstains on the ground either. It's like it was all just illusion. That's strange, one of them mutters. Hey, come out quickly. You're not fooling us, are you? One person calls out, but his face shows he's clearly nervous. He grabs his teammate's arm and signals with his eyes. The other side understood their meaning clearly and split up, moving to surround the target.
There was some movement there.
Both moved carefully. One person pushed aside the bushes, and the other immediately attacked inside. It was a water arrow. They are water elemental users. The water arrow hit precisely, but it struck the buttocks of the teammate who had just been dragged away. The opponent seemed to feel the pain and shivered a little. This made both of them exchange surprised looks. Could it be that he was joking with them? Unwilling to believe it, one person moved closer, while the other grabbed his partner's back and pulled him over. The process was easy.
But
when they saw the face of the other person, they instinctively stepped back. The person was already dead, and his face was unrecognizable. Tentacle-like roots were emerging from his face and body. Those roots were still wriggling, as if they wanted to keep feeding. When they saw the two fresh targets, the roots suddenly expanded and stretched out quickly. In an instant, one of them was caught. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, turning his arrow into a sword and cutting the roots that were wrapping around him. He was about to call his teammate to deal with it together, but when he looked up, he saw his teammate's terrified face. And his gaze was behind him. Behind him? His heart started pounding faster. He turned his head with difficulty, and as soon as he saw what was behind him, he was completely stunned. A huge dandelion. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. An enchanted dandelion. It was about 2 people tall. The fluffy part of its large flower crown was now a pinkish color. It looked quite pretty, but he knew that this color was only because it had just drunk a lot of blood. The roots from the corpse were slowly emerging, and they looked just like dandelion roots. The dandelion, swaying its head, sent its pale leaves swinging toward the 2. Those farther away naturally dodged. But the one who was ambushed from behind by this creature couldn't escape. He was dead. And he died very cleanly. His head snapped off with a cracking sound, rolling a few times on the ground. But the person who had managed to dodge hadn't had time to celebrate before he saw those fluffy parts spreading out. About the size of a palm, the fluff covered everything, coming in waves. It felt suffocating. In fact, he eventually suffocated to death. When that fuzzy thing landed on his face, it instantly took root. Its roots forcefully burrow into his throat and nasal passages. It wouldn't let go until he suffocated and died. As countless air roots reappeared, blood was transported back to the main body. The well-fed dandelion seedling happily turned away. The leader said, "Once a seedling falls, there's no need to compete." On the other side, the waiting team heard no sound. Could something have gone wrong? A clever team member asked, turning to see his leader's stern expression. "Should we go check?" The others also asked nervously. Everyone was waiting for the leader to give orders. Under pressure, the leader could only nod. "Let's go see what's happening." Even if there's danger, how could there be no warning at all? Remember, this time they brought only the best fighters. Confidently, the leader pushed aside the grass and saw only 3 indistinct bodies. The pitted blood holes on their faces made people turn away in fear. This brutal and bloody scene made the leader's face turn cold. "I want to see what kind of thing is pretending to be here," the leader said coldly and walked over to push aside the grass. But this time, it wasn't a repeat of before. The dandelion seedling had already left. The place was empty. No enemies, no signs of danger nearby. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened, very quiet. But those 3 bodies reminded everyone of how serious the danger had been. What should we do? Should we retreat first and discuss? A clever little team member swallowed nervously, wanting to turn back. This time, the leader's gaze was no longer harsh. He was pushed forward, stumbling to the front of everyone. "Keep going, you. Scout ahead." The confident little scout looked unhappy. But faced with his leader's threat, he dared not refuse. He carefully continued along the planned route. Everyone could only temporarily forget about the 3 bodies. Whatever had caused this, maybe it was full and not interested in them now. This idea was partly correct. But they didn't realize one thing. There wasn't just one seedling here. Just a few dozen meters from the previous incident, everyone heard a sound. It wasn't loud. It was the sound of leaves falling. It comes from above. Falling leaves are normal. But now it is late spring. Even if leaves fall, how can they scatter like now without cost in such a large amount? They almost cover people's heads. Up there. Instantly, everyone's mind flashes with this thought. At this moment, their reactions vary. Some instinctively look up. Others rush forward to dodge the falling leaves, little clever ones among them. As for those who look up, my eyes. Help! My eyes, it hurts so much. I can't see anything. The screams show the outcome. When they looked up, some liquid was dripping from above, directly into their eyes. It made a sharp, burning sound like acid. Blood flowed down their fingers. Someone lowered their hand, revealing only 2 bloody holes. And the corrosion kept spreading deeper. If the eyes are destroyed, one can still live. But if the brain is corroded, death is certain. They haven't reached the place yet. Will more people get hurt? The team leader, who also rushed out, looked worse than words could describe. "Help! He shouted, trying to save the teammates still crying out in pain and struggling. But it was useless. The corrosive liquid had already pierced through their heads. Even the blood from the back of their heads contained corrosive elements. And the power of the liquid hadn't weakened. A single drop splashed on one person's shoe, instantly burning through it. If he hadn't quickly taken off his shoe and dug out the affected part, his entire foot might have been pierced through. Even so, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain. The medic was bandaging this person. Meanwhile, the fresh bodies on the ground were ignored. Let's go quickly. Someone wanted to leave this place early, but was stopped by the clever little one. That thing is gone. He pouted, signaling everyone to look up. This time it was very safe. The tree was empty. No falling leaves, no unknown liquids. And the enemy, which had been unseen all along, was nowhere to be found. The team leader cursed. His eyes toward the little clever one carried a strange suspicion. It looked as if he was doubting something. You keep leading the way. Pointing at the clever little guy, the captain spoke with a very firm tone. He even placed his hand on his dagger at his waist. It seemed that if the little guy dared to refuse, he would be executed immediately. The little guy, treated this way, looked confused and upset. In the end, he still silently agreed and continued to lead the way. But this journey was destined to be difficult and full of trouble. Not long after leaving the second murder scene, the little guy slipped and almost fell into a hole. Luckily, he was quick and grabbed the edge. With the help of his companions, he managed to pull himself up. He turned around and looked down again. The little guy's face showed relief and happiness. Below, there was a dense cluster of small plants. They had no flowers, only thick leaves. The leaves were about as wide as a finger, but flat and long. The whole plant was even shorter than their calves. When the little guy fell, these plants twisted wildly, trying to wrap around him. But because the little guy was a bit shorter, he avoided being caught and escaped this danger. The little guy patted his chest, his face pale. He looked tremblingly at the captain, almost crying. He knew why the captain was acting like this. At first, it was anger because he said something he shouldn't have. But later, it seemed the captain just doubted him. After all, when they were under the tree, he was the first to rush forward. He just hoped that this time, his danger would make the captain believe in his innocence. He truly was innocent and not a traitor. The captain's expression softened a little. He had initially thought he could send the undercover agent to City 11, and maybe the other side had the same idea. But then he realized it was unlikely. This operation was planned suddenly, and the other side couldn't have predicted their move. He raised his hand, about to pat the little guy's shoulder to apologize. But in an instant, his arm stiffened. The little guy's face also froze in surprise. It turned out that everyone had gone around the hole to keep moving forward. But no one knew that just a few steps later, they would all fall into traps. More than one person fell, and there were multiple holes. It was like mole holes, spread out one after another. The ground above was covered with normal grass, so it was impossible to see with the eye. But those people weren't as lucky as the little guy. Falling in meant becoming food for the creatures below. The elongated leaves wrapped around the body, then stabbed in repeatedly, constantly draining blood. They even performed a dissection on the spot. Large chunks of flesh were cut away. The scene was disgusting to watch. Captain's cheeks twitched a few times. Then, he ignored the clever little guy and threw a fireball into the pits. Captain has fire powers, which are very strong. Recently, he was tested and reached level 6 abilities. This fire easily burned away the monsters below. But the teammates who fell couldn't be saved. Even their bodies emitted a burnt smell. Someone swallowed hard. Don't misunderstand. It's not because they were greedy, but because they felt scared. Out of a team of dozens, 7 people are already dead. If this continues, they might be wiped out before reaching the 11 cities. The enemy isn't stupid. Now, seeing the monsters appear one after another, they realize there's a problem here. But even so, there's no way to turn back now.
You. Continue.
Those words almost came out of his throat. The little clever guy, with tears in his eyes, felt he couldn't clear his name. but he was truly innocent. They couldn't blame him just because he was lucky. With a sad face, the little guy could only keep moving forward. As these people became more cautious, they gradually got closer to the 11 cities. But just at the city gate of 11, in the bushes, a man was scratching his head nervously. He felt a bit itchy. He scratched his arm, and a few red marks appeared. He didn't pay much attention, thinking maybe he was bitten by some insect. His eyes stayed fixed on the agreed direction, hoping for a signal. But even now, there was no sign at all. Time was running out. What was going on? Could something have gone wrong? But according to the information he received, that shouldn't be the case. The man was a bit anxious, but also confused. Meanwhile, on the top of the main building, a figure stood quietly, watching everything below. They say the higher you go, the colder it gets. Ran thought that the view from above was quite special, and he could endure the slight cold. Oh no, it's almost summer now, so it's not cold at all. Xiao Bai was wrapped around Ran's shoulders, lazily moving with the leaves swaying. Well done. With Xiao Bai's perspective, Ran could see what was happening in the woods. All those people's actions were unfolding as expected. Based on this, it was likely that about 10 or so people would survive and reach the meeting spot. But what awaited them afterwards? Ran smiled. Her smile was carefree and flowing in the wind. Since her system level increased last time, her mental strength had also improved. According to the calculations on the Wasteland, she was now a level 6 psychic. However, her combat power was somewhat unstable. Holding Xiao Bai's leaf, Ran continued watching the scene ahead. The night was still long. Maybe she should find some other viewers to watch too. Compared to Ran's pride, the team that had lost a few members to a plant's attack was in trouble.
Say, was it you?
The captain grabbed the little clever ghost by the neck and asked fiercely. Veins bulged on his neck, and his eyes were bloodshot, showing his anger. He squeezed tightly, making the little clever ghost's face turn red instantly. The ghost patted his captain's arm and shook his head hard. He opened his mouth, trying to make some sounds. And no, puff.
Oh.
The little ghost, stomping his feet on the ground, felt like he was going to die. Not from the attack of the plant, but because he was unlucky enough to be mistaken for a traitor and killed by the captain. Humph. The captain threw the little ghost to the ground and stomped on his stomach, leaning down to wait for an explanation.
Ugh.
He spat out a mouthful of blood. The little ghost looked exhausted and pitiful. But now, he dared not make any tricks. It's really not me, Captain.
Please believe me,
He shouted, allowing the captain's foot to press on his stomach. The pain was so intense he almost wanted to scream, but he held back. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face was pale as snow. Then tell me, what's going on? The guide was still alive, but many others had died. This looked suspicious. I really don't know. If you suspect me, Captain, I'll walk at the front from now on. You all stay far behind and follow the path I take. And if it happens again, I'll accept it. With a look as if facing death bravely, the little ghost shouted. His anxious expression made some companions unable to watch anymore. Captain, it probably isn't him. But just one sentence earned a fierce glare from the other person. However, this team member was brave and didn't avoid the gaze. Instead, he carefully analyzed. Captain, think about it. He's been with us all along. How could he know what's happening here? This guy was even casually pulled in just to fill the numbers when he left. Although this statement was direct, it was also true. If there were a traitor, it wouldn't be him. The team member spoke confidently, causing the captain to look at him deeply before removing his foot. The clever little one was able to breathe again and showed a grateful expression to the other. So, what's going on? The captain's tone remained unfriendly. I think maybe there's a traitor, but that person isn't here with us. He's over there. The team member pointed towards the direction of 11 City. From here, through a gap, you could see the outlines of some buildings in 11 City in the night. Far away, it looked like a dream. And this reminded the captain. Yes, all their actions were based on intelligence coming from that place. What if that intelligence was wrong from the start? What if this path was full of traps, and the other side was deliberately leading them into it. What if Zheng Gong betrayed them? After all, he and Ren Ran used to be teammates. Maybe old feelings had resurfaced. A series of possibilities appeared in the captain's mind, making his breathing grow more rapid. If these guesses were true, it meant he had been under enemy surveillance all along. Every move might have been watched clearly, but these were just guesses. Let's go, keep moving. In the end, the captain made a decision. Whether true or false, their mission wouldn't change. Even if there were more traps ahead, they had to get through them. Yes. The team member didn't argue. The clever little one stood up and continued to silently lead the way. And the subsequent path still claimed some team members. Each time, strange and bizarre deaths and strange falls occurred. Those fallen ones, hiding in the deep night jungle, were the best hunters. As long as they didn't attack first, humans could hardly detect their traces. But once they moved, it still meant death for humans. This one-sided consumption caused the team to become increasingly low-spirited. Fortunately, in the darkness, there was also hope. We've made it out, the clever little ghost called out softly. Lucky as always on this journey, the little ghost felt a bit more at ease now. He looked around but saw no sign of enemies. They were very close to the meeting point. The captain followed behind, frowning slightly. If the traps behind were real, there should be enemies waiting to greet them here. But there was nothing. The area was empty, only the leaves behind rustled in the wind. The silence was so deep it was a little scary. He shivered unconsciously, and the captain clenched his fists in response. Stick to the plan, he ordered. Find the right direction and quickly reach the target. He also sent a signal. It was a signal flare. There was no loud noise, and the light wasn't very bright. But it was enough for those waiting inside to see. Their goal was a surprise attack, not to make a big scene or be noticed.
Got it.
Behind the gate, Zheng Gong's face was full of happiness. He casually rubbed his cheeks and eagerly stepped forward to the door. Ren Ran and the others were too confident. They didn't bother to guard such an important place. Even though it was under surveillance, what did that matter? Even if they were discovered, it was too late to stop him. Zheng Gong no longer hesitated and pushed the door open. The creaking door made his skin crawl, but Zheng Gong felt happy listening to it. Some might see his actions as a betrayal of Ren Ran and Wen Lianxue, his former teammates. But he didn't think it was betrayal. When City Number 9 was destroyed, his old team was gone for good. The captain disappeared, and the team members scattered. Since that was the case, he couldn't stop him from moving toward a better future. In the end, he joined City Number 3, and through hard work, he gained some status. Later, Ren Ran's deeds started to spread. Especially after the recent chaos in City Number 1, many people saw how powerful Ren Ran's abilities were. Actually, many wanted to catch Ren Ran before she fully grew up and control her. There were plenty of people with that idea, and City Number 3 wasn't short of them. But what was different was this. He knew Ren Ran personally. If he used this connection, he might get close to her easily or even infiltrate her group. Then, working from inside and outside, he could do things most couldn't. He didn't need Ren Ran to trust him deeply or care about him. Just a little bit of affection was enough. However, Wen Lianxue was also part of this team, which he hadn't expected. When he saw Wen Lianxue, he knew his plan was secure. Accepting Wen Lianxue made it unreasonable not to accept himself. And that was true. In fact, they even staged a good show for this. Even if it meant sacrificing a small team, so what? Those people were useless anyway. It was best if Ren Ran let his guard down. Now, the plan was almost completely successful, only a little more to go. He quickly walked out. Zheng Gong was watching the distance, trying to find his companions in the dark night. Soon, he saw flickering lights moving in the darkness. That must be where his companions were. Here, here. He raised his hand and shouted, a bit excited. In the dark, even small sounds could be amplified, especially with Zheng Gong's loud voice. Not far away, the remaining enemies looked up and saw Zheng Gong enthusiastically. Their steps paused. Each face twisted a little. Although they couldn't see clearly in the dark, as abilities users, their senses were sharper. Their eyesight was improved, so they weren't completely blind in the night. They clearly saw behind Zhengong a line of plant-like creatures standing. Looking tall and slim, they were bamboo-like creatures. Now, those creatures were imitating Zhengong, waving cheerfully at them, as if saying, "Come on, come on. We've been waiting for you so long. We can't wait to eat you." Cold sweat soaked the captain's back. Watching Zhengong and those plant creatures getting along so well, the captain finally concluded Zhengong had betrayed them. What should we do now?" Someone asked nervously. The clever little one spoke up. "I think we should go back. I have a bad feeling." The bamboo creatures still swayed, but Zhengong seemed unaware. In the dark night, his face looked a little confused, as if asking, "Why aren't you coming over?"
Come over it.
Someone cursed silently. "This beast."
Go?
The captain's face twisted. "How can we go? Going back is just death." He pointed to the path behind them, voice low. Who could guarantee they could cross that deadly road safely again and return? As for other routes, who knew if they were safe? At this point, they only had one choice left, to keep going. And this is the script arranged for them by the people behind Zhengong. It can be said clearly. But even in death, they must take that traitor with them.
He deserves to die.
The captain looked in Zhengong's direction, his voice low but filled with killing intent. The team members hesitated briefly, then responded. Yes, traitors should die. If he doesn't die, how can he justify those brothers who died? Humph. If he doesn't die, I won't rest in peace. I'm taking him too with me. Thinking about how their comrades had died painfully, the entire team's anger flared. So, while Zhengong waited anxiously, the team moved forward again. As they got closer, Zhengong could see their expressions and the number of people. He frowned. Strange, this doesn't make sense. They said dozens of people would attack, but there are only a few here. Just these few can't possibly take over this place. Are they fooling me? In an instant, Zhengong realized something was wrong. Could it be that the other side deliberately left him here? Maybe from the start, they didn't want to fight City 11 but wanted peace. And he might be a gift they gave to City 11. Thinking this way, Zhengong increasingly believed it was possible. Especially when he saw some of them pulling out weapons as they got closer, with hostile looks in their eyes. They wanted to kill him. In that moment, Zhengong understood clearly. He had indeed been betrayed. Though he cursed silently, his face showed nothing. No, he couldn't let them know he had figured out their plan. He had to find a way to survive. What should I do? What to do? His mind raced quickly, sweat forming on his forehead. He looked around, but there was nothing. No place to hide. The only place that could protect him was City 11. But should he really go back? Going back might mean facing those inside who wanted to attack him. Perhaps Run already knew what he was doing. His thoughts jumping rapidly, Zhengong grabbed his arm again.
So Ichi.
That thought suddenly crossed his mind, and Zhengong's body stiffened.
No.
He looked down at his arm. He had been scratching the itch, occasionally scratching, but had never looked down before. Now he saw an arm full of wounds. Blood is everywhere, even inside his fingernails, filled with his own flesh and blood. But he feels no pain at all. It's as if he has lost all sensation of pain. But Zhengong knows he is a normal person. Someone has tampered with his body. Who could it be? His teammates, or Rand and the others. Zhengong's face itched again, and he couldn't help but scratch. This time he looked at his finger. A piece of flesh had fallen off. This scene is truly shocking.
No.
Zhengong suddenly shouted. No longer hesitating, he turned and ran away. He doesn't want to die, no matter who it is. But Zhengong's actions made some team members upset. Now he feels guilty and thinks it might be too late to escape. This traitor.
Catch him.
Someone shouted, and before the captain could give an order, some team members rushed forward. Faced with their fierce pursuit, Zhengong's eyes were full of anger and despair. Sure enough, these people betrayed him. Traitors. But the other side had more people. Zheng Gong didn't get far before he was grabbed tightly and pressed to the ground. His face was close to the ground. He felt as if his arm had been torn off. In his view, a piece of flesh on his arm had fallen away again. "No, don't. Let me go. Let me go," he shouted and struggled wildly. He felt as if he could see the bones in his arm. Was he going to become a skeleton? No, he didn't want that. Faced with Zheng Gong's struggle, the others fought harder. Several people worked together and finally subdued Zheng Gong. "You traitor! You traitors!" When the two groups finally met, their first words to each other were so in sync. It just shows they're truly part of the same team. "What are you talking about? What are you saying?" They spoke in unison again. Zheng Gong looked at their expressions and sneered. "No more pretending now. I've seen through you long ago. You poisoned me, didn't you?" His condition clearly shows signs of poisoning. It's all his fault for trusting these people. "You still want to lie to us here, confusing us, huh?" The captain didn't listen to Zheng Gong's nonsense. He pulled out a small knife from his waist and made a move to cut Zheng Gong open. This caused Zheng Gong, who was pressed down, to struggle desperately, his face turning pale with fear. "I worked very hard to make them believe me. I even took great risks to deliver the message to you. Yet you betrayed me. You animals. Traitors. You all deserve to die." Engineer Zheng couldn't hold back and shouted. But just these few words made the captain stop. "Did we betray you?" The captain looked a bit strange. Seeing Zheng's excited expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. "Let him go first." The captain signaled the team members to loosen their grip, put away their knives, and then picked up Zheng. "Tell me carefully, what exactly is going on? Why did we follow your route and end up encountering so many enemies? Our people were reduced to just these few." Talking about this, the captain couldn't help but feel angry. "What?" Zheng was stunned. "No way, I checked that route carefully. There were no defenses at all. I chose that route myself. It shouldn't have any problems." Zheng opened his mouth wide, then suddenly realized something. "So you guys suspect me? Is that why you lost time?" he asked, finally realizing that his comrades didn't seem to have betrayed him. Not only that, his intelligence had actually caused heavy losses. Otherwise? The captain asked back, still sounding unhappy. He seemed to doubt Zheng a little. "Oh no!" Zheng shouted in surprise. He could guarantee that the route he saw at the time was definitely safe. But since there was still a problem, it could only mean either Ren Ran had made other plans later, or the enemy had discovered his intentions. There aren't many coincidences in the world. He had been found out. When he realized this, Zheng looked around and couldn't help but tremble. Interestingly, the enemy's bamboo camouflage reappeared, invisible again. All Zheng saw was a dark wall, like a net trapping everyone inside. "This is a monitored area," Zheng suddenly said. "What do you mean?" The captain squinted, looking unfriendly. "I mean, we're shouting and making noise here, so why hasn't anyone come yet?" Swallowing saliva, his throat hurt badly. Zheng's bad feeling grew stronger. "Maybe we should leave first. I think something's wrong." The clever little guy also spoke now, his eyes wide as he carefully looked around. His frightened expression showed. He was very uneasy. "I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. What's there to be afraid of? Since those people are waiting for us, let's show them what we can do." One team member was very brave. "I'm tired of being toyed with by those people. How dare they treat us like this?" The team member's anger boosted the team's confidence. Exactly. Even if I die here today, I want to take a few of them with me." The team leader nodded at their words. His mission was to take over this place. If they didn't even try to attack, and just ran away in shame, they would have no place here and might even be executed as cowards. "Let's go." Looking at the big door, the team leader made a decision. "Leader, maybe you should think it over again." A clever team member still liked to argue. He looked seriously at the leader. "I don't think the people inside will necessarily be from the 11 cities. The ones we met on the way might be controlled by that Ren Ran. Maybe those people inside are waiting for us. If we die without even seeing Ren Ran's face, it would be a real loss. It's better to leave now and come back better prepared next time." The clever team member spoke sincerely, his eyes shining brightly in the dark. "Get out of the way. If you're so afraid of dying, just go away yourself." The leader pushed the clever team member aside. He clearly looked down on him. The clever team member watched as the group went inside, a strange light flickering in his dark eyes. He was muttering something quietly, his voice very soft. Zhengong, walking at the back, looked back at the clever team member, who forced a smile. But he still followed along. The door was wide, enough for several people to walk through side by side. As they entered, it was very dark around them, and no one was in sight. A few steps forward, they heard a creaking sound from the big door behind them. When they looked back, they saw the door had closed. It was like a warning. You've fallen into a trap.
Who are you?
Do you only know these petty tricks?
Come out now.
Be a real man and fight us properly, the leader shouted. He was nervous in this strange environment, trying to vent his stress. But what responded was his own team. Leader, that Ran is a woman. A quiet explanation caused the atmosphere to tense. The captain glared at him, but seeing no response from those around, he could only continue forward in annoyance. Let's go. Suddenly, fog appeared around them. At first, the fog was thick but clear enough to see each other, so they didn't think much of it. But in just a moment, someone turned around and realized their teammate behind them was gone. Where is everyone? Hey, where is everyone? He shouted, trying to make the people ahead wait. But his hand reached out into empty air. The people ahead were gone too. The fog was so dense that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. But the sounds could still be heard. Hey, where are you guys? Answer me. Hey, what are you doing? Who's messing with us? No matter how he called, no one responded. It was as if the friends who had just entered with him were illusions. In fact, the others were also experiencing this scene. The smoke and hallucinating plants, it was just Ran and Xian's team. Watching the chaos for a while, Ran decided to continue playing along with Xian. From above, they could see that those people were still standing in place, shouting and yelling as if their friends had already been lost. Their voices were truly heartbreaking to hear. Wiping non-existent tears, Ran was strategizing. The power of the spore-spraying mushrooms was weak and hardly affected these people. But the spores they spat out hitting those people caused them to twitch. They were scared.
Who hit me?
Help! Help! Each hallucinating teammate saw terrifying monsters in their eyes. They shouted and ran, but the fog seemed endless, with no end in sight. Were they trapped here? A faint sense of despair was spreading. But Ran was merciful. Suddenly, a light appeared in the fog. It was a lantern plant. Standing at a crossroads, its warm glow guided the way. It became the only light for those lost in the fog. They all moved toward it. Once inside the illuminated area, they were surprised to find their teammates still there. But everyone looked a bit disheveled. Their faces twisted in confusion, and everyone realized they had probably been tricked again. No one spoke about it openly. Ran, you coward. Someone shouted again. Ran used these strange objects to toy with them like clowns. It was as if their self-respect was being trampled underfoot. Men should face things honestly, Yin said sarcastically. Without needing confirmation, everyone knew it was that scheming older brother who had come out to look around. Today, I agree with you, Ran nodded. The brother who was praised looked at Ran strangely, as if his expression had become a little friendlier. But soon, Yin regained control of his body. At this moment, Yin pouted, seeming a bit unhappy. What's wrong? Ran asked, continuing his actions and even removing the smoke mushroom. The fog disappeared completely, but what followed were the fallen bamboo shoots that had just vanished. These bamboo shoots were controlled by Xiao Bai. This meant the battlefield was now in Xiao Bai's hands. It's nothing, Yin replied, still feeling gloomy. He couldn't tell Ran that his brother seemed to be feeling romantic.
Stinky brother.
Ran, casually nodding, didn't think much and focused on what was below, with a happy expression. The slim bamboo shoots appeared, attracting everyone's attention. That's them. They had just seen these things behind Zhengong from afar. When asked, Zhengong said he had never seen these things before. Now, Zhengong was more surprised than anyone else. These were fallen creatures. And these fallen creatures had just been behind him, waving at his teammates. Thinking of that scene was creepy, and it was understandable that teammates might doubt him. Prepare for battle. But since these fallen creatures had appeared, they weren't afraid. They had the strength to fight head-on. The battle quickly began. Bright lights of various abilities lit up the night sky. Someone in 11 City finally realized what was happening and got out of bed. When asked if they should ring the alarm bell, they were refused. After all, their city lord was having so much fun. Now, more spectators arrived without invitation. If the priest were here, he would definitely find common ground with these people. Long, thin bamboo sticks struck down, almost knocking a head off. The team members dodged. The fire elemental ability user was at the front. Even though they were plant creatures, they still had a natural fear of flames. This was a well-known fact. So, he confidently commanded the flames to set those fallen creatures on fire. However, what made him sad was that those fallen plants were very clever. When the flames came, they used bamboo sticks to directly extinguish the fire. Their awareness of fire prevention was astonishing. Seeing that burning their roots from the ground was ineffective, this team member could only grit his teeth and start attacking from above. The flames began to split and turned into fire rain falling down. The scattered fire rain was especially powerful. He wanted to see how these fallen plants would defend themselves. They had no defenses. Instead of being passive, they took the initiative to attack directly. Their branches grew longer, and their bodies became softer, but in an instant, these bamboo sticks revealed their cruel side as fallen plants. The paper strips, which should have no leaves, were covered with jagged edges. They swept over a team member, leaving a wound on his abdomen. Blood spurted out, and if the opponent hadn't dodged quickly enough, his intestines might have been pulled out. The fallen plants, crazily attacking in the flames, were cruel and powerful. What made them even more hopeless was that, besides a few fallen plants that appeared at the beginning, there was a group of bamboo fallen plants waiting in the corner. Because bamboo plants are very hardy. Once they become fallen plants and lose seasonal constraints, their reproduction ability is extremely rapid. Now, that bamboo grove was just a layer of green outside, but inside, it was the territory of these fallen plants. Ordinary people dared not go in. As the leader of these fallen plants, Xiao Bai mingled among the fallen plants and occasionally teased the team members. The flower that learned bad habits from Xiao Bai was following his example. The fallen plant flower rescued by Run Ran had not changed in size, but its personality was becoming more and more vicious. Sharp petals brushed past the team members' calves. One leg was cut off just like that. My leg. The team member screamed in pain, blood flowing uncontrollably. In a short time, his body began to twitch and finally, he closed his eyes. From the leg being cut off to death, it only took about 10 seconds. This speed was shocking. Be careful of that small one, it's toxic. The captain said this with a serious face. He felt a bit regretful. Maybe he should have listened to the clever little guy and left earlier to prepare again. This place was too terrifying. Isn't this a gathering place for humans? But why could humans control these fallen plants? Is this something humans can do? No, that Ren Ran is not human. He is a monster. Ren Ran, come out here. The culprit was naturally Ren Ran. The captain shouted, trying to confront him face to face. However, what responded to him was a sudden movement from Little White. The branch hooked around the captain's waist and gradually tightened. The force was so strong that the captain couldn't break free. The fully metallic captain suddenly realized that his proud defense was useless against this creature. He could feel his bones creaking. His waist had already deformed. His internal organs were squeezed together, causing intense pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained broken internal parts. He endured the pain and tried to pry apart Little White's slender branch. But the result was doomed to be disappointing. How is this possible? Such a delicate creature, having such great strength, was unbelievable. Poor Captain didn't realize that the seemingly fragile little wight had roots so strong they could cover the entire 11 city. Was he going to die? He seemed to have misunderstood the clever little creature. What he said was true. The captain was dazed, and at that moment, his gaze met that of the clever little creature among the crowd. What kind of eyes were those? Vacant, lifeless, expressionless. It was as if the one standing there was just an empty shell, with the soul long gone. It felt cold to the core. The captain also saw. The eyeballs still moved, stiff as if they were dead. After catching his gaze, the little creature's muscles twitched, then it showed an awkward smile. Its mouth opened silently, uttering 2 words. Captain. The captain saw that the creature was calling him. But looking at this little creature, the captain shivered. It was terrifying. This little creature was definitely not a living person. It was a strange thing. It was a monster. The captain finally realized that his intuition had been right from the start. The problem all along was this little creature. And now, everyone had fallen into its trap. He finally dared to reveal his true face, no longer hiding behind a wolf's skin.
Who are you?
The captain couldn't help but shout. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he backed away in panic. His eyes showed almost overwhelming fear. This terrified behavior puzzled the other team members. Captain, what's wrong? Someone asked. Others followed their gaze and saw the little creature just a few steps away. Faced with the captain's question, the little creature tilted its head and showed an expression even more pitiful than crying. His eyes are filled with sadness. Tears roll down his cheeks, making his pale face look even more frightening. But he still stubbornly looks at the captain. Captain, I told you, we need to leave here quickly. Why don't you listen? Why won't you listen to me? He persistently asks this question. His face is full of disappointment, as if betrayed by someone he loved. He takes a step forward and extends his arm, as if trying to grab the captain. Get away. Go away, you monster. Don't come any closer. The captain desperately waves his hand to stop the little clever ghost from approaching. At this moment, the other team members also notice something strange about the clever ghost. What's wrong with you? Zheng Gong stammers. It looks as if the ghost is possessed. Why won't you listen? But all he responds with is the same repeated phrase. No matter how they ask, it's like a repeating machine, monotonous, endless repetition. Gradually, the voice begins to falter, as if the energy inside is running out.
Why?
The little clever ghost lets out its final angry roar. His wide eyes are filled with resentment toward the captain.
Then
he collapses to the ground. Everyone finally sees that behind him, his body is already decayed. The foul smell isn't coming from the corpse, but from strange plants piled together over time. What is this thing? Someone boldly flips the little ghost over. His once intact face now shows something moving beneath the skin. Little by little, it pierces through the skin and grows out.
It's
roots. Plant roots. Perhaps discovered, the roots shyly sway and then reveal themselves completely. Dense roots burst out from the little ghost's body. Gradually, a strange plant forms on his corpse. His short, thick stems allow him to stand firmly on the body. His pale, shriveled skin, topped with black hair-like growths fluttering in the wind. He's not tall, only reaching a human's calf. Faced with everyone's fearful gaze, this thing happily takes steps, walking in one direction. There, the sound of footsteps appears. Everyone suddenly realizes that those fallen seeds no longer attack them. Yes, if they had taken action while everyone was distracted, they might have been killed long ago. My heart is pounding wildly. Everyone knows who is coming. It's Run Ran. She is the ruler of the 11th city and the creator of all this. What confuses the captain is how this is happening. Even if they lose, they want to lose clearly and fairly. Run Ran. The captain, holding himself up, shouts loudly, as if trying to boost his courage. Hey, I'm here. Did you all miss me? Her relaxed tone sounds, showing Run Ran's carefree attitude. She finally appears in front of everyone, dressed simply, with a gentle face that looks harmless. But everyone notices the strange plant, which is now affectionately rubbing against Renran's palm. It's like returning to a mother's embrace.
Good job.
Renran gently pets the strange plant's head, feeling very satisfied. She had exchanged for this plant a long time ago, but only used it now. It was also an experiment, and the result of this experiment was very successful. If it weren't for the time limit at the end, and the effect couldn't last, probably no one would realize the clever little thing's problem. How did you do it? No, I should ask, since when did this thing replace him? The other person had been with her the whole time, but they didn't know when Renran made her move. It's quite simple. From the moment you stepped into that jungle, your teammate was already dead. Only he has been with you. After tossing a burst of sunlight to the other person and feeling the joy and other emotions from this plant, which far surpasses other plants, Renran put the other into her space. This plant is called the Mimic. The Mimic allows you to use 2 seeds of the same plant in one level. Features: copy any plant or anything that exists. In the game, it can only copy plants, but in Renran's hands, she successfully copies humans today. But there are some drawbacks. For example, she must secretly control the Mimic's speech and actions. This means almost all actions are driven by Renran's will. Although the Mimic has some intelligence, it is still too weak to support this big act. So, Renran personally took the stage. That's also why she has been hiding in the shadows and not showing herself directly. But that's normal. If the other could think independently and act alone, this plant's existence might overturn the entire wasteland. After all, Renran believed that if she released this plant, it might take some time to destroy a city. Although that was true, she was already quite satisfied with its current power. I'll tell you something friendly. The bodies of your team members are still in your vehicles, but you probably won't have a chance to see them one last time. As she spoke, Renran's gaze was fixed entirely on Engineer Zheng. Do you think I'm really that naive to collect all kinds of trash? Aishwa has the face. What about you? Her sharp words twisted Zheng's face in anger. Just then, when Lianxua arrived, unsure if she should accept the compliment. Besides her face, was there really nothing else worth noticing about her? Or perhaps the Lord of City Number 3 behind you truly believes we are easy to bully. Sneering, Renran's eyes were cold. Since the big commotion in City Number 1 last time, she knew this day would come eventually. A city independent of all forces. 11 cities. This name seemed like a challenge to all other cities. And the methods those cities might take were simple. Either they accept peace and become part of those cities, or they forcibly turn this place into their territory. Clearly, City Number 3 chose the latter. But unlike official actions, this was clearly a personal move. The Lord of City Number 3 wanted all of 11 cities to belong to him alone, not just the individual cities. That's why this action was taken. According to their intelligence, 11 cities was just a small city with only dozens of people. No, perhaps in the eyes of those people, 11 cities was never acknowledged as an equal city. Maybe they saw it as a joke. But they didn't know that as the city lord here, Renran's strength didn't rely on human fighters in the city. It was the plants she controlled. Xiao Bai and these fallen seeds were a pleasant surprise, boosting her confidence. Even without Xiao Bai today, she could still manipulate these people easily. Killing the chicken to get eggs? Haha, do they even deserve that? Do you deserve it? Renran's words were cold and sharp as a blade. From the very beginning, she never believed Zheng. And after he entered her territory, Xiao Bai had seen all his small moves. First, observing the defenses and surveillance of 11 cities. Then, inquiring about the city's combat strength. All the messages were finally delivered. Engineer Zheng, the undercover agent, actually did a very good job. The only regret is that his actions were always tolerated by Renran. Otherwise, there would be no point in delivering messages. Before this, he had wandered through 11 City for several nights and had been killed many times by the plants hidden throughout the city. It was Renran's mercy that kept him alive. Then she thought, such a good opportunity, why not try to imitate the ability of the impersonator? Now, with this success, those people naturally became useless. Don't worry, you'll die very peacefully, Peace Shooter appeared beside her, maintaining a normal appearance, but its gun was already bulging. No, I was forced, Zheng Gong shouted directly. As a former partner of Ren Ran, Zheng Gong knew her vengeful nature. When Xiao Qiu was close to her, but once she discovered Xiao Qiu betrayed her, she acted without mercy. Now, Xiao Qiu's lover, Wen Lianxue, had become one of her most trusted subordinates. This shows how cold and deep Ren Ran's mind is. Someone like her, wanting to kill him, was too easy. But even knowing this, Zheng Gong tried to use the little loyalty he once had to escape Ren Ran's punishment. However, all he saw was a pair of eyes without any emotion. Dark pupils reflected.
No.
Realizing his impending fate, Zheng Gong suddenly shouted, Wen Lianxue, don't forget how Xiao Qiu died. Are you really willing to serve this executioner? Xiao Qiu will never forgive you. Do you really think you are worthy of Xiao Qiu? His shouts echoed in Wen Lianxue's ears. But she stood still unmoved. Xiao Qiu wouldn't hate Ren Ran, she simply said softly. She knew Xiao Qiu better than anyone. If Xiao Qiu had other options back then, he would have become friends with Ren Ran. He genuinely considered Ren Ran a friend, even if only for a short time. Xiao Qiu, who died at Ren Ran's hands, did not hate her. He didn't hate her, so what was there to hate about himself? Moreover, if at the beginning Ren Ran had a chance to be killed, now, standing here, Ren Ran let her kill him. Even if she used all her strength, she probably couldn't break through her plant defenses. After all, she was well aware that Ren Ran had never used her full power until now. Those plants, she wasn't sure how far they could go. But she promised Xiao Qiu to live well, so it was better not to seek death. You're such a coward. Engineer Zheng's face twisted as he roared, then suddenly charged at Ren Ran. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to make sure Ren Ran paid the price. The malice on his face was obvious, without needing to think. But in the face of Zheng's reckless attack, Ren Ran just lazily lifted her eyelids. Don't hurt your head. It might still be useful. It was a light remark. Then came the gunfire. P, one of Ren Ran's strongest weapons, had no intention of retiring. Even if it was aiming at the head, P's shooter skill avoided the target precisely. And then, the neck exploded. Those few bones were shattered into pieces almost instantly. When a head fell to the ground, Zheng still reached out toward Ren Ran. Unfortunately, this move was doomed to fail. The other team members shared the same fate. Everyone was just followers trying to keep up. He died, and Ren Ran didn't pay much attention. Oh, she did glance once. She looked at Hong Yi. Well, then, our red team captain, please take these gifts and head to city number 3. To return the kindness is only proper. We can't possibly ignore their enthusiasm. With a half-smile, she met Hong Ye's eyes. Quick-witted, Hong Yi nodded immediately. Sure enough, Ren Ran was a bit petty. Offending her meant no escape. Next, she wished the city lord of city number 3 good luck. Thinking this, Hong Ye's face lit up with a smile. Oh, although it's a tedious task to run errands, she liked it. Hong Yi carefully collected each of the fine heads, treating them as treasured keepsakes. It was as if she was handling her own precious treasures. Wen Lianxue rolled her eyes at the sight. Shui, do you want to go together?
Hong Ye cheerfully invited.
Wen Lianxue. She stepped forward, happily picking up a human head. How could she miss such a good opportunity? City number 3 was bustling with prosperity. Protected by city walls, the residents lived peacefully. It was known as an open city, welcoming everyone. Of course, those who wanted to enter, if they weren't residents of City No. 3 still had to pay an entry fee. Today, 2 special guests arrived in City number 3. Hong Yi and Wen Lianxue, carrying their packs, entered the city. It is now evening, and the setting sun hangs overhead, casting the entire city in a warm glow. The 2 people have a clear goal. They head straight to the city lord's residence. The city lord's study is heavily guarded, and the door is pushed open. The city lord enters. She is a beautiful woman with a bright face. Yes, the 3rd city is also ruled by a woman, but the citizens have no objections to her leadership. This must be done perfectly. The city lord walks in while giving orders to the person behind her. Her tone is slightly impatient. Yes. The man behind her bows deeply and responds humbly. What's this? The woman finally notices a gift box on the table. The box is delicate, tied with a bow, and a card is placed on top. Oh, this is a gift for you, my lady. It was just brought over by a servant. The secretary says, and steps forward eagerly. Do you want me to open it for you? He is very eager to help. But the city lord declines. No need.
It's just a small thing,
she casually says, showing her generosity, and picks up the card on top. It's a surprise. Reading the words on the card, the city lord frowns slightly. She wonders which family is trying to flatter her with such a creative method. Thinking this, she quickly opens the box. The first thing she sees is some green material. Plants? The city lord glances at it with obvious disdain. Someone actually sent her a potted plant? Most of the plant is still inside the box, and she loses interest. What kind of surprise is this? Can't even flatter her properly. She casually tosses the box aside, and the secretary steps forward to handle it. He lifts the box to take it away. But when the box is moved from the table, the marks left behind make the city lord frown. What's that? A red-tinged liquid seeps out from the box. Could it be fertilizer spilled? With suspicion, the city lord picks up a tissue to wipe it. But the smell of the thick liquid is unusual. She recognizes the scent. Wait a moment. At this point, the secretary has already reached the door. Hearing the city lord's call, he quickly turns around. In the process, the box in his hands bumps into the table, causing its contents to shift. And then, with a snap, the bottom of the box breaks open. Inside, the potted plant falls out, intact and neatly landing on the ground. The green plant is still swaying. The ruler of the front garden, with a bright and beautiful face, suddenly showed extreme fear.
Ah!
A scream rang out. The secretary was still confused. He threw aside the box and immediately saw the lush green plants inside. They were very thick and healthy. But among the greenery, there were some black spots. He accidentally moved to the side and naturally saw the side of the plant. It had gentle curves, a straight nose like a mountain peak, and stubborn green grass on top. In an instant, after realizing what it really was, the secretary's face turned pale. Someone come quickly. The city lord's mansion suddenly became chaotic. Who would have thought that someone would give the city ruler a head as a gift? Was this a form of attack, a challenge, or something else? When the head was placed on the table in the hall, a group of people gathered around. They were trying to analyze and find out the reason behind this strange act. The first step was to identify the plant. I don't recognize it, the city ruler sitting in the chair said stiffly. Her delicate makeup couldn't hide her pale face. She had never seen this person before. But as more details about this person were revealed, the ruler started to feel dizzy. It was as if someone was kneeling in front of her, humbly expressing their loyalty, and then promising to complete a task. His name is Zheng Gong. He is a member of this special operations team. Once the identity of the head was clear, everyone seemed to stop guessing who the person behind it was. A name suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Ren Ran. That arrogant person from 11 City. How dare she? The ruler slapped the table, her chest trembling with anger. As a woman, she couldn't understand, but instead, her killing intent grew stronger. The city ruler? A trash place, and she still dares to. City ruler, what should we do now? The appearance of this had already meant the mission had failed. Not only failed, but the other side also sent a return gift. This was a challenge. The ruler's face looked very grim. She leaned on her chair, her face twisted. Now was not the time for war, so this was just a special operation. Her city's residents didn't know that she wanted to take over 11 City. It was supposed to be a gift for the people, but now it was a slap in the face. Feeling the pain, she naturally wanted to retaliate. Suddenly, the ruler thought of something, and a strange expression appeared on her face. I have a plan. She absolutely would not allow anyone to challenge her authority. The chaos gradually calmed down, and there was no big disturbance. The two main troublemakers, after enjoying the initial scream performance, had already sneaked away from city number 3. Ran said to act quietly and no guns. This is a barren land. Wild grass grows wildly, and broken stones pile up to form a forgotten garden. But now, this garden has become a camp for the fallen. Colorless humans with painted limbs come and go here. Men and women wear crazy smiles on their faces. In the middle of the open space, a feast is happening. Today's food is fresh prey, still warm from being alive just 15 minutes ago. Of course, it has now cooled down. Flames rise, carrying the smell of meat. Some people eat happily, but others seem out of place here. There is a boy with yellow skin, surrounded by pale figures. He keeps swallowing saliva, trying not to. "I'm not hungry," he stammers, sweating all over his face. He is an envoy. These people didn't kill him and even treated him kindly. But he really can't eat. "Don't worry, we don't eat people," someone nearby says, with a strange smile on their pale face. "Those are just for our friends to eat." The word friends makes the man shiver. He wants to ask, "Aren't I your friend?" "You'll see soon enough," the fallen one squints, seeming to be thinking about something. The feast continues. "But the man can't find you, she anywhere." "Where is Boss Yu?" "Our city lord asked me to pass a message to him." As a messenger, he's already put life and death aside. He keeps comforting himself, but his legs under the table feel weak and soft like cotton. "Oh, he's with our friends. Look, here they come." The fallen one suddenly points in a direction. There's dust and smoke rising, and something is rushing here quickly through the smoke. At one point, a pale tentacle stretches out, grabbing the perfectly cooked food with its huge, sticky appendage. It makes a slurping sound. "That's eating. Why don't you like it?" The voice comes from the smoke. As the smoke clears, the man finally sees what's happening. He sees Yushi slowly walking this way. And beside him, there's a monster. A pale figure is like a tree, with dense branches but no leaves, swaying as if unhappy. Below, where roots should be, there are 4 hooves growing. Yes, real hooves, not fake legs twisted from roots. That huge lower body seems to belong to a different kind of monster. But now, they are fused together. This allows a plant to break free from the ground and walk freely. However, at the moment he saw the monster clearly, the man was trembling all over. It was fear and disgust. The monster was actually snuggling close to Yushi, as if being affectionate. "I know your quirks, but right now, isn't there anyone suitable?" "Just make do for now," Yushi comforted him. He glanced quickly and saw a man covered in cold sweat. Yushi slowly approached, with a friend obediently following behind, step by step, but with a pressure that made the man feel doomed. 11 City. "Oh, you mean Ran? You want me to destroy 11 City? Wow, how did you know I had that idea too?" He spoke carefully, watching the man's expression, which looked like he had eaten something bad. A nasty smile appeared on Yushi's face. "I've known that city lord, Ran, for a long time. Maybe I haven't seen her in a while. Coincidentally, we also have mutual friends." While saying this, Yushi's eyes fixed on the monster beside him. He tapped on the table calmly. A few words seemed to settle everything. The man immediately nodded. Then it settled. "I'll go back and tell the city lord right away." The man stood up quickly and hurried outside. He looked terrified but tried to act calm. And the strange, cruel looks from those fallen ones on him seemed to be ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. But in the end, it was probably just an illusion. He successfully left the camp. "Are you using us?" "I know," Yushi said suddenly, watching the man's back. "Dear friend, don't worry. I know you want revenge. Soon." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ran, who didn't realize she was being watched, was living quite comfortably. After dealing with the traitors, 11 City continued as usual. Under Xiao Bai's training, those fallen ones were very obedient and spread around the city's outskirts. After this experiment incident, the residents of 11 City fully trusted Ran. Ran can control those plants to grow. As this news spread, many people admired Ran. However, Ran felt a bit overwhelmed because she really couldn't do it. Everything was done by Xiao Bai. Right now, Ran was in the basement, engaged in some secret activity. The plants had become like family, lying on the cold surgical table, with helpless animals being used for experiments. Unfortunately, Ran's experiment faced another failure. On the roof, Ran held a small sunball in her hand. Next to her, Xian looked at the sunball with a hungry expression.
Ran.
Her pitiful voice woke Ran. Ran smiled apologetically and fed the sunball to Xian. These sunballs, transformed from the source seeds, provided energy for the plants and Xian. The degeneration of Xian's body was completely controlled. The plants in the space continued to evolve with the help of sunlight. But Ran wondered why the source seeds couldn't do this directly. Any source seed dropped from the fallen seeds could be used to synthesize sunlight. So, why couldn't the source seeds be used? The system had told her that in the distant future, the wasteland would be completely trampled by fallen seeds. Humans would barely survive, hiding in the darkness, afraid to show themselves. The system's purpose was to save the future of the wasteland. And so, it brought her here. Although she was grateful for the system's trust, Ran knew that saving the entire wasteland alone was somewhat unrealistic. She was confident but not arrogant. So, if she couldn't save everything, perhaps she could start from the source. Why did those fallen seeds eventually explode in a frenzy, attacking humans until destroying their last stronghold? Was it because of humans' research on those fallen seeds? Yusha's face appeared in Ran's mind. He had always tried to control the fallen seeds. Could it be that he succeeded in the end? He used the fallen seeds to destroy the human world. If so, killing Yusha might end everything. Ran was thinking randomly, but the system couldn't give her an answer. Suddenly, Ran's brow furrowed. Beside her, Xiaobai appeared. She looked toward the edge of the forest. The plants in the botanical garden kept expanding, and Ran had no intention of stopping it. But now, at the edge of the forest, there were again signs of unfamiliar energy not belonging to 11 City. And even more than last time. Just after sending away a group, another one arrives. What's going on? The city of 11 has started moving again. It's too far to see anything clearly from the surveillance cameras. Only Ran, through Xiaobai's sensing, faintly feels that some people are slowly approaching them. They're not hiding or even testing, they are openly showing that they have arrived. This also suddenly increases Ran's pressure. Next to her, Xian's face turns pale. Did you sense it too? Yes. He speaks softly, looking in that direction. And the person he's asking is Xiaobai. What? For the encrypted call between Xian and Xiaobai, Ran says she doesn't understand for the first time. But she can feel the strong threat behind it. Enemies are coming, and they are very powerful. Thinking back, she just gave a big gift to City 3. Could it be that the stingy city lord can't take it and is coming to take revenge? It seems Ran guessed half right. In the jungle, in this primitive environment, the fallen ones move easily. Meanwhile, the elites from City 3 seem a bit tense. To show sincerity, another team was sent out. But this time, their task is to follow the instructions of the fallen ones. It's shameful for people inside the city to mix with the fallen ones. But many know this is quite common in secret. The leading team didn't refuse this time, but they felt uncertain inside. Just recently, a team disappeared here. No one left alive. Only a head was returned. No one knows what those people experienced. Now, as sacrificial pawns for the fallen ones to explore the way, they can't resist. Because it's an order. Several teams, mixed together, once again step onto this land. What awaits them is still the familiar scenario. But this time, the situation has changed. Those fallen creatures are extremely dangerous to humans, but to Yushi's friends, they are a great resource. In fact, Yushi came for this purpose. Just as I thought. Watching those twisted fallen creatures, like traps, Yushi generously made the sacrificial pawns clear the way. A friend walks ahead, its strange and agile lower body weaving through the jungle as it begins to feed. Yes, it is feeding. Those once nearly wiped out by the fallen creatures have become this friend's food. The screams, inaudible to humans, make the small white creature sway uneasily among the branches. In its perception, the controlled fallen beings are disappearing one by one. It seems that beings similar to itself are approaching from the distance. As a fellow creature, the small white feels neither happy nor excited, but rather irritated and a bit impulsive. Feeling its emotions, Xian Yan looks serious and Run Ran's eyes. Let them come. Although she had expected this day to come, when Yushi appeared with the well-fed friend, Run Ran still took a deep breath. Not because she was scared, but because she found the creature too ugly, completely lacking any artistic sense. Small white is better. She stands on a high place, looking down. Behind her, the gates are tightly closed. Nearby are some of the City 11's ability users. This time, they can't rely on the fallen creatures to handle the problem. Going out is just to deliver food to that friend. Watching the twisting body of the friend, Run Ran gives a direct order. The P brothers open fire ruthlessly. Frost leads, flames follow, and the fiery Ps tear through the enemy defenses, easily taking a life. Faced with these increasingly powerful plant attacks, Yushi looks up at Run Ran and the small white beside her. Still resembling a tiny sapling, it nestles close to Run Ran, appearing fragile. Compared to her effort, it seems almost helpless. But Yushi frowns. What are you afraid of? He asks his friend. There's a strange fear emanating from her. She's afraid of that small creature?
But why?
Yushi, holding a knife, slices through a bullet. He'll find out after he kills Run Ran. This time, he's here to swallow the plants on her side. Once he devours them, his friend can truly grow. Go, he whispers softly. Behind him, the fallen beings completely let loose. Ignoring the arrows suddenly falling from the sky, as if trying to turn Run Ran into a sieve, all the enemies from the air submit beneath the clover's skirt. The blowing leaves block the attacks from above. The tough demands made those people stand up to themselves and face the situation directly. The pale, fallen individuals rushed forward. There were many. They were a group of crazed people, fighting bravely under Yushi's watch, not afraid of death. Even if they were knocked down, they would get back up unless they died. P bullets took one life after another, but the fallen did not retreat even a little. Instead, they were gradually closing the distance with Run Ran. The ground was trembling, with the goal being the city wall. The earth elemental abilities seemed to want to smash the wall beneath Run Ran. However, a faint yellowish hue appeared on the surface of the wall. Inside the wall, the giant wall fruit, still sleeping, finally awakened. Its huge, sturdy body stood firmly in place. The ground began to stabilize. How is this possible? An elder among the fallen looked at the wall, which hadn't even shed a speck of dirt, and showed a surprised expression. How could this be? His shockwave, how could it have no effect on this wall? While he was confused, he saw Run Ran's disdainful gaze. A cold, piercing look was embedded in that calm face. Run Ran only issued a command. A sharp spike whistled past, hidden among many bullets, accurately hitting the enemy. The elder clutched his chest, showing a confused expression again. The question he couldn't understand even in death, perhaps someone could give him an answer. The flames grew stronger, but they did not belong to the flame tree. They came from the enemy's fire elemental ability users. When dealing with plants, they all seem to have a misconception that plants fear fire. Actually, that's not entirely wrong. However, Run Ran just snapped his fingers, and the plants outside were dressed in a layer of orange-yellow armor. Pumpkins became the strongest armor for these plants, protecting them as they continued to fight. The flames couldn't harm the peas at all. Instead, they made the peas attack even more happily. The enemies actively helped them cast magic, which was a good thing. Rows of peas formed a defensive line, blocking the fallen's attack. But some sneaky fallen soldiers circled from the side, avoiding the peas' frontal attack and reaching the side. They were only a few steps away from the wall. They jumped up, lying on top of the wall, seemingly trying to leap over it. Then, the potato landmines on the wall's top started their explosive show. Booming sounds sent those uninvited guests back home. The small potatoes, hiding energy within their tiny bodies, drew attention. There were corpses everywhere. Shouts echoed continuously. The fight between plants and humans is surprisingly cruel and bloody. Cacti have changed from single plants to groups attacking together. Countless thorns pierce the bodies of the fallen. A bright red flower on top sways, showing its happiness. On the wall, some mushrooms can't hold back and start to sprout. Under the hard work of coffee beans, they begin their show. Spores from mushrooms are barely better than useless projectiles. But those chilled mushrooms, with their icy blue appearance, are very intimidating. Where they are, once the fallen get close, a blue mist spreads out. Soon, a human-shaped ice sculpture begins to form. Eventually, it is shattered into pieces by spore bullets. Centered around Ren-Ran, countless plants display their abilities. There are many types, but under Ren-Ran's coordination, everything is orderly. Ren-Ran has become even more powerful. Many people think so. Can't let you shine all alone, Red Leaf mutters, then jumps down directly. When Lianxue follows closely, along with Feng Miao Miao, who actually prefers staying in the lab for their quiet time, now all here. After those people joined the battlefield, the attacks from the fallen were greatly eased. Some fight hand-to-hand, others clash with abilities. Ren-Ran seems to be giving her all to Yushi. Only Ren-Ran still stands on the high wall, her gaze growing colder and more intense. That strange fallen seed hasn't moved yet. Interesting. Facing Ren-Ran's current state, Yushi chuckles softly. Then he steps forward with his sword. But this step suddenly appears right in front of Ren-Ran. They are clearly dozens of meters apart. He swings his sword, and Ren-Ran forcefully blocks it. Her arm trembles, and cracks appear on the short blade in her hand. In close combat, even now Ren-Ran is still no match for him. But it doesn't matter. This is City 11. And Xiaobai is right beside her. Perhaps sensing Ren-Ran's thoughts, Xiaobai wraps around her arm. Just like before, becoming part of Ren-Ran's body. The moment Xiaobai's body is controlled by Ren-Ran, she feels immense power. With her sword raised, this time Ren-Ran is very proactive. Do you like me? Ren-Ran asks Yushi, her tone teasing. If you didn't like me, why would you keep pestering me so much? She can't remember how many times she's faced Yushi now. For this clingy guy, Ren-Ran felt a bit tired of him. Oh, wasn't it you who sent me an invitation first this time? Yushi raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of sadness on his face. But his hands moved quickly. Looking at the branches on Ren-Ran's arm, Yushi smiled. Well, how can I let you down? Although she knew that City Number 3 had complicated relations with the Fallen for many years, and she knew that the City Lord had cooperated with her before, she still openly took revenge. It was like saying, go find someone to work with and let them bring you back to fight again. This special invitation in her hand made Yushi feel she had no reason not to attend the banquet. Licking her lips, Yushi's expression gradually became excited. Next to him, the friend finally moved. Countless roots struck toward Ren-Ran at this moment. Among these roots, there was also a Yushi glaring fiercely. Ren-Ran stood still, waved her hand, and several peas appeared, smashing the roots. Now she could control 50 types of plants to fight, so dealing with this monster was not a problem. But, seeing the monster and Yushi both seemed to regain their abilities, Ren-Ran gritted her teeth. Your son? She asked sincerely. Surprisingly, Yushi turned grim when faced with this question. He stared at Ren-Ran, seeming to think about how to crush this annoying person. It was Ren-Ran who first issued the challenge.
So,
with a sinister smile, Yushi did not answer her provocation. His long sword fell precisely toward Ren-Ran's head. Ren-Ran tilted her head to dodge, but behind her, the plant roots shot directly at her. They moved very fast. Ren-Ran looked up, and Xiaobai's roots automatically met the attack. Compared to the chaotic state of Yushi's son, Xiaobai's attack was very simple. It was a whipping, like a real father scolding his rebellious son, passionately beating him. But from the outside, Xiaobai seemed a bit unable to control this rebellious son.
Hey, Ran.
When Ren Ran and Yu Shi faced each other again, she heard a call from Yu Shi's side. Those voices sounded somewhat familiar. You really have a crush on me, don't you? But we have no future together, Ren Ran said, but her eyes showed some surprise. She remembered this voice. Priest. After escaping from the City of 11, the priest was captured by the Fallen and swallowed by the creature. What was more surprising was that the creature still retained some consciousness. When it saw her, that consciousness seemed to awaken. Haha, I promised my friend I would help him get revenge, said Ren Ran, looking at Yushi's expression. After swallowing the priest, his friend gained the ability to communicate. Of course, only with him. But that was enough. He wanted to fulfill his friend's wish. With a quick movement of his blade, he left a wound on Ren Ran's waist. The pain twisted her face. She covered the wound and took out the healing potions given by Mo Chun, using them immediately. Pea-sized bullets couldn't detect Yushi's presence, so Ren Ran had to face him alone. She calmed her breath and focused, feeling Yushi's strength. Her breathing gradually slowed. A shooter who doesn't fight close-up isn't a real shooter. She stepped forward, slashing with a short knife. Accurately pinpointing Yushi's position, she kicked out. When he dodged, she followed immediately. The short knife flipped skillfully in her hand. This time, Ren Ran took the initiative to attack and chased Yushi.
Haha, not bad.
Yushi praised her, but Ren Ran just gave him a big smile. She bent down and slashed along his back. Rolling on the ground, she stood up and kicked Yushi's friend in the face. Using that force, she charged directly at Yushi. The friend, who had been fighting back and forth with Xiaobai, seemed angry. Part of the plant's seed was twisting wildly, like shadows trying to cover Ren Ran. At this moment, Xiaobai made a strong move. With just a whip, he pushed the creature back. It was like saying, I'm teaching you a lesson, and you still want to attack my father? That's crazy. But compared to Xiaobai's reckless behavior, Ren Ran, as the owner, felt a bit trapped. Yushi was too fast. His strikes almost cut off all her escape routes, forcing her to keep fighting. Ren Ran looked a bit helpless now. She was covered in wounds. If it weren't for Mo Chen's potions, she might have already fallen. Others wanted to help, but they couldn't get involved. Yushi's sword was ruthless. It seemed he was finally determined to kill Ren Ran. But by this point, Ren Ran wasn't surprised. Just like Yushi's deadly intent towards her, Ren Ran also considers Yushi her biggest threat. As Yushi said, she initiated this fight by sending the challenge. A small dagger blocked one strike. But the long sword slipped along the blade, nearly cutting off Ren Ran's head. Wiping the blood from her neck, Ren Ran's breathing grew heavy. Yet Yushi wouldn't give her a moment to breathe. Another strike came. Like their first encounter, the pressure Yushi exerted on Ren Ran never eased. She is a monster. A creature born from humans and fallen beings. And this monster craves her flesh and blood so much. In the fight, Ren Ran's gaze grew colder. She was quite battered, but Yushi wasn't feeling well either. She was no longer the same person who could be killed with a single strike. Yushi also had many wounds, but her abnormal healing ability made those wounds almost disappear now. People can be more frustrating than others. Ren Ran deeply understood this feeling. To kill Yushi, she could only strike a vital spot, either the heart or the head. Staring at Yushi's head, Ren Ran clenched her teeth and pressed on. She kicked forward, but was easily blocked. She leapt up, swinging her sword down toward Yushi's head. The metal clanged with a chilling sound. But Ren Ran's sword cracked. Stepping back a few paces, she punched out. Her fist was fierce, aiming at Yushi's chest. The impact of their collision was still deadly. Yushi's sword also cracked after blocking the punch. Both wielding ordinary iron, they were evenly matched in that regard. But seeing Ren Ran's heavy breathing, Yushi's smile grew wider. People who fought her up close weren't few, but most of them ended up as her corpses. Watching Ren Ran's seemingly flawed attack, Yushi's eyes shone brightly. If she wanted to die so heroically, Yushi would help her do so. Their fists clashed. Ren Ran retreated half a step, then changed her fist into claws and aimed straight for Yushi's eyes. They fought back and forth. But those who knew Ran well could see she was gradually being pushed back. She was losing. If this continued, Ran would surely die. What should she do? Many had this thought in their minds. Shiyan and Hongya, working together, stopped the fallen enemies. Yushi's friends were suppressed by Xiao Bai and couldn't interfere for now. Overall, it seems that Ran has a better chance of winning. But as the city lord of 11 cities, Ran appears to be the first to feel the pressure. Is this really true? She spat out blood and was knocked flying. Her body hit the wall, and her face twisted in pain. In an instant, her arms seemed to lose all feeling. She used almost all her strength to find her arm again. But by then, Yushi's fist was already close. She turned her head, and that punch hit the wall. The sharp punch wind tore her cheek. Blood seeped from the wound. The rich red blood made Yushi squint happily. "Do you have any other skills?" he asked Ran, but she showed a smile that was too strange. That creepy smile instantly disturbed her face's balance. Her muscles twisted, making her look even more disturbing. In the blink of an eye, her face looked very
disgusting.
It was like a clown wearing Ran's face mask. Yushi was stunned. At such a close distance, he saw these changes clearly. His nose twitched, and his gaze grew cold.
Wait.
The liquid flowing from this person's body wasn't blood. He didn't smell any blood or any strong scent of violence. He brushed his fingertips across her cheek, brought the liquid to his nose, and suddenly stepped back. I've been discovered." A smiling voice came from the corner. It was like a spectator who had been watching for a long time and was now sharing their opinion. Yushi looked at Ran coming out of the corner, his eyes full of disbelief. How could this be? That thing. He turned to look at the previous Ran. There was no Ran there anymore. Just a strange gray thing twisting its body. It looked like it was hurt, and was making weird sounds like woo-woo. Guess what? Am I the real me right now? Ran threw out a philosophical question. Seeing Yushi's ugly expression, she snapped her fingers. What a joke. As a long-range plant mage, why would she risk close combat with Yushi? From the start, it was the mimic who fought in her place. Big Brother had done a great job again. Seeing Yushi's surprised face after realizing he was being played, Ran smiled. Guess what I did this for? Is it to buy time or... While saying this, Ran looked at Xiao Bai's location. This scene shows Xiao Bai and that friend still fighting fiercely. The friend carefully trained by Yushi's twisted limbs and strong fighting skills. But the small, weak-looking Xiao Bai always remains undefeated. No, it's more than that. Looking around, Yushi's eyes grow colder. His subordinates are still fighting Ran's people. Everything seems unchanged.
But Yushi knows something is different now.
A strange feeling begins to surround him, like falling into a trap. And that trap is closing in. Xiao Bai, stop playing. Ran's voice carries a cheerful smile. Xiao Bai sways his branches in response.
Suddenly,
the ground trembles. Countless roots burst from the earth, thick as a person's arm, twisting and writhing. They seem to cover the sky, blocking everyone's view. One by one, they connect to form a white wall. And this wall is alive. It is slowly shrinking. The writhing roots pierce into the friend of Yushi. In an instant, the friend's advantage in size disappears. Below the slim body is a strong network of roots. The imitator's fight with Yushi was just to buy time. Spreading such a big net takes time to gather back. Now, Xiao Bai's net is fully retracted. This means... Come back. Clearly, Yushi understands what this means. Seeing the roots, his expression turns amazed and eager. Even so, he shouts, trying to call the friend back. But it's too late. Xiao Bai's roots stab through the friend, pinning him to the ground. The roots seem to something from his body. Visibly, the friend begins to wither and dry up. Strange cries come from the friend, sounding like begging or pain. The power from Xiao Bai ruthlessly crushes the friend's existence. His huge body makes resistance almost impossible. Seeing his friend about to be crushed alive by Xiaobai, Yushi steps forward, his arm hanging down, revealing the inside of his tentacle. He looks at Ren Ran with fiery eyes. How did you do it? His hoarse voice is full of doubt. Ren Ran raises an eyebrow. Wanna know? I won't tell you. It's a joke. There's no way he would reveal this secret to an enemy. Although she was unsure how this secret was formed, she guessed it was simply picking up a novice and adding a system. Ren Ran smiled happily as she looked at Yushi. She waved her hand. 2 gun-shaped beans appeared before Ren Ran, flames flickering. The fire bullets aimed directly at Yushi. The beans wrapped Ren Ran inside, preventing Yushi from interfering. Frost slowed down, flames burned, and the beans left white streaks in the air as they headed toward Yushi's head. Tentacles trembled, lifted, and formed a flesh shield in the air, blocking the bullets. Yushi looked at Ren Ran with pity. Your plants are strange, but they can't hurt me. These plants are not powerful enough. They might work on ordinary people, but not on him. It just takes some time. Is that so? Facing Yushi's confidence, Ren Ran smiled. Suddenly, countless mushrooms appeared on the battlefield. Gray mushrooms stood between Ren Ran and Yushi. The tiny body of the destruction mushroom was rapidly expanding. Is that all you can do? Yushi sneered at the approaching explosion, showing no concern. The mushroom exploded. As expected, it didn't cause fatal harm to Yushi. He looked up through the smoke, watching Ren Ran as if to say, "See, it's useless." It really is useless. But Ren Ran's expression didn't change. There's a move called feinting east and attacking west, which Yushi probably hasn't heard of. Amidst the dust, some spores were hidden. The shriveled spores, upon contact with a person, quickly found a place to grow. When they transmitted messages to the host's mind, Ren Ran suddenly spoke. Come on, dance for me. In the chaos, this sentence sounded like mockery. Yushi's face turned pale. Frustrated by Ren Ran's teasing, he grew impatient. He stepped forward, raised his arm, and opened his chest.
Then,
another leg. Yushi, right in front of Ren Ran, started a clumsy dance. His face stiffened instantly. He shivered. Yushi, with confused awareness, quickly realized something was wrong. When he looked down, he found several mushrooms had grown on his calf without him noticing. The colorful, dreamy mushrooms looked especially beautiful, making people think they were good. Get lost. But Yushi shouted sharply, his eyes fierce. He then raised his hand and cut off that leg. The hypnotic mushroom's effect had not yet ended. After detaching from the parasite, it naturally lost its effect. Yushi's body returned to normal. At the wound, tissue was bubbling and rolling. Soon, a new leg would grow. However, a sudden sense of danger appeared. Yushi trembled and tried to dodge sideways. But with one leg missing, his body couldn't move quickly. Suddenly, a bullet struck his shoulder, blooming into a spray of blood. A giant version of the pea shooter reappeared. Its tall body blocked Ren Ran in the shadow. The swollen gun pouch showed its power. The charging pea shooter fired its second shot. The first shot wasn't strong enough. It could be upgraded to the second version. Although now it was the third version. Seeing Yushi struggle to dodge, Ren Ran didn't relax. Her opponent was a monster. To defeat such a monster, only absolute destruction would work. Sure enough, after that leg grew back, the giant pea shooter's bullets were harder to hit. I told you, you can't kill me. Yushi stared at Ren Ran with a fierce, beast-like gaze filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. He stepped forward, full of pressure. Really? Facing his intimidation, Ren Ran seemed unfazed. She took out another seed. Or maybe a fruit. The red flesh looked very juicy. Cherry bomb. A plant bomb that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. This thing was much more powerful than the destroy mushroom. Yushi had once taken a hit from a cherry bomb, hesitated, then continued forward. As always, she believed Ren Ran couldn't kill him. Confident in her physical strength, Ren Ran showed no emotion as she stepped closer. She even deliberately closed the distance with Yushi, using her own body. She threw the cherry bomb at him. In midair, The bomb gathered its power, inflating, compressing, then destroying. A huge explosion erupted,
covering both of them.
The shock wave was blocked by a giant wall of fruit, so it didn't harm the city of 11. At the explosion's center, Yushi's body was shattered. Ran was also affected. She coughed and spat out blood. It was her mental clone that absorbed the power of the cherry bomb. But just this once, her mental clone was torn apart. "Do you want to die with me?" Yusha asked, his pale body curling up to reveal a healthy head. His broken body was slowly healing and recovering bit by bit. "Guess what?" He smiled slightly as Ran's fingers, hanging at his side, snapped their fingers. Suddenly, Yusha felt a cold sensation in his head. He looked up and saw a man-eating flower appear behind him. At that moment, the flower opened its large mouth, aiming at his head. "Is this your secret weapon?" With a teasing tone, Yusha silently looked up and reached out to grab the flower. The rooted man-eating flower couldn't avoid this attack. But he also didn't plan to run away. When Yusha reached out, the flower grew to its largest size then. "Spit!" This shout came from Ran. Suddenly, a sharp spike shot out from the flower's huge mouth. It was about the length of a finger and as thick as chopsticks. In a very close distance, it sped toward Yusha's forehead. Yusha's pupils shrank. He realized the danger, but he couldn't dodge. The spike, hidden inside the flower's large mouth, pierced straight through Yusha's head at such close range. Blood started to spread from his forehead. His hand grabbed the flower's head, trying to push harder, but his body grew weak. He staggered backward and fell down. At the wound on his forehead, flesh was wriggling, as if trying to heal the injury. But it was too slow. After hitting his head, the healing process slowed dramatically. Meanwhile, Ran had already reached Yusha's side. She picked up a long sword from the ground and placed it on Yusha's head. She crouched down, staring coldly at Yusha. "It looks like we're saying goodbye." The combined attack of the man-eating flower and the cactus caught Yusha off guard. All those bombs earlier were just to distract him. Faced with Ran's victory, Yusha looked at her for a moment. His strong life force kept him from dying immediately. Suddenly, he glared at Ran and grinned. "Do you think it's over?" His hoarse voice sounded like a ghost, carrying a curse, echoing above Ran's head. "No," he shouted, eyes wide and bloodshot. "This is just the beginning." A voice that seemed to come from deep within his soul, roaring and fierce. Blood dripped down his forehead. On Yusha's increasingly stiff face, a strange smile appeared.
"It's like
anticipation." Listening to the other's final words, Ran frowned. She didn't speak again but directly cut off Yushi's head with a single. Without a head, Yushi's body fell into complete silence. At this moment, that friend was also fully swallowed by Xiaobai. The battle was over. The remaining fallen ones tried to leave as soon as they saw Yushi die. However, without the friend to suppress them, Xiaobai's friends happily emerged from the darkness again. Countless plants surrounded the fallen ones. In the same color, the screams of the fallen echoed. The fallen ones, who worshipped these plants, died as they wished at the hands of their gods. But judging by how they died, they seemed a bit unwilling. Their bodies were dragged away by the plants, eventually turning into fertilizer to help them grow again. Ran stood up. Looking at Yushi's body, her heart still felt heavy. In her eyes, Yushi was a big enemy, even the cause of the future Wasteland's destruction. But the words Yushi left before dying made Ran feel something was off.
Was Yushi
really the mastermind behind everything? Or perhaps he intentionally left those doubts to make her suspect and fear. But no matter what, killing Yushi marked an end between Ran and the fallen ones. Those watching her, and Yushi now probably realized she was not someone to offend easily. Xiaobai rubbed against her, and Yeezy patted Ran's shoulder. "I'm fine. You did very well." Ran praised Xiaobai. Although Xiaobai's true form appeared on the battlefield this time and was eventually noticed by humans, it didn't matter. They should indeed be afraid. 11 City wouldn't interfere in the schemes of other cities, but that didn't mean she was afraid of their tricks. If anyone else wanted to scheme like city number 3, these corpses before her would be their ending. Right now, Rand didn't feel good. Her injuries were sending painful signals. She supported herself, but kept a very calm look. Killing Yushi was something she decided the moment she first saw him. After all this time, she finally did it. Of course, there was another reason. She needed Xiao Bai to grow stronger. After Yushi stole that seed last time, Rand had predicted this battle. She was just intentionally entangling herself with city number 3 to keep the battlefield here. This place is her territory and also a paradise for Little White. The friend of Yushi, who was eaten by Little White, transmitted increasingly joyful emotions. The snake-like roots once again sank into the ground. The calm land covered everything, but the people of City 11 looked at Little White with horror. Fortunately, Little White didn't care. After everything settled, the people of City 11 came out to clean up the mess. The bodies were buried. Everything returned to order. Changes were happening too. On the second day after Little White ate that friend, Rand realized that Little White had completely taken control of the nearby jungle around City 11. Centered on City 11, the entire jungle was within Little White's influence. The plants, following Little White's wishes, continued to lurk in the jungle. The animals allowed by Little White stayed and became part of this ecosystem. But there were no human descendants. Feeling Little White's thoughts, Rand looked at Chen. At this moment, the key figures of City 11 gathered together. I think I haven't seen many human descendants for a long time. It was Hong Yi speaking. She often led teams to search for supplies or hunt food, so she knew the outside situation best. Thinking carefully, it seemed that many human descendants had not been seen for a long time. But at the start of the disaster, most humans had turned into descendants. Why did they suddenly disappear? After Little White integrated the jungle, Rand suddenly realized something he had been ignoring. As a human, he overlooked the existence of human descendants. Is it possible that they are not active nearby? Feng Miao Miao asked doubtfully. But Chen was the one who vetoed her. No way. As descendants without intelligence, they wouldn't actively choose their territory. And it's not just the jungle around City 11. Some ruins nearby also showed no sign of human descendants, as if they had vanished altogether. Did they disappear? Or are they hiding and waiting for the right moment? Many remembered the wise descendants they had seen before. If the memories of those human descendants really awakened, it wouldn't be good for humans. Mindless monsters and intelligent monsters are two very different kinds of creatures. But now, speculating about this is pointless. After discussing for a while without any result, Rand placed the items in her hands in front of everyone. It was an invitation card. City Lord of City Number 4 is celebrating his 60th birthday. He's invited us to visit. Do you think we should go? Rand asked. She didn't have much contact with those cities. She didn't know much about the City Lord of City Number 4. But the invitation couldn't be ignored easily. I heard that the City Lord of City Number 4 is a kind person, Chen said, with a hint of other meaning in his words. He was also the only one who refused my teacher back then. According to what this City Lord says, different paths, no common ground. The pressure from her teacher still lingered in her mind. Being able to refuse such a powerful figure seemed impressive. Since they showed goodwill, why not go and take a look? After all, they can't be enemies with all the cities. Right now, City Number 1 and City Number 3 are completely offended. If City Number 9 hadn't fallen, they would have one more enemy. If they want to survive in this wasteland, they can't be completely isolated. It seems the City Lord of City Number 4 shares this idea. It also gave Rand a reason to cooperate. You're right, Rand nodded. Enemies are plenty, but friends are needed too. Always fighting alone can easily lead to trouble. So, we leave tomorrow. The birthday is in 7 days, so there's enough time. Besides, she needs time to prepare a gift. After just finishing a conflict with City Number 3, they received this olive branch. Is the other side brave or just being deliberate? They'll find out once they go. With doubts in mind, the team set out the next day to celebrate the birthday. Feng Miao Miao, who rarely went out, was a bit restless.
Don't worry about emotion. There are so many people in city now.
11. He'll be well fed and taken care of, Hong Yi teased Feng Miao Miao, who rolled her eyes. Amid laughter and teasing, their vehicles sped across the wasteland. It would take about 3 days to travel from city number 11 to city number 4. During these days, everyone could only stay aboard on the vehicle. Fortunately, they encountered some reckless mutants along the way, which helped pass the time. On the third night, they finally reached the gates of city number 4. Perhaps because they had already been notified, the vehicles smoothly entered the city. Looking around, many walls had banners hanging, celebrating the city lord's birthday. Looking at this, it is clear that the city lord is truly popular among the people. The carriage arrived at the city lord's residence. They were arranged to stay there, which was quite a sign of respect. Following the servant inside, Ran looked around at the bustling scene and sighed. Compared to these historically rich cities, his 11th city really seemed like a refugee camp. But that's okay. There's room for growth. Everyone this way, please. Under the guidance of the servant, Ran and his companions entered the city lord's study, where they saw an elderly man sitting in a chair. He had a kind face with a gentle smile. His expression was very peaceful. When he saw Ran, his eyes brightened with happiness. Welcome, everyone. Please sit down. Was your journey smooth? The city lord asked with concern. Very smooth, Ran replied, observing him. Although he was already 60, he still looked full of energy. His eyes sparkled, and he seemed very lively. He was a wise old man. When he saw Ran's gaze, the city lord smiled happily and didn't scold him. They chatted casually about some affairs of the two cities. After a brief meeting, Ran prepared to leave and go rest. There were many guests after all. In the large villa, people came and went. Many were visitors invited over. Some had never seen Ran before and looked at him with curiosity. But others recognized him, and their eyes became interesting. Miss Ran, no, I should say City Lord Ran, long time no see. It's good to see you again. A smiling face appeared in front of Ran. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow, surprised and happy. Oh, it's the guild leader. The leader of the Ability Users Guild in City 9. This person had been kind to her in the past. Haha, I'm not the guild leader anymore, just a common person now. The leader smiled, glancing at the people behind Ran with unchanged expression. This time, when Lianxue didn't come along, and the Red Leaf Squad hadn't yet become famous enough for the leader to remember them. He didn't recognize the people behind Ran, but still nodded politely, giving Ran face. Old friends reunited, and they chatted for a while. Feeling the gazes around them, Ran stayed calm. Someone wants to kill him? Haha, come on. Who's afraid of whom? The leader's eyes held a faint smile in response to Ran's subtle provocation. By the way, City Lord Ran, Songfeng has also arrived. Perhaps tomorrow you will be able to meet each other. If you need any help then, just tell Songfeng. Songfeng. Hearing this name, Ran felt a little happy. I haven't seen the captain in a long time. Her cheerful tone made it hard to tell what she was really feeling. After chatting for a while, the president was finally called away. Watching his back, Ran frowned. Many important people came this time, and the president, who can handle these people well, still doesn't let anyone look down on him, even now in his position. But Ran thought of Sister Yu. If she remembered correctly, Sister Yu warned her to be careful of Captain Song. But she hadn't been in the team for long back then. Now, as they're about to meet again, Ran remembered Sister Yu's warning once more. Squinting, watching the crowd of people exchanging pleasantries and flattering each other, Ran felt like she was missing something.
There are so many people.
Red Leaf sighed. Many people show respect for the city lord's face.
Yes.
Ran nodded, glancing at the smiling faces of those people, then simply took her people back to rest. She's not good at politics at all. There are 3 days left until the city lord's birthday. The city lord's mansion is in its final countdown. The decorations are almost complete. Even the dinner that night has invited some guests to taste the food. Ran once again had this honor. This also means more unnecessary socializing. The president said if anything happens, just tell him. Songfeng is beside Renran. When they meet again, facing this elegant-looking old captain, Renran still can't see what he's feeling behind his polite smile. But now, he no longer hides that he is the president. For several days, Renran was treated as a guest. Although there were many people, nothing special happened. And so, on the day of the birthday, early in the morning, Renran heard music coming from the villa. It's said that special actors were invited. There aren't many actors in the Wasteland now, so inviting these people to entertain shows the city lord status. The banquet was set up early. Among the crowd, many people came up to talk to Renran. Most of them just made small talk for a while. They all had their own motives and were testing her strength, so they didn't want to be friends. But what made Renran happy was that the food here tasted good. Life on the Wasteland doesn't have much cooking skill. Most people just want their food cooked and done. It's rare to enjoy good food, so Renran, carrying a few others, weaves through the crowd, looking a bit unkempt. As expected, lower-class people can't change their cheap habits, no matter where they go. In response to Renran's rare and curious behavior, a disdainful voice comes from a corner. It is a beautiful woman. She holds her wine glass with such elegance and grace. But her gaze at Renran is filled with hostility. Yes, just some suddenly wealthy rural folks. Lord Yi, there's no need to argue with her. Maybe she'll just disappear someday. The person called Lord Yi is the leader of City 3. She was invited here, but didn't expect to meet Renran. Thinking about the gift Renran once gave her, and the news that Yushi later died at Renran's hands, her expression grows colder.
Yushi, he just died like that.
It's simply useless. No matter how much she curses inwardly, Lord Yi only keeps her eyes on Renran and doesn't start trouble. After all, she's just a guest here. And facing Lord Yi's intense stare, Renran naturally feels it long ago. She simply ignores this special treatment from the city lord. If she were to be attacked now, she wouldn't mind sending her off to the afterlife. Amid the undercurrents, many people seize this opportunity to reach certain agreements. For the upper class, such occasions are just for doing business. When the birthday banquet truly begins, it is already evening. Lights decorate the villa, and music never stops. Long tables are filled with people on both sides. The city lord at the head is speaking joyful words. The fine wine on the table emits an intoxicating aroma. It wafts past Renran's nose, making her take a few more sips.
Such good wine.
Her gaze becomes a bit dreamy as she thinks. Looking around, she sees singing and dancing everywhere. It seems this birthday can end peacefully. Or is she overthinking? Renran feels a bit confused. Her eyes fall on Songfeng. They are not sitting together. Songfeng is beside the host, looking like a bodyguard. When their eyes meet Renran's, they smile kindly at her. But suddenly, Renran feels a chill run through her body. Something's not right. These two give her a very strange feeling, as if they have some hidden purpose. Renran, are you a little too nervous? The red leaf nearby asked a question. The two spoke quietly, and Red Leaf looked at Renran with concern. Over the past few days, they followed Renran's instructions and hardly left the villa. At this moment, seeing Renran tense and strained, Red Leaf comforted him. After all, many people here hoped Renran would disappear. Maybe the negative feelings and stress caused by this were part of the reason. It's unlikely that just going to a place would cause trouble. Based on past experiences, that's often how it happens. Hopefully. Before Renran could finish a sentence, a creaking sound came from above. It sounded like a heavy object was falling on a rope, about to snap. Renran looked up and saw a chandelier swaying dangerously. The crystal chandelier's light cast a dreamy glow. Now it was swinging above everyone's heads, about to fall. "Oh my God," someone exclaimed in shock, noticing the chandelier's problem. "Get out of the way." Fortunately, the voice was clear enough, and those beneath the chandelier quickly moved aside. With a loud crash, the chandelier shattered on the table, scattering crystal balls everywhere. This sudden incident ruined the perfect celebration. The city lord at the head of the table looked at the mess and appeared displeased. What happened? He approached to ask. Did anyone get hurt? I apologize for the poor hospitality, the city lord said, his slightly hunched back carrying an undeniable pressure. His gaze fixed on the chandelier's wire. His eyes flickered uncertainly. There were signs of tearing. It didn't seem accidental. Everyone present was sharp and noticed this problem. But since the city lord hadn't spoken, most kept quiet out of respect. Run ran and the others quickly dodged and weren't hit. Looking at the broken pieces, Ran frowned. Even if someone planned this, why do it so gently? Could it be to cause some trouble?
Crash.
Suddenly, another sharp sound rang out. It sounded like glass breaking. Everyone move away. Thinking the other lights might fall, everyone looked up at the damaged crystal chandelier.
But,
A scream of pain suddenly pierced the air. A man, holding a wine glass, slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. There was a blood hole there. Blood was flowing from the wound. His face showed extreme pain. The cup fell and shattered into pieces. His body twitched a few times before slowly collapsing to the ground. This also revealed what was behind him. The noise just now came from the window, not from above. Next to the broken window, a figure appeared. It looked like a humanoid shape, but much larger than a normal human. It stood silently outside the window in the darkness. It was very blurry. When everyone noticed it, he took a step forward. His body suddenly hit the window, and he stepped out of the shadows into the light. At that moment, chaos broke out in the hall. Many people staggered back, trying to run away. Some stood there with pale faces, on high alert.
because.
The figure that appeared before everyone was a strange humanoid creature. Yes, a strange creature. Its pale skin showed it was different from humans. Its bald head was very smooth, with a bump on top, and the skin was stretched so thin it looked transparent. Inside, the brain's movements were clearly visible. It was about 1.8 meters tall. On its broad chest, several tentacles were contracting in the air. One of them was stained with blood. That tentacle had just pierced the heart of a guest. Yes, the heart. Many people looked at the blood at the corner of the creature's mouth and finally understood what was happening. How can there be a strange creature here? How did it get in? Someone help. Someone come quickly. The shouts mixed together. Some rushed toward the door. Others stayed calm and stood still. Don't be afraid. It's just a strange creature. The speaker's tone was arrogant. But he had the right to be confident.
He was a psychic.
He stepped forward and summoned a metal sword in his hand. With a swing, he cut straight at the creature's head. It worked. The head flew off. But on the way, blood and tissue splattered from the neck opening, and the head was pulled back. It fit perfectly back onto the neck, and the cut healed quickly with a streak of blood. The head was intact. The man froze, as if wondering how this could be possible. And just as he hesitated, the creature moved. Its tentacles on its chest, like flexible arms, swiftly stabbed toward the man's head. He reacted quickly, managing to protect his head, but a wound appeared on his shoulder. Take him down. At this moment, the city lord spoke. As the main character of this event, he was overshadowed at his own celebration. The 60-year-old man shouted with angry eyes. Suddenly, someone made a move. In such a setting, bodyguards were definitely present. The defensive forces belonging to City No. For drew their weapons immediately. A loud roar sounded. With ease, the fallen creature was shattered into pieces. Flesh pieces fell to the ground, trembling and sticky, making people feel sick. But the broken creature could no longer form a human shape. Those flesh fragments gradually lost their energy and stopped moving. Some people breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the threat was gone. Perhaps someone wanted to use this chance to attack the guests here. After all, recent visitors were important figures. Losing one was a big loss. Sorry, I was negligent. The old city lord stepped forward, his chest rising and falling heavily, clearly very angry. No, it's okay. It was just an accident. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Many people stepped forward to comfort him, and the atmosphere gradually calmed down. At that moment, there was again the sound of glass breaking, familiar but sharper this time. But this time, no one was hurt. A glass wall appeared, blocking a tentacle and preventing Hong Yi from falling. Run Ran looked toward the window.
It was still a humanoid shadow.
In the darkness, it grew more sinister. Behind him, countless pale shadows appeared gradually. It was as if the entire villa was surrounded in an instant. And that was exactly what was happening. Clattering sounds, like dumplings dropping, echoed overhead. There was a loud impact. Suddenly, windows all around shattered. Pale figures rushed out. All were humanoid creatures. These creatures had strange limbs on their tall bodies, tentacles, or extra organs. These inhuman beings brought a sense of oppression and made the scalp tingle when they appeared together. In the center of City Number 4, the City Lord's mansion was surrounded by these creatures.
How could this be?
Many people's thoughts drifted to this question. They realized one thing. There must be a spy. Only someone coordinating with these creatures could do this.
So,
many eyes turned to the old City Lord.
This was his territory.
If he secretly hid these creatures and released them at this moment, intending to wipe everyone out, it was very possible. Faced with the suspicion of many, the old City Lord was cursing. His flushed face showed his innocence. It wasn't him. Ren Ran knew this very well. The old City Lord was more surprised than anyone by how things were developing. Who would want such an incident to happen on their birthday? Deal with them, the old City Lord ordered. The alarm bells rang loudly throughout the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, those monsters moved. They didn't seem to have a clear target. All humans blocking their way had to die. Their arms, like mantis scythes, slashed through a human's throat. Blood splattered and stained the white walls. The person fell, eyes wide with shock and regret at the last moment. Perhaps they regretted coming to this party. Meanwhile, the monster with the scythe slowly moved forward. Just then, the people blocking the way were Run Ran and others. Now that she had regained her senses, Hong Yi stared at the monster, then looked at Run Ran, and suddenly sighed. As expected, they came after all. Facing Hong Ye's expression, Run Ran looked a bit innocent. She was described as if she were the Grim Reaper. She didn't want to, but who knew that the warning feeling of danger wouldn't go away? Besides, it wasn't her holding the Grim Reaper's scythe now. The pea pods appeared around Run Ran, wrapping everyone inside. Merciless bullets shot out, hitting the monsters. They easily tore the monsters' bodies apart. But like the first monster that appeared, their wounds healed quickly. These monsters' healing abilities reminded Run Ran of Yushi. Yushi now felt like an unshakable ghost. Watching these monsters, Run Ran's gaze precisely found the City Lord Yi. But at this moment, that woman with a pale face was hiding behind her bodyguards. From her expression, she seemed surprised too. It wasn't her doing.
So,
while fighting, Run Ran searched for suspicious people. What was certain was that no one was cooperating. These monsters couldn't have appeared so easily. However, the crowd was noisy, and fighting and fleeing happened at the same time. In the chaos, it was hard to find clues. All she could do was first clear out those monsters. Run Ran directly controlled the bullet's trajectory. Under her command, each bullet precisely tore through the monsters' heads. Powerful bullets shot their heads off. Seeing the flesh buds about to pull the heads closer, a purple-red carnivorous flower opened its big mouth. All the flying heads became food for the flower. The sound of chewing makes the scalp tingle. The fallen creature swallowed by the man-eating plant twitches for a moment, then, unable to find its head, falls to the ground. Creaking and crunching sounds. Watching the man-eating plants eat, some people look pale. Are these really just plants? Faced with this question, Run Ran can confidently say, yes. They're all plants. They just happen to eat meat. Ultimately, this is the territory of the city's leader. After a brief panic, order quickly stabilizes. Guards from City Number 4 quickly take control of the scene, clearing out the fallen creatures one by one. With some help from guests at the banquet, Apart from the initial chaos where a few people died, there are almost no further casualties. That's a good thing. But to the enemies, it seems like a pointless effort. When the last fallen creature dies under supernatural power, the banquet hall is already a sea of corpses and blood. The pale bodies pile up, emitting a strong, bloody smell. Many bodies are deformed. Flesh like tumors hangs on the corpses, drying out as they die, creating a disgusting scene. However, this mess doesn't need Ran to clean up. Or perhaps the other side should be thankful. After all, her plants blocked the first wave of attack and stabilized the situation at the time. This time it really caused trouble for Lord Run. The Old City Lord's gratitude sounds a bit weak. He clearly looks exhausted. Who would want to have such a terrible time on their 60th birthday? Consider this my birthday gift to you, Ran jokes, then sees the Old City Lord smile. Right now, the Old City Lord stands in front of Ran, with his back to the corpses. People from City Number 4 are quickly clearing the scene. The bodies are dragged away little by little from the banquet hall.
Who cares about the dead?
And when a fallen creature is dragged past the Old City Lord, it suddenly moves. It lunges forward suddenly. Its scythe-like arms swing directly toward the Old City Lord's head. The intense killing intent causes screams. Oh my God! The Old City Lord, facing away from everything, doesn't understand what's happening. He only hears the crowd's exclamations and feels a strong wind behind him. There's a look of confusion on his face. Fortunately, standing in front of him is Ran. She reaches out and pulls the Old City Lord back, simultaneously launching an attack. The tough wall just blocked the Old City Lord's view, easily stopping that attack. Then the hungry plant came for a dessert. The burping plant swayed its trunk while saying something. I can't eat anymore. Feeling the plant's emotions, Ran looked at the now completely dead sickle seed, raising an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, this seed was killed by Tsongfeng. Seeing Ran's gaze, Tsongfeng looked a bit innocent and surprised. His acting was very smooth. Looking around, the president had disappeared without anyone noticing. So was it really those two people causing trouble? Ran thought, when suddenly he heard the Old City Lord's voice. Who is that? The frightened old man looked very unhappy now, but he still forced a small smile at Ran. Mayor Ran, it seems I owe you another favor. If it weren't for Ran, he might already be a headless corpse. The shock passed quickly. During the Old City Lord's questioning, his subordinate brought someone over. City Lord, I saw this person acting suspicious outside. A man was thrown in front of everyone. His eyes were full of fear. He looked at the people around him, knowing what might happen next. So, he hardened his heart and sneered at the Old City Lord. You old fool. Why don't you just die already? That was a pretty good curse. Faced with these words, the Old City Lord's expression was cold, and his anger suddenly cooled. Who do you work for? He asked, but his eyes quickly swept over the surrounding people. To give the guests a good experience, the villa had been almost unguarded these days. So, almost every guest could do this. Now, would the mastermind behind the scenes reveal themselves? If you asked Ran, he thought probably not. Because the person with the problem seemed to have already left.
But
reality made Ran find the situation quite interesting. Haha, even if you kill me, you won't find out the answer. The man shouted confidently, but his eyes kept drifting toward one direction.
There
stood a woman. When the beautiful woman met the man's gaze, she paused for a moment, as if thinking, why are you looking at me? The next second, the woman's side was empty. The people around seemed to receive some command and quietly moved away from each other. The other person was directly exposed. Seeing everyone's behavior, the woman panicked when she realized what was happening.
What are you talking about?
This isn't my fault. The Lord of Yeching shouted, looking a bit pale. She was just watching and even felt a bit happy. The Old City Lord was truly dead, which was naturally good for her. After all, over the years, the other person had been very stern with her. But no matter how she thought about it, she wouldn't act at this moment. And leaving behind a killer who could hint that she was the murderer. Isn't that ridiculous? Lord of Yecheng, why are you so anxious? No one has pointed out the real culprit yet. A gentle voice sounded. It was Songfeng's voice. But when everyone looked over, Songfeng appeared innocent, as if saying, I'm just telling the truth. Trying to sow discord. Ran stared at the other person, who winked at her as if saying, I've avenged you. Ran's mouth twitched a few times. Wow, these people still want to frame the city lord.
You.
Faced with Songfeng's words, the Lord of Yecheng felt she might be too guilty. She tried to stay calm.
Who are you?
What are you talking about? Tell me, who gave you the order? She strode over to the man and slapped him across the face. But the man didn't dodge. He looked at the Lord of Yecheng with a dazed expression, and his surprised look made her feel uncomfortable. Who are you? Fortunately, the man spoke, his tone strange. His pure confusion made people wonder. It seemed he didn't recognize the Lord of Yecheng, just surprised by her behavior. So what were you looking at just now? Someone muttered. Yeah, since he's not the Lord of Yecheng, what was that look he gave just now supposed to mean? But I wasn't looking at you. The man said, then suddenly realized something, his face twisting as he shouted. Are you trying to use me and then throw me away? He was speaking to the Lord of Yecheng. His confusing words made some people think. They realized what was happening and prepared to frame the Lord of Yecheng. I remember. Just now, there seemed to be someone behind the Lord of Yecheng. This voice sounded, and it made the man's expression twist again. It was Songfeng. Still with an innocent face, he looked at the Lord of Yecheng with apology. It seems we misunderstood Lord Yi. The person behind Lord Yi just now is him. He suddenly looked up and pointed at someone. It was a middle-aged man with a gentle face and a humble smile. When Songfeng identified him, there was some confusion in his expression. But when everyone's eyes focused on him, he remained calm. Mr. Songfeng, some words shouldn't be spoken so casually. He denied it. But sometimes denial doesn't help. The man who was caught is called the man of truth, and now his forehead was sweating. His eyes moved, trying to look at the man but hesitating. Such guilt made it clear that he was hiding something. Hee. Someone laughed. It was the old city lord. He looked at the guest with a calm voice. Lord Song, I have received this great gift from you. Among the city lords, only one has the surname Song. That is city number 1. The other person is from city number 1. City lord, you misunderstood. It's really not me. The man was struggling to keep his composure now, speaking hurriedly. Our city lord has never wanted to be enemies with you. He has always admired you. If it weren't for other urgent matters, he would have come personally to celebrate your birthday. He spoke sincerely, but how much of it could be trusted? Ran believed it was quite a lot. She thought she was being framed. Looking at Songfeng's faint smile, she kept this thought in mind. Should she expose him?
No.
Ran rejected the idea. She didn't know what the president was really planning. But she knew one thing. The other person had given her a favor. That sickle-wielding traitor was deliberately left behind by Songfeng. It seemed to be to make her heroically save the old city lord. Didn't the old city lord just look at everyone but not suspect her? So, Ran just stood there, watching this farce unfold. Whether the person was from city number 1 still needed proof. But at least for now, the old city lord's anger had to be released. So, the guest was taken away. And along with him, the old city lord disappeared too. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Amid the mess, some people still chatted happily. Others hurriedly left, probably to deliver the news to their masters. Ran looked at Lord Yi sitting on the chair. As the city lord, her performance just now was even worse than the guest from city number 1. This weak attitude should not be something a city leader displays. Perhaps sensing Ran's gaze, the other person looked over. At first, he felt humiliated, then thought Ran was mocking him. His eyes suddenly turned cold, full of hidden hostility. Ran looked at him, tilting her head with a smile. Her bright smile hurt his eyes. But now, as the former city lord's savior, Ran wouldn't tolerate him attacking her here.
Fool.
After calling him that, Ran and Hong Yi left the banquet hall together. The The celebration couldn't go on with so much bloodshed. She couldn't eat anything. What Ran didn't expect was that when she opened her door, she saw an uninvited guest. President. She stopped in her tracks at the door. Although it was her room, she didn't plan to go inside. A faint pressure surrounded her. At this moment, Hong Yi and others had already returned to their rooms. Only she was left facing the president. Ran wasn't afraid. She looked around the room, then stepped forward under his smile. The door closed, and Ran sat opposite him. With her current strength, it would take some effort for him to hurt her. Seeing Ran's actions, the president didn't stop her. It was only when she sat down in front of him that he spoke. I entered without your permission. I hope you don't mind. Mind? I really mind. Ran thought silently, but she kept smiling and stayed silent. I won't say anything. You can guess yourself. Her somewhat childish behavior made the president chuckle. Do you have many questions now? Honestly, at first, I liked you, but I never thought you would grow to this level. The president leaned back comfortably, looking very relaxed. He crossed his legs and even swayed slightly, as if he owned the room. Should I thank you for your guidance? Ran replied calmly. If it hadn't been for the betrayal in Nine City, she might have stayed in the team forever. Over time, she might have truly become the president's person. But, of course, there were things he couldn't foresee. People's hearts are hard to read, aren't they? No need to be so formal, the president said with a smile, clearly pleased with her. Now, let's get to the point. Do you have any interest in joining us? When this question was asked, the president sat up straight. His eyes fixed on Ran, as if trying to see all her reactions clearly. In response to this question, Ran raised an eyebrow.
Join you?
What would I do with you? Commit crimes together. Today's farce was clearly a deliberate setup. It seemed that for the old city lord, who the real enemy was, didn't matter. What mattered was shifting the conflict onto city number 1. Suddenly, Ran seemed to understand something. Is the old city lord one of your people? As the ruler of the city, controlling the entire 4th city, how could there be such a lapse? Unless everything was approved by him. Thinking back to that moment, the reactions of the guards in the 4th city were indeed a bit slow. Moreover, although the old city lord appeared very angry, he never seemed truly afraid. He was a seasoned actor. Ran sighed inwardly. Yes. The president did not deny it. He is our ally in dealing with city number 1. Ally? Ran found the word somewhat amusing. Perhaps more like a. Rumors outside said that the old city lord was upright, had his own ideas, and was a kind person. But now it seemed just an illusion. You invited me here just to ask me to join you? Ran played with the cup in her hand, suddenly feeling relaxed. Yes, the president nodded again. We see great potential in you. If you are willing to join us, it would be our honor. The president's invitation was sincere. Face to face, Ran could feel this sincerity. Through the president's words, she learned about the true power behind him. City of Dawn? She repeated these words. Without a doubt, she had never heard of it. On the Wasteland, all cities were named with numbers. In Ran's understanding, the 9 cities represented the combined human forces on the Wasteland. This was the information left by her original self, and it was also the consensus of everyone on the Wasteland. But now, it seemed that was not the case. The City of Dawn is farther east. There, you can see the beautiful sunrise, which is why it's called Dawn. As for why you don't know about it, because the residents of human cities don't need to know that beyond a few cities, there are others that do not accept their rule. Our City of Dawn is free. Ran, when you first entered City 9, you must have wondered why these cities are so exclusive. Those wanderers, trying to live inside the city, almost have to peel off layers of skin. But even so, they can only stay in the lower district and do the most basic work. Some people live even worse than wanderers. Ran, isn't the 11 cities you want to build meant to break this kind of restriction? People are treated equally. There are no distinctions between the upper class and wanderers in any city. In your eyes, people are equal. So your 11 cities are willing to accept visitors from all sides. But Ran, if I tell you that in Dawn City, everything you want has already been achieved? In Dawn City, ordinary people can live happily as long as they work hard. As for powerful people like you with special abilities, we believe strength is the most important. As long as you are strong enough, no matter your background, you'll be respected. Our dignity is in our own hands. Run Ran.
Come with me.
We have always been waiting for you. Trust me, you are not alone. More companions will join us in the future. The president's voice is magnetic. As he speaks smoothly, Run Ran seems to see a city full of hope. No barriers, no hierarchy. You can achieve what you want through effort. Just like the 11 cities she envisioned. This future is very tempting. Honestly, Run Ran felt her heart stir. If at the beginning she had found Dawn City, she would definitely join without hesitation. But now, Run Ran gave the president this answer. It's too late. Yes, it's too late. She has seen the darkness on the Wasteland, the distance between the cities inside and outside, like an abyss she cannot cross. Even if she now heads to Dawn City, her past cannot be changed. And she already has followers behind her. She cannot abandon everything just for the so-called Dawn City she envisioned. She now has her own 11 cities to be responsible for. If she leaves, she doesn't believe the orderly 11 cities can continue to develop according to her ideas. Change takes time and requires strong people to correct mistakes constantly. And Run Ran also doesn't think the president would let her take all the residents of the 11 cities with her. Right now, he is only inviting her alone. Unfortunately, I can only decline your request, Lord President. Run Ran looked at that hand but did not reach out to shake it. She still leaned back in her chair, speaking lightly with a smile. But beneath her smiling eyes, there was a calm and deep feeling, like a still lake on a windless day. You couldn't see the bottom, but you could sense her firm resolve. Is that so? The president sighed and withdrew his hand. Do you know what kind of person you are refusing? He asked, standing up as well. He knew Run Ran well and understood that once she made a decision, she wouldn't change her mind. So, there was no point in saying more. He walked slowly toward the door, while Run Ran made no move. She simply sat in her chair, watching him leave. The door opened, and without doubt, outside, the cold wind was waiting. He nodded in greeting when he met Run Ran's eyes. The president suddenly paused, turning to look at Run Ran with sincere eyes. If in the future, you are willing to come, our city of Dawn still welcomes you. Run Ran, I hope we can become friends. After saying this, the president left completely. The door closed with a click. In the sound, Run Ran's gaze grew a bit deeper. Friends? She raised her finger and rubbed her forehead. A huge new power suddenly said they wanted to be friends with her. She should be happy. But in fact, it felt like a mountain pressing down on her heart. A force that could interfere with human cities. A man who controlled City, Lord Number 4. All of this represented various dangers, and Run Ran knew it. She didn't want to investigate further, and she even hoped never to see them again. Everything that happened in City Number 4 today was arranged by these people. Although she didn't understand why Dawn City was causing chaos among the other cities, it seemed that these people were still friendly to her. At least, they hadn't involved her directly. But now, she didn't need to worry about it. Run Ran, who had slept deeply all night, left early the next morning with Hong Yi and Feng Miao Miao. When she left, the old city lord did not appear. He only sent a gift. The old city lord was a very honest man. Looking at the full box of pink seeds, Run Ran thought that even if she had to pretend with these people, it didn't seem like a bad deal. According to the information she received, the person from City Number 1 was still being held. But the messenger from City Number 4 had already taken evidence to City Number 4 to demand justice. As for the final outcome, Run Ran was unsure. But it was impossible to use this as an excuse to remove City 1. As the strongest among several cities, Run Ran couldn't imagine the depth of City 1's strength. Moreover, the city's martial arts director was still inside City 1. He wouldn't just watch his home be taken away, would he? Speaking of the martial arts director, does he know about the existence of Dawn City? The answer is obvious. After all, the existence of Dawn City is only hidden from ordinary people. Because ordinary people don't need to know. As a former ordinary citizen, Rand didn't want to get involved in this matter. So he left City 4 early, with a few others. Their vehicles smoothly exited the city gates. When they returned to the barren wasteland, Rand finally relaxed. The tense atmosphere in City 4 showed that the situation wasn't over yet. He wondered how far the president would go. But none of this concerned Rand anymore. Leaning against the car window, feeling the outside wind, Rand closed his eyes comfortably. His own home was the best place to be. Feng Miao Miao and Hong Yi were discussing how to reorganize the defenses of City 11 after they returned. It was clear that those humanoid creatures had already gathered together, even possibly working behind the scenes for Dawn City. Right now, Dawn City was showing kindness to Rand, but that didn't mean they were friendly to the entire City 11. Just in case, they needed to redeploy their defenses. Maybe another tough battle was coming. Everyone was chatting and laughing as the vehicle slowly moved forward. Suddenly, the car lifted off the ground. Yes, it took off. The people inside the car were a bit confused. Rand looked down and saw a stone pillar suddenly shoot up from the flat ground, lifting the vehicle. At that moment, the car was about 10 meters above the ground, hanging on the pillar and wobbling dangerously. Rand blinked, feeling a bit amazed. These days, it's true that there are more bad people outside. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, wrapping around the vehicle and making it land back on the ground. Hong Ye's face turned slightly red, showing anger. "Who's there?" she shouted. It was obvious someone had secretly sabotaged them. But what answered her was the ground gradually collapsing and water flowing upward. After the hole formed, the water seemed to want to drown them. But this plan clearly wouldn't succeed. Lotus flowers appeared on the water's surface. Large leaves swayed, successfully supporting the people inside the vehicle. The roots of the water lilies are firmly anchored in the water, flowing with hidden currents, yet they remain intact. After returning to the surface, Rand jumps onto the land. In the next moment, the ground softens again like cotton, as if trying to people in. Rand stares at the ground with sharp eyes. She drops a few seeds into the soil. Naturally, they are good things. Suddenly, an explosion occurs underground, and a figure appears from below. The person has dark hair and is injured. This person is not far from Rand. When he sees Rand, he trembles and tries to run away. It seems he caused the ground to collapse just now. "Where do you think you're going?" A whip is swung out directly. Red leaves pull the person back. The man, bound tightly by thorny grass, sits on the ground with a pale face. I was just doing a job for the money. I know I was wrong." He quickly pleads for mercy. However, Rand only glances at him briefly, then shifts her gaze further away. The one who is playing with soil has been found. What about those playing with water? Soil and water together make mud. Since she enjoys playing house so much, how could she bear to let the two of them part? Following her command, the thorny branches grow rapidly and stab into the nearby grass. Ah! A strange scream is heard from inside. Someone is dragged out. It's a woman. She looks about the same age as the man and resembles him somewhat. Are they siblings? Rand asks, stepping on the man's stomach. No, they are a married couple, the man replies tremblingly, cautious in tone. We really took this job because we needed money. We didn't plan to hurt anyone, just scare you a little, then pretend we couldn't fight back and let you go. We're good people. He emphasizes he is a good person even while killing. Rand looks at the couple, suddenly smiling. Oh, really? Then why don't you tell me who has been secretly tracking me? Are they your children or your parents? Her cold words ruthlessly tear apart their disguise. Hearing this, the man's face changes. A fierce look appears in his eyes. After exchanging a glance with the woman, in the next second, the thorny grass binding them turns into a muddy, rotten substance. As they break free, Rand feels something wrap around her. Sticky and gooey, just like mud. The mud seemed to seep everywhere, as if trying to suffocate her. But Rand calmly took out some seeds. A pumpkin shell covered her body, easily blocking the mud from getting in. The fire tree stump spat fire at the mud, quickly drying it out. Ran tapped the shell lightly, causing it to fall off completely. Her act of roasting herself made the two people's faces twitch. She was quite a tough person. Just then, a sudden attack arrived quietly. It was like a transparent bullet aimed at Ran's forehead. The bullet whistled through the air, but it was invisible to the eye. A sense of danger locked onto Ran, making her feel uneasy. She looked up again, focusing on that direction. There was someone hiding there. It seemed to be a mental attack. A bullet formed from mental energy was shooting toward her. Although she couldn't see it, the pea shooter's bullet easily met the enemy. Two bullets collided in the air, making a spark-like sound. The kinetic energy of the pea shooter's bullet was slowly fading. But the mental energy bullet's power was also gradually disappearing. Playing with bullets in front of her? She wondered if P could agree with that. When pea shooter camp was active, the dual gun P also appeared. Two bullets shot out from the gun pouches, one after the other, aiming at enemies hiding in the shadows. But the flaming bullets were faster, like fireballs rushing through the air. It was visible to the eye, but impossible to dodge.
Bang!
Something was hit. A loud scream followed. Someone rolled down from a tree. His left arm was shattered, and a layer of flames burned on his body. He endured the pain, rolling on the ground to put out the fire. The man stood up, his fierce face turning murderous as he looked at Ran. "I will kill you." He couldn't feel his arm anymore. Holding his wound, he roared in anger. Clang, clang. It sounded like metal clashing in the air. Ran looked up, only to see a clear sky. But she could feel something surrounding her, like chains or something similar, clashing around her. She slowed her breathing and focused her mental energy into the plant's vision. With her mental power, some things began to appear in the air. Black chains swayed around her. Like snakes, they struck wildly. The chains that swung at her carried a cold, deadly aura. Just getting close feels like it could freeze a person's soul. The other person's mental strength is very powerful. Ran thinks, and the bullets follow her thoughts, hitting the chains. More in number? Haha, I'm not afraid at all. Pea shooter and dual gun P's fire together. Even Frost P joins in the fun. Normal bullets, fire bullets, ice bullets. The triple combination intertwines wildly, creating colorful streaks in the air. Very beautiful. In the illusionary space, every chain is targeted. Countless P bullets smash the chains. For a moment, those chains can't function properly. Not only can they not kill Ran, but even approaching her is impossible. The P bullets cover the entire battlefield, making it impossible for enemies hiding in the dark to move. Behind a nearby tree, a man with a grim expression watches the scene, feeling anxious. This woman's methods are so tricky. Still, he must find a way to take her down. No choice because the employer gave too much money for this job. "Oh, you're hiding here?" While the man is thinking, a clear voice suddenly sounds behind him. The familiar tone makes him flinch. He quickly throws a punch backwards, but it's easily blocked. In doing so, he gets a clear look at his opponent.
It's
Ran. How is that possible? In a panic, the man instinctively turns his head to another direction. There, Ran is commanding plants and her void chains in battle. How did she appear here? Confused, Ran seems to understand his thoughts. A bright smile blooms on her face. She raises her hand, touches her cheek, and softly asks, "Guess who I am?" In a cheerful tone, she raises her fist and punches the man. The two quickly engage in combat. The man tries to recall his chains to protect himself, but the chains targeted by the plants, once they start to retreat, face even more frantic attacks. For a moment, the man can only fight alone against Ran. As they fight, the man notices something is wrong. Although this Ran is quite powerful in battle, she doesn't seem to use plants. She fights him with her body alone. This is a fake. His eyes brighten, and he suddenly has an idea. He no longer resists letting Ran get close. He actively charged forward, his movements becoming more bold and sweeping. It seemed he wanted to quickly defeat the opponent. This idea appeared to be correct. After he launched his attack, the opponent showed signs of weakness. Indeed, he thought the opponent was very strong, but in reality, they were all show and no substance.
Ha, you fake.
He couldn't help but mock aloud. Although he didn't know how Ren Ran managed to do it, he still looked down on such tactics. A fake? Oh, congratulations. You answered wrong. Ren Ran, standing in front of him, looked at the man with a somewhat sad expression. He respected the opponent's strength and personally challenged him, yet the opponent thought he was a fake. That really hurt her feelings. As she shouted this, Ren Ran waved her hand. Suddenly, a patch of thorny grass appeared around the man. The man's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Wasn't he a fake? How could he use such strange plants? He turned his head and saw another Ren Ran smiling sweetly at him from a different direction. Then her body began to shrink, gradually turning into a dull, grayish object. The scene was shocking, but those around Ren Ran were used to it. Looking around during a fight isn't a good habit. Seeing the man distracted, Ren Ran felt she wasn't being properly respected. So, she prepared to give him a big gift. First, icy mushrooms spat out a cloud of frost, freezing the man inside. When he tried to smash the ice, fiery peas suddenly appeared and hit precisely. What happens when fire meets ice? Of course, the ice melts. The man felt his flesh and blood freeze again, then begin to cook. As the fiery peas lost their momentum, the ice covering him melted completely. The man, covered in blood, felt fear. At this moment, he ignored everything and summoned his chains back, aiming and whipping at Ren Ran. Unfortunately, the chains, originally locked onto Ren Ran, were blown away midair by a clover. In the next moment, cactus spines shot out, hitting the man instantly and pinning him to a tree trunk. Bound by his limbs, the man felt intense pain and struggled. But a carnivorous flower appeared beside him. Its mouth was open, saliva dripping from its edges. Hungry, hungry. Ren Ran provided voice acting for the flower. Thanks to her control, the flower only opened its mouth without biting. But the foul smell still enveloped the man. A large mouth capable of swallowing his entire head was beside him, causing the man to tremble. He was scared. I'm just doing my job for money, he shouted, echoing the same reason as his companion. To show his sincerity, the chains gradually disappeared. It seemed he was ready to surrender. Really? Ren Ran seemed to believe him. She walked over and approached the man. When she was just one step away, the man also opened his mouth. A chain suddenly appeared from his mouth, like a sharp dagger, stabbing toward Ren Ran.
Bang!
A loud impact sounded. At just one step away, a wall fruit had grown successfully. Its yellowish body looked a bit fat. Ren Ran thought that maybe the wall fruit should go on a diet. The wall fruit, with its wounded heart, disappeared. There was no longer any barrier between the two. But now, the man's pupils shrank in fear.
Stop!
He shouted, twisting his head, trying to avoid the man-eating flower's bite. But the flower was too fast, quickly wrapping around the man's head. Yes, it wrapped around his head, but did not bite. So, the man's head was still on his neck. But now, he was inside a dark, giant mouth, feeling the intense sensation of the flower's cavity, and he cried, "Don't let me out! Let me out!" In his breakdown, Ren Ran gave a look, and the flower reluctantly spat out the head. Because of the corrosive liquid, the man's cheeks had many damaged areas. Ren Ran looked up and saw a lock of hair falling down, connected to his scalp. The man was bald. Seeing the hair on the ground, the man's face turned pale. "I surrender," he said blankly, as if all hope had left him. He could die, but he didn't want to die as a bald man. "The city lord of city number 3 paid us to kill you." The man, who revealed his employer, showed no shame. "Please, just end it quickly." As he spoke, another lock of hair fell naturally due to gravity. A perfect Mediterranean hairstyle was forming. The man's face twisted, and he shouted, "Stop touching my hair." Faced with this cry from the soul, Ren Ran felt a little wronged. It wasn't her fault. Why was he shouting at her? Besides, she couldn't cure hair loss either. The nearby man-eating flower didn't think it had done anything wrong. After all, what used to come out of his mouth was either a skull or a seed. He still wanted to take a bite of such a head full of flaws and beauty. Master Yi, Run Ran changed the subject. She asked, "How much did she pay you? She should be quite valuable, right?" Run Ran thought. 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins? When she heard this, Run Ran was stunned. She widened her eyes and looked at the man with disbelief. "Are you sure you didn't say the wrong thing?" This sounded somewhat bitter and angry. "That's correct. It's 500 gold coins." The man yelled loudly, not realizing how serious the situation was. "Oh, I see," Run Ran responded. Then she looked up and mercilessly cut off the remaining hair on the man's head.
Ha ha.
Seeing the shiny bald head caused by the saliva from the man-eating flower, Run Ran felt much better. She only got 500 coins. Is this a mistake? Although they were gold coins, she felt like she was not worth much.
No.
Feeling the coolness on her head, the man despairingly gave up. In the next second, the world turned dark. In despair, Run Ran gave the other a quick and decisive, "You said I wasn't worth much." While angrily complaining, Run Ran also resolved the couple's situation. Public displays of affection are the most annoying. With anger, her vehicle crushed over the corpse and continued forward. She needed to go back and cause some trouble to improve her worth. Meanwhile, on the road to city number 3, a car was speeding along. Inside the vehicle, Master Yi looked uneasy. The people she sent were just to annoy Run Ran. Killing Run Ran seemed impossible. That's why she found some fools. Those fools didn't know Run Ran's true value. But that wasn't the point. Anyway, Run Ran wouldn't come back to fight her directly. But she had a strange feeling that something was wrong. Especially after the false alarm at the banquet, she felt like someone was secretly watching her. "City Lord, are you okay?" A young man asked beside Master Yi. He had a handsome face and looked concerned. His gentle eyes reflected Master Yi's appearance. His focused gaze made people feel warm and satisfied. Faced with these loving eyes, Master Yi shook her head.
"I'm fine."
She held the man's hand and gently stroked his palm, feeling his long fingers. A smile appeared on Master Yi's face. "Thank you for coming with me this time." During the conversation, she directly pulled the man into her embrace. "Yes, this is Lord Ye's little lover." The little lover snuggled in Lord Ye's arms, seeming unbothered by the fact that he was a man and appeared so gentle. Instead, his voice became softer. "This is what I should do. I will stay with you until the very end." His gentle words carried sincerity. Feeling his true heart, Lord Ye's mood improved a lot. This was a gift from a subordinate a year ago. At first, she only thought he looked good and wanted to play around, but he turned out to be very caring. He had been with her for so long, always comforting her. Unconsciously, she started to develop real feelings. When she returned, she planned to give him a surprise. Let him be the man by her side. Yes, from lover to partner, he would surely be happy. Lord Yi thought, completely unaware of the strange emotion in her little lover's lowered eyes. What does the last moment mean? It means
now. Bang!
A collision occurred ahead. The front of the car bulged, followed by an explosion. The sudden accident startled her. The second car braked suddenly to avoid crashing. Inside the vehicle, Lord Ye's head hit the glass, causing her to frown in pain. "What are you doing?" She scolded, but didn't hear the driver's voice. Looking up, she saw the driver's body. No, the corpse suddenly fall. His head was caught in the gap between the front seat and the passenger seat. A pair of eyes, bloodshot and wide, stared at Lord Yi. Under the terrifying expression, an arm appeared in the back seat window. A pale, slightly forceful arm tore open the car door. "Enemy attack!" Her subordinate shouted through the earpiece. But soon, strange sounds came from inside. It was like bones being forcibly broken.
Gurgling.
That was the sound of blood bubbles squeezing from the throat. Her subordinates outside also stopped. Realizing this, Lord Ye's whole body stiffened. Who is trying to kill her? But outside, there were no humans, only humanoid monsters. Standing at the door was a creature with 4 arms. Its pale, swollen body reeked of decay. The foul smell was so strong it made her gag. But her fear of death suppressed her urge too. Her entire body was dragged out by those arms. On the wide road, several bodies were laid out. They were her subordinates. Those subordinates looked very miserable, and a few more creatures were still lying on them, feeding.
No, don't.
Let me go. Do you know who I am? Don't touch me, or you'll all die. Facing these creatures, Lady Yi shouted desperately. She wildly waved her arms, trying to push them away. But as an ordinary person, her arms were easily caught. Then she was lifted up entirely. Her feet left the ground, and she was in great pain. Lady Ye's hair was messy, and her face was full of fear. Tears filled her eyes. Help! Help! She screamed loudly, hoping someone would save her. But there were no other living humans here. No, there was one more. At that moment, an arm reached out from the car. It was her little lover. Her little lover got out of the car confidently, with a smile on his face, calm in this situation. Help me. Quick, save me. Lady Yi suddenly felt hopeful. She knew that besides being her lover, he was also her bodyguard. He was a special ability user and very powerful. Many people didn't know this. As long as he was there, she would be safe. At this moment, Lady Ye's eyes shone with trust. Such a mess. But her lover looked at Lady Ye's helpless state and quietly said this. His dismissive attitude and casual expression made her heart beat faster. No, that's not right. She looked at the man in front of her and asked in a dazed voice, Why? Aren't they attacking you?